Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone present at TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur. Thank you to everyone who is present here in the Zoom webinar. Thank you to everyone who has joined us live on YouTube and Facebook. Good morning. Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone present at TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur. Thank you to everyone who is joining us on Zoom webinar. Thank you to everyone who is joining us on YouTube Live and Facebook. We're delighted to have you here. We'll be in for a long time. We're here from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you very much for joining us. It began, as all TED Talks do, with an idea someone thought worth sharing. I'm not presenting from my home in Varanasi, but if I were, I would point grandly back and say, this bedroom, this is where I filled up the license application form back in April. This is where I dispatched the Zoom links to the attendees last night. I would point to my organizing committee. I would rotate my laptop and show the huddle of laptops and gizmos and gadgets and say, these are the people who made it happen. But I'm not doing this from my home. I'm at Sunbeam Sun City. And it is testament to the organizational skill of the student body across Sunbeam in all its 28 different branches across Eastern Uttar Pradesh that TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur is where it is today. 28 speakers, 5 different countries, 1,600 registrations as of now and counting. If you are one of these 1,600 people, you believe in something special. You believe in the TEDx mission. TEDx is a global brand. There are 19 TEDx events happening in the world right now as we speak. Divided by country, they are united by format and by purpose. We change makers, achievers, artists, and people with world-changing ideas have 18 minutes or less to present their most brilliant ideas to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, all TEDx events are not for profit. This TEDx event, TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur, is the product of blood, toil, tears, and sweat that our team, our volunteer team, has put in countless hours for free. Therefore, it is my profound honor to welcome all of you here to witness something grand live. With this, it is my honor and privilege to invite the chairman of the Sunbeam Group of Education Institutions and the director, Dr. Deepak Madhok and Mrs. Bharti Madhok, to please present a vote of thanks to kick us off on this wonderful day.
I take this opportunity. Yeah, ma'am, you first.
Morning and Jai Hind, everyone. And it's an honor to address such a prestigious platform like TEDx. I'm so proud of my children, 16 years old children, who have taken this mission forward. 5 countries and 28 different speakers. The way it was becoming bigger and bigger, I'm sure all of us are going to witness the life-changing events, the speakers who had life-changing events and their experience. I'm sure all of us will get a new perspective of everything. I congratulate students of Sunbeam for organizing such a big event, and I'm sure the 28 speakers are going to touch us in all the possible ways. I also want to place on record thank you to all the speakers who have agreed to come, because sometimes even the time does not match. Some speakers may have to get up in the middle of the night because we are touching 5 different countries. So thank you everyone for being a part of this mission. Lots of blessings to the students who have decided to take this mission forward. And thanks to the technology for making this possible. Thank you everyone, and I hope all of us will come out more ignited with a lot of new thoughts and a lot of new experiences. God bless you all.
Very good morning and Jai Hind from the City of Light. Light is associated with knowledge, and Kashi, the city of light, Sunbeam, Sunbeams of Kashi. Welcome all of you, all the speakers, all the listeners. And this is such a pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions in the first ever TEDx Youth conclave here. As ma'am said, 28 speakers in different time zones. And this is going to be a marathon learning session, and 18 minutes might save your life for the next 18 years. Varanasi, Kashi, is the city of light, 5,000 years old. Philosophy, religion is the focus point of tradition. And as Mark Twain rightly remarked about 150 years ago, Kashi is older than tradition, older than history, older than everything put together. It's the city of light, emanating knowledge to all of you. And who best would be there than the youth of Kashi to bring TEDx Youth to you? It's a legacy of 5,000 years, and I'm sure the world needs a lot of learning. Sapiens, the wise one, has now come a long way, but nature has its balances. And if we don't learn, we don't collaborate, we don't communicate, we are going to not have a very bright future ahead of us. The future of humanity actually depends on collaboration and about communication, which is all TEDx is about. I can imagine we must learn from the caves of the sapiens long time ago, when they drew figures of how to kill a mammoth. Must have been the first Zoom meeting at that time. How to escape a saber-toothed tiger. It's collaboration that made sapiens more powerful than the Neanderthals, who wanted to go it alone. Power will not help. Collaboration will help. So I owe my thanks to the students of SunbeamBhagwanpur for working so hard. Thank you, students of Sunbeam. Thank you to all the speakers who are going to be with us for the next 2 days. And thank you to all the listeners on the various platforms who are going to benefit from this 18 minutes of wonderful thought exchange and knowledge exchange, the exchange of light between each one of us. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you from the core of Kashi. Thank you from Varanasi. Thank you from Sunbeam. All the best. Over to you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for those kind words, sir and ma'am. Indeed, this event would have been straight up impossible without the able patronage of our chairman, Dr. Deepak Madhok, and our director, Mrs. Bharti Madhok. We owe a vote of thanks to their constant support in curating the speakers, in guiding us in what needs to be done, and giving us, most importantly, the moral backbone, the moral support we need, the morale we need for organizing an event of this scale. TEDx Youth at SunbeamBhagwanpur is the first youth-led TEDx event in Varanasi, and the largest TEDx Youth event in entire India. Schools don't go for 2-day events. Schools don't go for 12-hour marathon runs of TEDx talks. Indeed, this would have been straight up impossible without the senior management at all of the Sunbeams. We are also joined by our Deputy Director, Mrs. Amrita Burman. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today. And now, it is my profound privilege to invite the keynote speaker for today, Mrs. Pratima Gupta. She is the Assistant Director of the Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions and has had a massive role to play in the organization of this event today. Mrs. Pratima Gupta holds decades of experience in the education industry and is well known for how she deals with the day-to-day affairs of the Sunbeam Group as well as the grievances of the children. Over to you, ma'am. Please shower us with your blessings.
Thank you, Ishan. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the friends in whichever part of the world you are today. It's such a massive feeling of gratitude to be able to reach across the time zones, to be able to reach across geographical constraints, and to talk the talk of the heart and the mind on one common forum. When I started school almost 5 decades back, as a child, I used to take a bus to my school. I would sit in my classroom with my friends on a wooden bench. My teachers would teach me lessons on the blackboard, and they would write with chalk. I came back from school with a heavy bag at times, with copious amounts of homework given to me by my teachers, which I had to diligently slog at and submit in copies the next day. When I had to visit my grandparents, I had to travel sometimes for 24 hours. And if I was not able to visit them in the vacations, I would write letters to them, which again got delivered in about 7 days or 10 days. And I would eagerly wait as a small child for their replies. If I had relatives living overseas, I used to write letters in those blue letterheads, the aerograms, and send them across. And again, wait for 15, 20 days, sometimes almost a month, to hear their thoughts. Now also, children go to school, or sometimes do not go to school. They attend classes from home, just like you and I are doing today. When they have to write to their grandparents, they pick up a device, they tap a few letters, they tap a few words, and voila, the grandparents receive the missives. The reply to those thoughts comes back almost instantly, sometimes with weird kind of caricatures who have hearts in place of eyes. The love of the bond continues unabated, even today as it did then. The teachers do not write on blackboards. Instead, they write on whiteboards at times, or they write on digital mediums, and they use a stylus. They do not use a chalk. Learning, education continues even today. We live in a changing world. We have witnessed so much of change, and we have managed to straddle that change and come out on top, at times bruised, but still very, very resilient about going forward. But you know what? What we all call change, what we all at times talk about as the transformation and the transition necessary for human growth and development, has made life amazing for us. Today, technology enables communication. Today, technology makes distances seem absolutely nothing. And yet, isn't it an irony that in spite of so much of phenomenal growth and development and progress, the basic conflicts of the human heart and the mind have remained the same? Across the annals of history, the struggle of the haves and have-nots has continued unabated even to present times. Thought domination still is very much palpably evident everywhere. There are people who are struggling even today to find their own voice and to articulate their own thoughts. And there are people of our own ilk, of the Homo sapien community, who take almost a vicarious pleasure in stifling those voices, in stifling those thoughts. In spite of so much of progress and development in the name of civilization, somewhere human beings are forgetting to be civil to each other. And that is what actually makes me think, has everything really changed? And how much of change is actually possible when you are dealing with the human domain? Well, when I look back to the wall behind me, which has these 28 speakers, I tell myself that yes, change is possible. Change is not always a huge, loud voice which is dominating everyone else and drowning out other people's thoughts and ideas and vociferously claiming that which is right and amazing and wonderful. Change is a woman standing and looking a terrorist in the eye when a gun is pointed at her. Change is a little child who sticks up for her benchmate when another classmate is bullying her. Change is also the woman entrepreneur who is starting her day as a small person in the large globe of the world as probably a small person with a very small idea of making food and sending it across to homes where food is not readily available to the people who are working in corporates. So change has got diverse facets to it, diverse dimensions to it. But we all understand that change is essential. It is integral to go ahead. So when we thought about putting together people, we wanted to hear voices. We wanted to meet people who have made change possible, not because they had armies supporting them. In fact, an interesting statistic which came up when I was reading up on change and change makers is that even as I speak today, there are 170 schools and nearly 28,000 organizations in the world which are doing change-making activities. And yet, you and I struggle at times to cope with an idea which is very different, and we are not brave enough to take it up, and we are not courageous enough, perhaps, to advocate it fiercely. So the young generation, which is going to take on this brave new world, which is a different world from the world in which you and I grew up, what do they hold on to? If everything has changed, and yet in the human terrain, a lot of things have remained static. How do we lead them to hope? How do we tell them to address their own apprehensions when they say that, oh, but this is not possible? What we do is we visit stories, we tell stories, we meet individuals, and we delve into the mind of the person who comes across as a change maker. And who is a change maker? A change maker is someone who takes up a creative action to solve a social problem, an emotional problem, a thought dilemma. A change maker is essentially a person who says, I want it differently. And ladies and gentlemen, it takes a whole lot of courage to say the I with conviction. So change makers are not messiahs. Change makers are not leaders of big armies. Change makers cannot be generals who have got immaculately planned war strategies. Change makers are those who dare to say the I. Change makers are those who dare to express a thought, who work zealously towards converting that thought into an action. And you know what? They do not wait for a validation by the world. They march to their own music. They stride to the call of their own value code. And they do it because they believe it. So change can be very small. Change can be very big. Change can be monumental. Change can be a Nelson Mandela. Change can be a Mahatma Gandhi. Change, of course, is Martin Luther King Jr. Change is also Amanda Gorman when she recites a poem. And change is also the Dabbawala of the Bombay city who very adroitly and very smartly manages dabbas and goes out in pouring rains because he believes that food in a city which is so frantic is very important, and he is doing a service. Change is an auto rickshaw driver in Varanasi who smilingly takes tourists from one zone to another, battling all kinds of mayhem in the city, and hums a song as he ends his day of toil. Change is the city of Varanasi, which spans civilization, which spans culture, tradition, history, art, and moves on in spite of so many influences. Change is you and I who come together and say, let's make the world a different place, because we believe that change is the only constant in our lives, and change makers are the ones who make the world stop at some point of time and say, this is where it gets to be different. Let us, you and I, over the next 2 days, pledge ourselves to the spirit of the change maker, to the spirit of the pioneer, to the spirit of the visionary, and say, I want it differently, give me a different world. So keep learning, world, and make space for change, because it is here for you and I to be better together. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much for those lovely words, ma'am. Indeed, I would like to pick up on what you said during the beginning of your speech, which is that it is technology which enables us to organize an event at this scale. It is technology that allows us to invite speakers from California to Connecticut to Kolkata and back to Kashi. How would this have been possible without the advent of technology? Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful keynote speech. Now, as is TEDx protocol, we will play a short video by Chris Anderson, who is the head of the TED Conferences program. And he will tell you what it is about the TEDx mission that makes us and our event unique from what is the TED event at Vancouver in British Columbia. We will play this video now.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Welcome back to TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur. Before we start with our first speaker for the day, our event starts at 10 a.m. Our first speaker starts talking at 10 a.m. But before that, I would like to take this opportunity to go over some housekeeping rules so that you know what to expect during the day. So first of all, there are two sidebars that you can see under the screen. If you click on them, they will expand. There are Q&A and chat. Q&A is for chat is for technical and logistical inquiries. Q&A is for when you want to talk to a speaker, when you want to ask them a question. We have scheduled bona fide extended Q&A sessions, which are 20 minutes long for only two speakers today, Disha Ravi and Divya Jeti. We will have another extended Q&A session tomorrow, which is for Kalpit Birwal. However, we can have Q&A sessions for many more than two speakers today. It is just that we will only be able to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience for that. If time remains after they give a TEDx talk, if time remains after their plenary session, we will take questions from the audience. Now, what is the procedure for that? If you click on the Q&A button and you type out a question, a well-framed, bona fide question, our MCs will pick that up. Our speakers won't be reading directly from the Q&A panel, and your question will not be visible to random attendees. Your question, however, will be visible to hosts and panelists. Panelists are the speakers and the dignitaries and the MCs who are present today. So if you want to ask a question to a speaker at any point of time during their speech, you are required to drop that question in the Q&A section. The chat section is for something completely different. The chat section is for when you have questions about logistics or technicalities. Say your video is not appearing properly. Say you cannot see the host. Say that a shared video is not visible to you. Say that you have forgotten the event schedule and you would like a heads up. For all of those details, you can drop your question in the chat. Our technical team, which comprises the 2 students in the back room beside me, will answer those questions immediately. If you are watching this on YouTube or Facebook, you can drop your questions to the speakers in the YouTube and Facebook chat. These questions will be forwarded to me and you'll have essentially the same level of interactivity as any of our Zoom attendees. So it really is a win-win for both of us here. Finally, if you have technical or logistical queries on YouTube or Facebook, where we are going live right now, please be aware that there is a 20-second lag between Zoom and YouTube and Facebook. So there would be a lag by the time we receive your question, be it technical, logistical, or a question to the speaker. Please be aware of that. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. If you have questions about logistics, if you are a principal who would like to talk about her students who are not able to get in, for example, you can write and drop an email to bhagwanpur@sunbeamschools.com. And our technical team, which is sitting there, will answer your query promptly. Right. Finally, you do not need to raise your hand at any point of time because we will not be unmuting you to ask your question. Your questions only come via text and the MCs read that out, giving credit to whoever asked. So for example, we don't have a Q&A session scheduled after Unmukht Chand's talk. However, if there is time after Unmukht Chand's talk, who is the first speaker at TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur, we will open the house to questions, which is why if a question pops in your brain, you should type that out immediately so that I have time to look at it and sort out and filter the best of the best questions that come up. That is all that I have for now. If you have any questions, if anything I said was unclear, please drop that in the chat so you get familiar with this feature. For now, we will play a short video and we will join back at 10 a.m.
Ishan Unmukht has joined.
Perfect. To kick us off then, thank you very much for that heads up, ma'am. To kick us off then, our first speaker is the brilliant Unmukht Chand, as you've heard already. They say that genius shows really early in life. Welcome, Unmukht. We're very glad to have you. I'll just read a short intro. We'll have a short chat with the attendees and the dignitaries, and then we can go straight ahead with your TEDx talk. We know you're super busy, and thank you very much for taking time out of your schedule. So genius shows really early in life. Mozart learned piano at 5, and Albert Einstein mastered calculus at the age of 50. Unmukt's cricketing genius showed when he led India to her maiden under-19 World Cup win outside the Asia bubble. He has won a whole host of honors, from SIAT Indian Youngster of the Year in 2012, to playing for Delhi at the Ranji Trophy, to playing for the Silicon Valley Strikers in the US right now. But through thick and thin, he's remained as grounded, as humble, the Unmukht we know today, we love today. He has remained as grounded as the wickets while he is batting. Thank you very much, Unmukht, for joining us today. Pratima ma'am will moderate a chat with our attendees, with our dignitaries, and we'll get right ahead with his 18-minute talk after that.
Hi, Unmukht, and welcome to the plenary. I have with me on board here the director, Mrs. Bharti Madhok of Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions. I also have with me Chairman, Mr. Deepak Madhok. I have with me Mrs. Amrita Barman, Deputy Director, and Mr. Harsh Madhok, Honorary Director of Sunbeam Group, along with the other board members. So, ma'am, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Unmukht, who has been such an inspiration to the cricketing world, especially to youngsters, and I felt that it would be amazing to have him on board with us. Unmukht, I'll just phase out with one little nugget of information that our director, ma'am, also played cricket in her college days. So you strike a definitely sweet chord in the Sunbeam board members with your presence here today. Sir and ma'am, Unmukht Chand, with you, please.
A very good morning and a warm welcome from Kashi, Varanasi, Banaras to Unmukht. And we have read about you, we have thought about you, about what all you have done when you were very young, actually. And that under-19 trophy, which you carried single-handedly, was amazing. So welcome to this TEDx Youth. And we want you to inspire all the listeners today. A lot of students are going to be following you. And cricket is the religion of India, as they say. And cricket is the binding force of this country. So over to you, Unmukht, and a very warm welcome to you.
So can I just go because for a second before Unmukht begins, because I think this is like a dream come true for me, Unmukht. and to have you in front. And I must tell you, the reason why I butted in is that I still quote your example when I talk to my students about the ECA category of admissions into the Delhi University and the fact that you made it to St. Stephen's. I still remember that the time when you were not allowed to give an exam and there was so much of controversy, etc. I'm sure you know it better than I do. But the fact that, if you really choose to follow your dreams, you can make it big. And there can be no better example than you. So I quote you even today. All the best to you in your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bharti ma'am, would you be sharing something?
Yeah, for sure, Unmukh. Yeah, cricket was once upon a time my love also. And I'm so happy that, at such a young age, you are just the right example. We, at our ages, we can give long, long sermons about how dedication, leads to success. But you are a living example. And I'm sure you'll be motivating not only students or students of your age for cricket, I think towards the sports words, towards the fitness, because the real fitness and real passion, if it is there in sports, I'm sure our India, our country will remain healthy. So, a very, very warm welcome to you on Sunbeams and TEDx platform. And I'm sure all of us, especially cricket lovers, will be benefited by your talk. Take care. God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I was talking to him the other day, and he was on a bus, and there were these crazy announcements happening in the bus, and I was so touched. It was a crazy time to be talking, and he was traveling. He said from one place to another. He has been playing matches, and he did tell me that he has weekend matches to play. But in spite of that, he said he would want to be here and he would want to address a young gathering. Unmukh, we have our honorary director, and this is the future of Sunbeam with us here today, Mr. Harsh Madhur, a young and enthusiastic and as enterprising as you, of course. Harsh, would you be saying something to Unmukh?
Thank you, Pratima ma'am. And obviously, I'm also from the sports background. So what Unmukh has done to lead India in the 2012 Under-19 World Cup is nothing short of phenomenal. And his achievement at such a young age, it puts a lot of burden on him also, on Unmukh, to keep going forward. So I'm sure that he's keeping up with all the expectations which are now with him. So thank you, Unmukh, for being with us in our midst at Sunbeam and for inspiring the youth. We don't know how many people we inspire just by following our own dreams. So you have followed your dreams and you have given a path to everyone to follow theirs. So thank you so much for being with us in TEDx SunbeamBhagwanpur. Thank you so much. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Unmukh, let me ask you just one question, because you will be doing your talk very shortly, and of course you'll address a whole lot of issues connected to your sports and education. But what is the one thing which you would want all schools to do to promote sports and sportsmanship in the schools?
Well, obviously, me being a sportsman, I've always, I've known the importance of sports because, in a way, what it does is that it helps you in so many ways, because it's not just about, skills. I mean, skills is one thing of part of sports, but then again, sports has, the leadership qualities which I feel, have come to me, has come to me through sports. You can call it, man management, when you sort of interact with different people, when you sort of compete with different people in your team, against your team, you start understanding and you start also learning what it means to be successful, to being on the winning side and the losing side. And then, you try and get better. You learn to win graciously, you learn to lose with dignity, and these are some things which actually help you in the long run, and which actually help you make those decisions in life which are so important. So again, I think sports is something which is a huge teacher to us, and if those things can be a part of the curriculum, I really feel that we'll have more rounded individuals coming up in the coming years, because it has to sort of strike a balance with academics. But then again, it's a part which helps you, develop those certain parts of your brains, which in fact, eventually help you, you know, get better at things you do in different fields. So I always feel that, anyone who's played a sport in their lives, in any field he or she is, will have a better understanding of things, better understanding of life, and probably can take those better decisions, which sometimes might not, click to people who haven't played much of sports, been physically fit, because sports also gives you a sort of a, when you're into fitness also, it sort of gives you a feeling of your body, your understanding, your overall awareness sort of increases manifold. So it helps you, in a way, respond to the world in a better way. So that's why I really think sports is something which is very important and should be a part of every school curriculum.
Okay. Aditya sir and Ashish sir, two big cricket enthusiasts. Quick one-liners from you, and then we go back to Ishan and we start Unmukh session. Aditya sir, I know you are a cricket fan, and Ashish sir, I also know that you are really, really into cricket. So Aditya sir, your thoughts on it?
No, I'm sure what I'm looking to hear from Unmukh is that when you achieve success at a very young age, obviously there's a lot of work which goes behind it. But after you have achieved it at a you virtually have the world at your feet when you win a World Cup, even if it is an under 19 level, how difficult is it for a youngster to keep a sane head on his young shoulder? And for whatever success our students achieve in different fields, how do they continue to remain humble and in a learning mode? I'm looking forward to hearing it from Unmukh as he speaks during his 18 minutes.
Okay. Ashish sir, one-liner, quick, one wish for Unmukh, and I get back to Ishan.
It's a proud privilege to be part of, this forum. And this really makes it special because Unmukh, one hero who single-handedly, carried the responsibility of winning under 19 World Cup. And I was watching that match, believe me or not, but for lifetime, you are going to be a hero, winning World Cup in Australia against Australia in finals. That was huge. And your 6 in South Africa, which was mammoth. I still have the fresh memories of it. Welcome, Unmukh, on board. And it's a proud privilege to welcome you on Sunbeam and TEDx.
Thank you very much.
Ishan, I am going to hand Unmukh to you, and let's get on with the first speaker of TEDxYouth @SunbeamBhagwanpur. All the best, Unmukh. Here's looking forward to a wonderful session with you.
Thank you very much, Pratibha ma'am. Could you please confirm that I am audible?
Yes, Ishan, you are audible.
Am I audible quite clearly? Should I be
Yes,
louder?
yes. I need just a little more of volume, but otherwise you're fine.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, our first TEDx speaker for the day, please welcome Unmukh Chand. However, a bit of housekeeping before it. Please, if you are a panelist, please keep yourself muted throughout Unmukh's talk, because this video will be uploaded to TEDx YouTube channel, and we don't want that kind of interference on Unmukh's YouTube video. Again, a reminder that if you have a question to ask Unmukh and you are on Zoom, please put that in the Q&A. If you are on YouTube and Facebook, please put that in the comments in the discussion that is going on, and our team will get those questions back to me. Unmukh, take it away.
Hi, I'm Unmukh Chand, and I'm a cricketer by passion as well as profession. And the theme of this talk is change makers, and I want to start off by actually questioning that who is a change maker. So according to me, someone who has a long standing goal, a vision, and he probably puts every ounce of his energy into achieving that goal, be it in any field, is a change maker. But the thing is that how do you become a change maker? That's something which is so important. And according to me, I think it's the most important thing which I've realized is by forming the habits. If you have the right habits, that help you in achieving that goal, which help you in having that mindset, which is very growth oriented, which is sustainable, is something which eventually helps you reach that goal. And I'll go back to my story. I started off playing cricket at the age of 4 years old. I was very passionate about this game. I think I was lucky enough that cricket chose me in a way, because at such a age you hardly know about things, and I had a lot of passion with this game. I was very lucky that in my house, everyone, we had a joint family that time. So my uncle, my father, they were equally very passionate. So they used to, I used to wake them up early in the morning, and we used to go to a park nearby, and they used to bowl at me, and I used to hit balls here and there, and that was the amount of passion was there. Be it winters, summers, it didn't make any difference. And by the time, so I started playing in my colonies, and started breaking windows here and there. So that's when they actually made me join an academy at the age of 7. I was 7 or 8 that time, and that's where proper formal cricket coaching was introduced to me, and that's where my cricketing journey sort of started. But I somehow feel lucky in a way that I always knew that I want to be a cricketer, and so was the atmosphere at home as well. And one of the best things I feel, and I give a lot of credit to my parents in this regard, because as a child, they are, be it your parents or your guardians, they are the lens through which you see the world. And they always sort of created that environment which helped me do things which helped me in my sport, as well as in my academics. And because they were teachers, there was a lot of the environment at home was very growth centric. Learning environment was there. They taught me all the good things which are important for me to be taking in life. Like I remember my father introduced me to diary writing very early on in my life, which became sort of a habit, which eventually helped me write a book as well in the future. And it's one of my best friends, because my catharsis, my all those things. I put everything in the diary, and that's when I feel sort of a lot of load gets off me, especially when I'm not doing well. And when I'm doing well, obviously it's good to write those things in a diary, because you want to go back to it sometimes when things are not going your way. And you learn so much by just going through the pages, through just visualizing the feel what was there in the past. And so those things are always there. And I put a lot of emphasis on time management, which I learned very early on in my life, because my routine used to be like this. I used to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. My father put me into swimming in school, knowing the fact that swimming is going to help me build stamina and strength, which is eventually going to help me in my cricket. So the mindset was already working, that we wanted to do something good in cricket. So let's do everything we had in our capacity to make sure that I become a better sportsman, a healthy individual. So my diets were regulated since the very beginning. I used to do swimming for 1.5 hours. Eventually I ended up even doing nationals and representing zonals as well. But that just happened. So those 1 hour that 1 hour in the morning was a proper advanced swimming class in school, and then I used to attend my classes in school. After that, I used to go back home, go for practice for 3 hours. I used to do that like every 4-5 days a week, and then they used to come back home. But the good thing was, every day they used to make sure that I was studying for 1 hour after coming back from practice. It was too tough on a young child like me. And sometimes when I look back, I sometimes feel fascinated by, surprised rather, that how could I do it at that time when the other kids were doing all the fun. They had no idea what was going on. But I think I give a huge credit to my parents and my uncle for sort of putting me into a routine, and into giving me that habit, which eventually helped me do better things in life. And these things actually helped me when I was playing the World Cup, or when I was leading different teams, or when I was part of the IPL teams, India A teams. And when you do well, when you don't do well, you at the end of the day, you realize the importance of of the work which you put in. And that's the, the importance of, we especially in sports, we call this preparation precedes performance. And we put a lot of focus on processes. So it started coming on from early on in life. So it's never that things happen just out of the blue moon, right? It's a step by step progress which things you do every day in your life which eventually turn into something fruitful. So those seeds were planted very soon. And I still remember we used to have a weekly tests on Monday, and only Monday I didn't study after coming back from practice. Otherwise, from Tuesday onwards, the studies will start, so that I don't have that load at the end of the week. And this is something which eventually helped me later on as well. And now also, I'm so focused on my practices. I make sure that I'm not just practicing before the matches. It's become a sort of a routine. And we hold a lot of reverence towards routines, because routines are something which eventually keeps you focused. Because as you say, that there's a lot of especially in sports, there's a lot of success, there's a lot of failure. But then how do you balance yourself? You balance yourself only when there's something which you hold on to very dear. And that thing which we hold on to very dear is the processes, that how did I do things which I'm supposed to do. If I can do those things, if I can focus on that one thing every day, every time I go into bed, or every day I wake up, then probably you're in the right track. You know that what you need to do, and your whole focus is there, irrespective of how successful you get, or how much time, how many times you get failed. And in my own journey, I think I was very lucky that I started getting a lot of results early on in my life, because hard work was something which I always, I mean, I was too fond of doing hard work. And there are three things which I follow to the T. The first one is having set priorities in life. So again, it's very difficult to again think of a small child doing those things again and again. That's why I give a lot of credit to my parents, because they are the ones who actually helped me in doing those things. But again, priorities were set. Even now I tell everyone else, if there's a goal in front of you, you want to be doing the things which are the most important things, not the things which are like secondary or the tertiary things which are not so important. So always choose to do things which are most important at that time, at that moment, with a long-term perspective in place. Second is, whatever you do, put everything into it. There is half-hearted effort is deemed to fail. So put everything into it. And third is hard work. There's no substitute to hard work. And especially when you love something you do, it doesn't feel tiring. It's if you're passionate about it, you love to keep doing the hard work again and again. And always looking for opportunities for growth, for betterment. And once you start doing these things, it becomes a part of life. And every day you want to be doing some. I wake up every day thinking of how can I become a better person, a better cricketer, or whatever my thing is at that moment of time. So these are things which have really sort of helped me in my life. And a couple of more examples I would like to give is I also remember that, because obviously my parents are teachers, so they made sure that I was always getting good grades. I was studying in class, I was studying at home. I used to read a lot of books as well, which is now also a habit which also helped me write a book later on. But I remember when I was in 11th, I was playing Ranji Trophy that time. And under 19 tournaments were going on, so I was busy almost half of the year touring here and there. And rest of the time, even when I was in Delhi, I was practicing mornings and evenings. And so we decided to take maths and economics together. And it was like a very sort of a weird decision, because again, with so much of studying sports load, getting a studying load as well like this was something which was very unheard of. And but the reason we took that decision was that time was, if I could pull it off, if I could make myself work hard for those 2 years, make sure that I am able to pull the maths and the economics with my cricket, with my sports, I can probably do anything in life. I mean, that nothing will bother me probably later on in life. So, the base was set. And also I had this weird thing that, if maths is something, if I do, it's going to open up my different sort of areas of the brain, which are going to help me on the field in decision making and angles and all those things. So, I was thinking on those angles as well. So, the whatever I did, I have always sort of related it to cricket, how it can help me in my cricket in long-term growth, long-term perspective. And I am someone who would never do things on a short-term benefit sort of a thing. So it's always something which is more holistic, which is more sustainable, and which is the right thing, and that's what I've always sort of tried to do. Also, very lucky again to taste success very early on in my life. So I mean, I played under 16, under 15 for Delhi. So before that, I didn't get selected for the Delhi team when I scored the maximum runs in the in the trial matches before that. And though my parents were, when the news came out that I was not picked in the squad, my parents were really upset that, how would a 15-year-old guy who comes out of a bag after practice after a hard day will take the news. But, because I used to read a lot of books, and I had heard somewhere, and I'd seen read somewhere that, for success to happen, you might have to, these are obstacles, and you might not get selected even after, and because of various things, you won't get selected, and then you still got to work hard. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll work even harder, I'll score more runs. And that was the mindset. It was never like, I never got sort of demotivated. I always wanted to if things didn't come to me, I wanted to work even harder. So that and that has still been with me, sort of carried on with me. And then I worked very hard that year. Next year I got onto the under 16 team, scored runs for Delhi, and then got picked for under 19 the next year. Again scored runs, got picked for the India under 19 squad. And then the journey unfolded, and we kept winning so many trophies, so many tournaments after tournament. And then the World Cup happened. It was again, I mean, from the glory point of view, obviously it was huge. But again, the preparations towards it was superb. I mean, we had become a family, all of us, and the amount of training which was going on behind it was very good. So I mean, the environment around us was so positive, and that even when I was writing my book during that World Cup, I had done 80% of the work before the World Cup got over, because I was that confident that we're going to win the World Cup. That was the amount of one-minded thinking was there. And I owe it a lot to my team, to all the people who were there to support us. But the mindset was that we're going to win the World Cup, and there was no ifs, no doubts about it, and there was no what if we don't win it. So that was the clarity we had, and eventually it happened. So we talk a lot about visualizations and all those things, but it actually happened. It actually happened whatever I thought of, and it gave a lot of success. And then I was lucky enough to be part of India squads and IPL teams, and great successes came to me. And then a lot of downfall came in the last 4 years. I mean, things went totally downhill in so many ways. And then sports again shows you so many facets of life. I mean, you get great success, tremendous success, and then things don't go your way. You feel that nothing is happening in your life. But then you again, I mean, if the foundation is good, then you know that you have to keep working hard, keep making sure that you are sort of removing the chinks in your armory. You are getting better. So that thing also has to be there. You always have to think big. I always sort of nothing has sort of demotivated me. Yes, at times I do feel down. I've always felt down. I felt down, but I mean, it's only a few hours, and then again, I know that next day I again have to come back. Every day is a
Join the meeting.
Is a day where I can look for opportunities for growth, where I can do something, and things have unfolded in a great way. I mean, I could never expect certain things happening in my life the way they did, and I think it only did because when you're working so passionately for something. I mean, the universe creates so many forces. The forces come in such a way that some great things happen for you, and So a lot of gratitude is there for those things happening in my life. And suddenly this, out of when nothing was happening, this US thing came in, and now I'm in the US, and some great opportunities, some doors are opening up, and really feel excited and looking forward to those things. And so I've always sort of made sure that when I was in school, we used to learn about the 3Ds. We talk about it's discipline, dedication, and determination. So these things have really stuck with me, and sort of they motivate me quite a lot. So this is a part of the journey I've been living, and every day it's about how good I can be in whatever I'm doing, and how can I contribute. It's always about what can I give to others rather than what can they give me. And when you go with that mindset, then you're bound to do the right things, you're bound to take the right steps, and that's how it goes. And there's a famous there's a story which I would like to share, which probably would want to end my talk as well with this, the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. When you plant the seed of that bamboo tree, with all the it needs water, it needs sunlight, it needs fertile soil. When you plant that seed, you don't see any growth in the first year, you don't see any growth in the second year, even the third and the fourth year you don't see any growth above the soil. But in the fifth year, this tree grows for like 60-70 feet in like 6-7 weeks. And so what was it doing in those 4 years? It was spreading its roots. And though people could not see the growth, but it was actually spreading its roots. And one fine day, when the foundation was set, it grew up, it shot up like anything. In 6 weeks, it got so much of success. It grew so tall that there's a huge learning which we can get out of this. And that's what I always tell myself as well, and people around me as well, that always focus on your growth, on your betterment, and don't worry about results too much. They're going to happen sometime or the sometime. Some get early, some get it late, but always focus on the processes. And once you do that, I think sky is the limit. And that's how I want to end my talk today. And I really want to wish everyone the best of luck, and hopefully we can have many more change makers from this room. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Unmuk. Your story is a source of unending inspiration for everyone. Unfortunately, we won't have time for a Q&A with Unmuk, although we really wanted it, and we really got a great amount of good questions on the Q&A. Thank you very much, Unmuk, for your presence here. You can stay and watch our speakers, or you are free to leave now. This fairly prevalent idea in India that raising domesticated animals is a mild, even kind sort of activity, that the Indian agriculturist owns a small patch of land where they tend to their animals with care and love and compassion. In fact, to give just one example, in the poultry industry, 90% of the chickens in India are raised in these little wire battery cages where there's barely enough space to move, let alone all of the daily living functions that a chicken has. Welcome to the world of factory farms. Our next speaker, Tejas Subramaniam, is an incoming first-year student at the prestigious Stanford University. He's also a world champion in debating and cares deeply about animal welfare. He's even done original research in that area. Currently, he's interning with Rethink Priorities, and I can't think of a more intelligent person I know of his age. I can't think of a more appropriate speaker for this topic that we have today, of increasing welfare for factory farms. Without any ado, I would request you to take it away, Tejas.
Hi, thanks so much. And thanks so much for having me. I'm just going to try to figure the screen sharing situation out because I brought slides with me. Just give me a moment. So sorry, just give me one moment. Hold on, just one moment. I'm so sorry, just figuring this technical issue out.
Yeah, no worries, Tejas. Take your time.
Okay, can you see a blank slide on my screen? Just checking.
Yep, you can, Tejas.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Tejas. I was formerly an intern at Rethink Priorities. I'm not there anymore. And I'm about to be a student at Stanford. And basically, I'm going to be talking about fighting the suffering of farmed animals. Because animal welfare is a question that I've been thinking about for a long time. So as a kid, for example, I was a volunteer at Blue Cross and at Chennai's Crocodile Bank. And over the years, my way of thinking about this issue has changed in some pretty fundamental ways. And I'm hoping to share some of what I've learned. So in this talk, I'm basically going to take you through what the problem of factory farming, as Ishan just spoke about, is, about a bit of the incredible work that animal advocates have done on the issue so far, and about what you can do as an ordinary person to make a difference. This talk is going to be a bit different than a lot of the other talks on animal welfare that you've heard. So even if you feel like you know what's coming, I do recommend taking some time to listen to it. So I want to start off with some brief acknowledgements, because this talk is not just my work, it's the things that I've learned from drawing on the incredible work of animal advocacy organizations, of funders, of affiliated groups, and important researchers, advocates, journalists. And I just want to take a moment to thank them and to credit them for their incredible work, without which this talk would not exist. So with that said, I'm just going to move straight into the material that I have. The basic starting point of this talk is that our treatment of animals is one of the world's most pressing problems. Every year, there's about 70 billion animals farmed for food. 70 billion, that's nearly 10 times the size of the entire human population in a single year. These animals are conscious entities with the ability to suffer and the ability to, in many cases, think, even if not as deeply as humans can. And nonetheless, their treatment is often really, really horrible. And I'm going to talk through what we can do to fight this problem. But to really understand this problem, I want to start by thinking about what a lot of people think about when they think about animal welfare. So I mentioned that I volunteered at Blue Cross. And in fact, when a lot of people think about animal welfare, we think about animals in shelters, we think about donating to veterinary hospitals, about the mistreatment of pets, about protecting endangered species. These are all really serious issues. I'm not going to deny that. But they are small fractions of the gigantic problem of animal suffering, one of the largest of which is how animals are treated on farms. So the chart in front of you is basically a graphic that shows the number of animals that are used and killed in farms in the United States, and you can see similar trends across the world, relative to, for example, the number of animals in shelters, in labs, used for clothing, and so on. Regardless, the majority of attention is not on these issues. When the public thinks about animal rights or animal welfare, they think about dogs in shelters, and they think about how they can protect animals that are endangered. Again, I'm not denying that these are important issues, but it seems like people often don't have a clear picture of what the scale of the problem in farming is that by far exceeds anything else. So if the domesticated land animals alone that are used by humans in the US or that exist in the US, over 99.6% are farmed animals, relative to say 0.03% in animal shelters. So this is a massive, massive problem. And animals in farms often get neglected. And there's some research in psychology that shows that people think about animals in farms in a way that's somewhat different than the way they think about pets. So for example, polling shows that when you ask people how much they care about different kinds of animals, they have a much stronger empathetic reaction to dogs than to say pigs. They don't see pigs as being true animals for them to genuinely care about. This is despite the fact that in reality, pigs are more intelligent than dogs. And those are the kinds of trends we see, that a lot of farm animals are more intelligent and more conscious than a lot of animals that we are used to thinking about as animals whom we should care about. And nonetheless, they get a lot less attention and people frame them in a psychologically different way. But this problem of psychology and of a lack of attention is also a growing problem. So even as the world becomes a better place on so many other different axes, this is a graph showing global meat production since the 1960s to today, and meat production is on the constant increase. On top of this, it is likely that as countries grow richer, they will keep producing more meat. So this graph shows that countries that are richer in GDP per capita terms have more meat consumption per person. And what that means is as the world grows richer, which it is, more animals will be consumed, more animals will be killed. But a lot of people will ask, why should we care? Like, these animals are being killed, but so what? What exactly is important about farming of these animals that we should care about? And I think here I'm not just going to give you a rant about how vegetarianism is the only way forward, or about how, you know, the killing of animals is always inherently wrong. We can have that philosophical debate. But the important point that I want to make is that billions and billions of these animals, the vast majority of them, are mistreated in ways that are easily avoidable. So even if you believe that the consumption of meat is okay, a huge percentage of animals are raised in contexts and in ways that make it fundamentally not okay. So they are abused and mistreated and tortured in ways that are not necessary or not fundamental to the process of meat production at all. And this is because of factory farming. So factory farming is basically intensive animal agriculture that happens at large scale and involves high stocking densities. So what that is it's a lot of animals being packed into a small place at once. And some estimates, notably by Kelly Anthus and J.C. Rees-Anthus of the Sentience Institute, suggest that globally 90% of all animals that are slaughtered or used for animal products, both from formal producers all the way through to small informal shops and butchers, are in factory farming-like conditions, i.e. high stocking densities and broadly functioning like a factory that's working with any other object, as opposed to the kinds of farms that we often picture animals as being raised in, like, you know, Old MacDonald's farm and all that. And this matters because this process of factory farming is one that is incredibly concentrated with lots of suffering. I want to talk about three different types of suffering that animals in factory farms often undergo. The first is that the process of slaughter itself causes suffering. So the point is there are many different ways to slaughter animals, but the majority of animals around the world are slaughtered in ways that are unnecessarily painful because they involve methods that could be switched, but perhaps are slightly more cost effective that cause immense amounts of pain. And I think a good example of this is fish that are raised in fish farms. So aquaculture, which is growing fish on fish farms, is a growing industry. And there's about 75 billion to 140 billion farmed fish worldwide. And these fish die in incredibly painful ways. So just to give you some examples of how they die, basically fish on fish farms are often simply taken out of the water in bulk and either gradually suffocate or are crushed to death in huge numbers. And there's a lot of research that shows that asphyxiation is one of the most high stress situations for fish to be in. So there are studies that try to, understand different indicators of stress among fish. Obviously, these aren't perfect studies by any means, and they do find that taking a fish out of water or letting it suffocate is one of the ways that induces the most stress and the most suffering in fish. But the important point is that there is technology that can actually solve this problem with some ease, which is to stun fish before their slaughter. Because if you engage in the large-scale stunning of fish before you harvest them, then the fish won't go through this stressful process even as they are slaughtered for their meat. However, as Lewis Bollard notes as per this slide, over 90% of fish globally are not stunned prior to slaughter, leaving them exposed to a lot of unnecessary pain in the process of slaughter. The second type of harm that animals in factory farms routinely go through is they undergo pain throughout their lives. And what you see in the picture is a picture of broiler chickens. That's chickens raised for their meat. And there are 16 billion broiler chickens alive at any point of time. And basically what happens is that broiler chickens are bred in ways that cause them to grow really fast so they can be slaughtered quickly, and to grow in ways that allow, for example, for their meat to become fatty for consumers. And what this means is that they have much worse lives. They're more likely to have broken limbs. They're more likely to not be able to fit in the spaces in which they are put. And there's the largest study on this subject at the University of Guelph used proxies to understand how much suffering this causes, and found that shifting to slow-growing varieties of broilers could relieve immense amounts of suffering. The third type of harm that animals in factory farms routinely go through is not being allowed access to their basic needs. And this picture is a picture of the battery cage system that Ishan mentioned earlier. So in general, across the world, broilers, chickens raised for meat, are not put in battery cages. The battery cage system is primarily for egg-laying hens, and 7 billion egg-laying hens are kept in battery cages globally. And basically what this means is they live 1 to 2 years of very confined lives where they are deprived of some of the basic behavioral needs that they have. For example, purchase, nesting boxes for eggs, having dust bathe in. And basically what battery cages are is they're a somewhat more efficient way to produce eggs in a systematic way. So in many cases, these animals' conditions are not really considered. So preliminary research suggests that some of the largest amounts of farmed animal suffering in the world happens in the egg production process. And this is a picture of basically battery caged eggs in Haryana. So what is the way out of this much immense suffering? I want to talk in this talk about 3 main paths that are currently being taken by animal advocates to try to reduce the suffering of animals, and go through some of the successes and failures in these cases. The first path that's often used, and basically the 3 paths are: first, trying to address this at the stage of consumption of animal products; second, trying to address this at the retail stage; and third, trying to address this at the production stage. So let's start by talking about the consumption stage. So the first strategy that you often see animal advocates employing is like vegan and vegetarian advocacy. So it's just advocating that people become vegetarian because vegetarianism is the way to save animals. To some extent, this is plausible, but the thing is, vegetarian advocacy is not as effective as a lot of animal advocates think. This is obviously because animal products in many cases are a part of people's culture or identity. And it's really hard for anyone, even a really empathetic person, to completely make the shift to vegetarianism. So in many cases, advocating veganism or vegetarianism makes animal advocacy sometimes seem annoying and distanced. But obviously in some cases it works. And broadly, my impression of the evidence on vegetarian and vegan advocacy is it's mixed. There's some short-term results. In the long term, a lot of people return to their original habits. And perhaps this is not the single most promising path to help animals, in my opinion, though obviously there's a lot of research left to be done. The second approach is reducitarianism. So reducitarianism is like halfway vegetarianism. It's just encouraging people to cut the consumption of animal products on some margins. For example, there's a program called Meatless Mondays that encourages people to not eat meat or animal products on Mondays alone. And some other interesting tips on a reducitarian front are, for example, you are cautioned to avoid wasting animal products so you don't unnecessarily consume them. Or you are told to avoid particular animal products that cause immense amounts of suffering. So as we discussed earlier, eggs, because the chickens that are used to produce eggs are raised in battery cages, are a uniquely suffering-intensive food. Even relative to most types of meat, eggs tend to be worse. So a lot of reducitarians advocate that people somewhat cut back on their consumption of eggs alone. And so reducitarianism is a more promising route than vegetarianism because it offers some scope for change without being overly demanding. But by far, in my opinion, the most promising path to change the consumption of animal products is alternative proteins. Alternative proteins is basically finding alternatives to meat to encourage people to go toward them. And there's broadly 2 types of alternatives that are often talked about. One of them is plant-based meat or plant-based proteins. You basically take plant proteins and turn them into meat substitutes. And these have been growing in recent times with organizations like Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat. So for example, in China, Beyond Meat had 5 new major partnerships in recent times. In the US, basically these alternative plant-based meat are sold at major joints like KFC and Burger King and Starbucks. But for plant-based meat to succeed, it needs to overcome 2 main problems. One of them is price parity. So the average price for like plant-based meat that's sold in US grocers meat department last year is twice the average price of ordinary beef and 4 times the average price of chicken. And so plant-based meats have a long way to go in terms of building up the scale and the investment necessary to reduce their price and make them more accessible. The other problem is finding an all-purpose solution because different plant-based meats are catered to particular uses. Like for example, plant-based beef for a burger versus plant-based beef for a steak. And that's different than the way normal meat is produced. And so that's another problem that plant-based meat has to overcome. The other commonly talked about alternative is cultured meat or cell-based meat. That's much more preliminary. Research is still ongoing. Basically, the theory of something like cell-based chicken would be you take chicken cells from a live chicken. Doesn't involve killing the chicken, just take a few cells from it and then put it in a growth medium, which allows those cells to multiply. And what that does is it allows you to basically produce in a lab or in a similar scientific environment to produce a meat culture, cultivated meat. And Singapore was the first country to approve the commercial sale of cultivated or cultured or cell-based meat last year. But there's some really serious constraints. The fact that the research is so preliminary means a lot of philanthropists and advocates think it's really hard to make it cost competitive, to actually lower the price on it meaningfully. And it's still in very much in early stages. The second place where animal advocates try to make a difference is in retail. And the primary approach that they use in retail are corporate outreach and corporate campaigns. So corporate outreach is when you, for example, try to negotiate with the retailer to improve their buying practices. For example, you go to McDonald's and you tell McDonald's like, we want to negotiate with you to convince you to buy eggs only from this good producer and not from this other bad producer, because McDonald's has to source its eggs from somewhere. And the other is corporate campaigns. And corporate campaigns are basically where how you get corporate outreach to work. Because if corporate outreach doesn't work, you get to organize an activist campaign against that company. For example, you lobby the group, you form petitions, you do social media campaigns. In many ways, it's just like old school activism. And there are some really good examples of successful corporate campaigns. For example, multiple companies have gone fur-free, i.e. they've stopped selling fur products due to corporate campaigns focused on fur. In recent times, there have been about 60 corporate pledges to eliminate crates for pregnant pigs that substantially hurt their mobility in the production process of pig meat. The most vibrant and popular example of the success of corporate campaigns is that in the last 10 years, advocates have secured pledges from 1,363 corporations across 77 countries to stop selling eggs from caged hens, to basically make hens cage-free. So this is a graph from Lewis Bollard at Open Philanthropy that shows that about 1.3 billion chickens have already been spared lives in cages due to corporate outreach and corporate campaigns convincing organizations like McDonald's, for example, to try to not buy eggs that were caged. Now, implementation is an important part of the fight of a corporate campaign, because the first step is you get a company to pledge towards something, but you needed to fulfill the pledge as well. For example, Marriott a while ago committed to cage-free eggs, i.e. exclusively selling cage-free eggs, but basically it didn't meet that commitment, and then it just stopped meeting that commitment, didn't meet its target, and it required a second wave of protests starting in 2015 to really get it and hold it accountable on its commitment. And now they've made a new and larger commitment in recent times. And as a result of these sustained campaigns, a lot of existing corporations, in order to improve their PR, have actually met their targets on securing cage-free eggs. The third place where animal advocates can make a difference is the production process. And there are 2 different ways that animal advocates make a difference in the production process. One of them is to directly work with producers. So on the slide is the book Grilled by Leah Garces, who is the head of Mercy for Animals. And Mercy for Animals has something called the Transformation Project. And what it does is it helps work with farmers to shift them into alternative industries, to make them not dependent on chicken farming, for example, and to move into the farming of crops or the farming of vegetables. And Leah Garces notes that there's a couple of principles to remember when working with animal producers. One of them is you have to have the willingness to work with people whom you see as your adversary. So a lot of animal advocates sometimes get confrontational with producers because they blame them for the conditions of the animals. But it's worth recognizing that a lot of producers have limited choice as well in their lives. For example, they're economically disadvantaged. But even if they don't, they're the ones with the power to make a difference. And hence it's important to be willing to negotiate with them and work with them. It's also important to find win-win solutions, especially in keeping local context in mind. For example, India has large communities of people like bushers and fishing communities, whom it's important to work with rather than just alienating them and causing backlash against your movement. You have to work with them and try to include them and integrate them into this process. The second route that you can take to work with producers or to have change on a production level is to regulate the producers. So if producers are not cooperating, you go to the state next and try to regulate the producers via the state. So a good example of this is that litigation brought by Indian activists, Indian animal welfare activists, caused the government to issue a bunch of new rules, including, for example, the Delhi High Court, which issued a moratorium on new battery cages, which, we also got the support of the Indian Law Commission for this. And organizations like People for Animals collaborate with the government for legislation to improve welfare, and advocacy groups push the government to make changes. But in India, the biggest problem is probably enforcement. So India has a lot of good laws on paper which try to protect animals, but they don't necessarily enforce those laws very well. So the Federation of Indian Animal Protection Organizations, for example, has a campaign called Stop Slaughter Cruelty, in which they expose how the slaughter industry violates existing laws to incentivize the government to fix them. There are obviously other barriers, but enforcement is the biggest one when you're trying to get legislative change. So those are the three types of routes of change that animal advocates have tried. Some of them have worked and some of them have been a bit less successful. But what can you do to participate in this movement that by and large has seen a lot of successes, especially through alternative proteins and corporate campaigns and directly working with producers? There are two things that I think you as an ordinary person can try to do to improve the lives of animals and ensure that animals are not mistreated as badly as they currently are. One of them is to donate, if you can, to some of the organizations working in this field. So Animal Charity Evaluators is an organization that tries to evaluate which charities are the most effective at helping animals. And its top recommendation, or one of its top recommendations, is the Humane League, which does some of these corporate campaigns with, for example, chickens to try to improve their conditions. Within India, their top recommendation is the Federation of Indian Animal Protection Organizations, which is a network of advocates trying to push for change, including the types of enforcement change that we talked about earlier. The second thing that you can do, including as a high school student, is try to volunteer with some of these changes. So one example of this is to join the Humane League's Fast Action Network, which is a group of online volunteers who help run their corporate campaigns. For example, one campaign they're running is to try to get Costco to source its chicken in better ways in order to improve their quality of life. Alternatively, you can go to the organization Animal Advocacy Careers' volunteering page, because what Animal Advocacy Careers does is it tries to match interested people with volunteering opportunities in the animal advocacy space to really make a difference. I really think, regardless of what your position on meat eating is, the way animals are raised for food production right now is really unethical, and we can even make small changes to the system that can really vastly improve the lives of the off-farmed animals. And that's the work I'm really optimistic about in the future. So that's all I have to say. Thanks so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks so much to SunbeamBhagwanpur, Ishan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Tejas. It was a delight to have you, especially for that last slide on what we as high schoolers can do. A couple of housekeeping points out of the way. It is no use to raise your hands. If you have a technical question, chat is there. If you have a question for the speakers, the Q&A is there. Unfortunately, we don't have time for a Q&A with Tejas, but we will probably have time for a Q&A with the next speaker. Disha, if you could unmute yourself, we could get a short tech check done.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
let's just wait for you to be spotlighted.
Okay.
Disha, do you plan to screen share?
Oh, no, I'm not screen sharing. Okay.
All right, perfect. Our next speaker then, Disha Ravi. And Disha, before I begin, can you stay until 11:20?
Yes, yeah, I can do 11:20.
All right, perfect. Our next speaker then, ladies and gentlemen, who are watching us on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook, is Disha Ravi. She will talk. Her talk is titled Sustainability for Everyone. Disha here is the co-founder of the climate change activism nonprofit Fridays for Future India, and has done a ton of grassroots work in Bengaluru, where she is located, and throughout India. She co-founded the India chapter of this organization, which is headed by Greta Thunberg. You probably know her from the news headlines earlier this year that a standard social justice communications document shared by Greta Thunberg on Twitter was alleged to be a toolkit of sedition and fomenting unrest in India. Her organization faced a ton of government suppression, but came out stronger than ever. This talk is about what her climate advocacy is all about. Disha, take it away.
Thank you, Shan. Sorry, I don't know why I'm muted. Okay, thank you, Shan, so much for the warm welcome. And I just wanted to talk about how sustainability is different for everyone. If you've seen the headlines this year, we've had an assortment of climate calamities on the menu. Our starters were floods in Bihar, West Bengal, and this was paired with cyclones in Maharashtra, Goa, Kerala, and the state I like to call my home, Karnataka. The main course were heat waves in Delhi, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and drought-like conditions in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Odisha, and for dessert, we had forest fires in Odisha and Uttarakhand. And I'm not saying all of this to cause panic amongst all of you. I'm saying this so that it serves as a reminder of what people have to face every single day. The climate crisis is not a dystopian novel anymore. It's a lived reality for millions of people. My own grandparents, who are farmers, have had to face the water crisis. There were nights when my grandmother would wake up in the middle of the night just to get water for the fields. My mother had to fetch water from a well every single day before she left for school. In short, they did not have access to basic necessity of water. My own house has been flooded several times because of heavy rains. However, there was a time, even knowing all of this, I did not realize the hardships of all of this and how they were related to the climate crisis. Because while my school taught me about the ozone layer and having holes, they did not teach me about how my life would soon be placed in jeopardy. When I finally connected the dots between the climate crisis and my personal life, I still only had access to a very, very whitewashed version of the issue at hand. I thought I needed to carry a tote bag and that I shouldn't be buying fast fashion and that I should eat more plant-based and that I should compost or that I should recycle. And I still do all of these things. But I got it from a blog called 10 Things You Can Do to Save the Planet. And I did do all of those things. I'm vegan, I compost, I recycle, I take the public transport, I don't buy clothes, I borrow, upcycle, thrift, or buy slow fashion. And my tote bags are actually very cute. But the air quality index did not get better. The floods and the forest fires continued to worsen. I didn't realize that there was more to the story than what I was, and that I was not doing enough. And this was until I learned that just 90% of the 90 companies are responsible of 2/3 of historical greenhouse gas emission. Did this mean that my recycling was for nothing? Definitely not. But it did mean that the 10 things alone would not save the planet and that I had more work to do. The climate crisis can't be solved by one person alone. This is when I stopped blaming myself and began to see the issue as beyond something caused by individuals. I was 19 then, and even if I used plastic, bought fast fashion, ate meat, I definitely did not own any gas pipelines. I swear, I checked. But I still found myself carrying the weight of flash floods and hurricanes on my shoulders. I was really restless to do something, and I didn't have the privilege to stay silent because every day I ignored the heat waves, the floods would rise, and the life situation for a lot of people, like my family, would get worse. That's when I found others on the internet who also wanted to do something. And this was the start of Fridays for Future India, also what we call as FF India. We were all very young, actually, like 18, 19-year-old somethings. And we did not know a thing about organizing, but we did care immensely. Our first climate strike was actually on 15th March in 2019. And we got so much of it wrong Our activism was whitewashed. We focused too much on who is greener, who's not greener, and we didn't have a lot of structural things in place, but we did it anyway. We expected like 15 people to show up, and all of these 15 people would be our loved ones that we had invited personally, but almost 150 people showed up. And that's when we knew that we got some things right. And since then, ours has been a journey of unlearning. Unlearning social conditioning of naming and shaming individuals, and unlearning everything we knew about environmentalism as it had been dictated to us by white people, which luckily wasn't a lot thanks to the public school system that taught us so little about it. All we knew was that we couldn't stop at refusing the straw, and we wanted FF India to be a place where people could go beyond that. I learned that although I wasn't one of the directors of the climate crisis, directors also debuted like The Ocean on Fire earlier this year. Please go watch it, look it up if you haven't read about it. But even without my role in the climate crisis, I realized that I had a responsibility to fix this. I strongly don't believe that one person or a small group of people can fix all of this, but a collective group of people can. And that's what we did at FFF. We stopped shaming people for participating in a system that we are all forced to participate in. Existing right now is hard enough at the moment, and we're all trying to get by. Bashing each other for merely existing was not going to get us anywhere. I do appreciate if you recycle, if you compost, if you buy slow fashion, or if you do any one of the things on the 10 things to save the planet. But it is completely okay if you don't, because low-income groups can't always afford slow fashion because it is expensive, because fisherfolk, indigenous people can't go vegan because their livelihoods depend on it. And a lot of times your recycling still ends up in landfills because of how bad the waste management system is. What is sustainable for me isn't necessarily sustainable for you. We live in different vortexes of the same world, and the same rules simply don't apply. And that is partially the beauty of the climate movement. The 10 things to save the planet is often designed for medium income group people, and it excludes indigenous people or people with disabilities and low income group people who already live the most sustainable lifestyles possible. It also excludes some of the most important people in the climate conversations, and they're the fossil fuel executives. And the most sustainable thing they can do is to leave oil in the ground. Sustainability isn't and will not be a concept exclusive to one particular group of people. To quote one of my dear friends, Aisha, climate justice is not just for the rich and white, it's for absolutely everyone. Because climate and environmental justice is not about individual action, it's about collective action. To me, it's about fighting to save each other and all of humanity. And I get that these are huge words, but we're simply fighting for each other. Our ask is quite simple. We want to be able to lead lives where we don't wait in fear that our houses will be flooded each time it rains too much. We want food on our place. We want our land back from mining corporates. We want our rivers clean, and we want our oceans to not rise as much. We also just want to be able to hold our friends close and grow old with our loved ones. And this is the most simple dream anyone can have, because regardless of what we have been told, we deserve this. These things were given to us for free by the earth. The 10 things to save the planet demands to be rewritten. Environmentalism is not about guilt tripping the ordinary citizen. Fossil fuel industry and governments spend billions of dollars to convince us that we are the reason for the climate crisis. This started from the time British Petroleum, or BP, popularized the term carbon footprint to shift their blame to us, and we took the bait. While we were busy comparing purity cards, Big Oil drilled another mine in another part of the world. Our contribution to solving the climate crisis needs to go beyond eating plant-based. We need to consciously work together, and we need to work against the people responsible for the land grabbing and against the people who are responsible for landslides. To be an environmentalist is very simple. To be an environmentalist means to ask questions, such as, where are my clothes made? Will expanding the road actually decrease the traffic? Will smoke towers improve air quality? Do dams actually benefit people? And is my government's green policies as green as they claim to be, or are they just gaslighting us? You don't need to be drinking from paper straws or living a zero waste lifestyle to be an environmentalist. The climate and environmental movement needs everyone, and it has the space for all of us. You're always welcome. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much, Deepa. Fortunately, we have time for a Q&A now. I will start with the first questions that have come up in the Q&A chat in Zoom. There's a lag between Zoom and the live stream. So so people who are watching us live will find out 20 seconds after your talk ends that it has ended. So the first question, what according to you is the biggest environmental threat today? Asked by Vedika Mishra. And tying into that, how can we help? How far can technology help save the earth from disasters?
Okay, so I'll start off with the first part of the question. I think the biggest threat to the climate crisis is the lack of action by governmental people. It's just the fact that they don't care about the crisis, because if they did, it would be front page news. It isn't. And we often learn about it in vacuum, which shouldn't be the case. And it's just the fact that a lot of us are ignorant about the crisis, and it's not really our fault because we weren't taught a lot of these things. And apathy is the biggest threat to climate crisis. And what can technology do? I think this is an interesting question, because a lot of people rely on technology to solve the climate crisis. And a lot of the technology that is often promised to solve the climate crisis doesn't even exist as of yet. So we are making blind promises and putting our future in the hands of technology that may potentially not even come up. So while I believe that technology will play an important role, I don't think blindly putting our faith in it is going to get us anywhere.
Right. And to pick up on the first part of your answer, why do you think there's this kind of apathy among the people? Why do you think people aren't aware that their world may end, that the oceans may boil in the next 50 years, despite this being such a huge problem?
I think one of the reasons is just because they profit from the world ending, like you said, if I may borrow your words. And just the fact that, they're going to make billions today from exploiting resources that the earth has to offer, so much so that they have forgotten about what will come in the future. A lot of them I have spoken to, and they genuinely believe that they'll be able to come up with technology that will help them. Or like Jeff Bezos, they just genuinely believe they'll go to space and live there. Or they think that we will adapt to an environment that is to come, but it's going to come in a very short span of time. And they predict we have like a lot of time, but we really don't. The IPCC report has repeatedly told us that we will reach 1.5 degree. I don't want to go into climate jargon, but 1.5 degrees is like the degrees of an oven. So even a fraction of a degree makes a huge difference. And if we reach 1.5 degrees, if we stay below 1.5, it's good for us. But if we reach 2 degrees, it's really, really terrible, because everything we know right now, everything I just stated at the beginning, is going to get 100 times worse. Heat waves, floods, hurricanes, all of it are just going to get way worse than it is now. And we are going to be the most impacted, because as India, we live geographically in an area that is more prone to the climate crisis than the rest of the world.
Yeah, in fact, not just India, all of Southeast Asia, Bangladesh itself could drown in the next 50 years. To tie into your point about climate advocacy, do you think the degrowth movement is doing a good job? So for those of us who are watching this live, the degrowth movement is just a philosophy that the growth in GDP and growth in climate sustainability cannot exist at the same time. You have to compromise on one of them. So what are your thoughts on this philosophy?
I think a lot of people think environmentalists don't want development, and that's not true. We do want development, and we get that. India is a developing country, and we need infrastructure to some extent. But what we often ignore is when we're doing these infrastructural projects, they don't necessarily do what they're meant to do, and they're not environmentally sustainable. Example, we were really big on dams, and we have built so many dams in India. I think we have over 2,000 dams, just small dams at this point. And there have been a staggering number of environmental studies that show that dams have a negative impact, and they don't actually, divert water, and they drain up a lot of the resources, like which is water essentially, but also just the resources used to build a dam. So we're building a lot of infrastructural projects without considering the environmental impact. I'm in Bangalore, and one of the main issues we always face is the fact that we're always expanding roads in the hope that it will decrease traffic. But scientifically, it's been shown that expansion of roads don't always decrease traffic. If anything, it encourages more people to travel in their own personal vehicles, thus increasing traffic. So when we're making infrastructural projects, it's really important to consider the environmental impact it's going to have, and to consider if it's actually going to help and do the intended work that it is going to do. And we do want infrastructural projects as long as they're sustainable and they make scientific sense to have.
Right. So right now, this call has a lot of principals, a lot of people who are involved in decision making for their schools. So what kinds of environmental sustainability action can our schools take in the future while constructing buildings, say, or installing facilities?
I think schools, I don't know how much of an environmental education all of you have, but I think just the fact that if climate studies could be an important topic on the syllabus with the latest science, instead of having what we've been studying for the longest time, which aren't necessarily updated things, that would be huge, because honestly, the more people know about the issue, the more action they can take. But in terms of infrastructural projects, I think it's just great to have like a waste management system in schools and colleges, because it's super important to understand where our waste goes, and also just switch out to more sustainable alternatives. I don't know if you have like lunches there, but if you do, I think it would be great to just switch to more sustainable options, and that would differ based on how you guys eat. But even just plates would be great, but a waste management system would absolutely be brilliant.
Yeah, and to take your point about lunches, our schools don't serve lunches, but they could definitely nudge students to take lunches that are sustainable in nature. I have an interesting question from the chat at Zoom from Aisha Arya, which is that, from where did you get the inspiration of becoming a climate activist?
So I did mention some of this in my talk, but my grandparents are actually farmers, and they had to face a lot of the water crisis themselves. And when I was young, my grandmother would go and fetch water at odd hours of the night, because she had to go in the middle of the night. And then I heard stories about how my mother had to go, carry water from a well, and before she left for school. And all of this was really what made me want to ensure that they never had to go through that again. So that's really the motivation that came for me to become a climate activist.
Right. And there's another interesting question by Yadav Singh, who's just from class 7. And his question has kind of an interesting duality here, which is, what his question literally is, what kind of pollution bothers you most on a day-to-day basis? But I would like to add a point here. What kind of pollution is not so subtle, but is even more important probably than what we see on a day-to-day basis? What are your thoughts on this?
So I personally think that the water pollution isn't as seen, mainly because a lot of the water we get runs through underground, and we don't necessarily see it, but most of us have some sort of filters at home. And there was a point in life when this wasn't needed. And right now it's become so normalized because we're filtering water for protein, minerals, and water, not protein, minerals. But a lot of people just don't have access to clean drinking water. And it's especially scary because there is a pandemic going on, and imagine not having access to clean water. So there's also the intersection of how the climate crisis plays into other, harmful practices that can take place. So I think the water crisis doesn't get and the water pollution in general doesn't get the attention it needs. Surprisingly, air pollution does. I'm not quite sure how, because it's harder for us to see air, but I think smog is fairly visible. Right. But I've noticed that a lot of people don't talk about water pollution, even though like almost a majority of the country is impacted by it.
Right. Two last questions now. So you have done a lot of grassroots advocacy work, and we have a lot of high school students who are watching this, and they're super interested in climate change. This is the woke generation, so to speak, and they're super interested in doing all of these kinds of advocacy. So what have you learned from all of your work that you've done? What kinds of strategies are effective in convincing people to take action about this, to become aware about this?
I think it's always important to listen to what the other person has to say, because a lot of times we approach it in an aggressive manner, which may not necessarily be the best way forward. So just as a strategic point, it's always just to stay mindful and listen to what the other person is saying so that you can improvise on what your action is going to be. And another thing is just to be able to communicate with people. In activism or just generally in life, if you want to get something done, it's always better when you do it collectively versus as an individual. There's also just so much people power that comes out, which I personally love. So it's always better to have allies on your side, even if you don't necessarily agree with how best to do it. I think one of the interesting things about the environmental movement is we all want the same end goal, but we don't necessarily agree on the methods to do it. But it's always beneficial for all of us to stick together and work our way through it. So because the collective power is always way more than an individual.
Yeah. Last question for you, Disha. We have 2 minutes until we break for tea. What is the expansion plan for Fridays for Future India? For example, when can we see a Varanasi chapter?
We have a Varanasi chapter.
My bad.
No, our problem isn't expansion. Our problem is that we're growing too fast. Like, we checked our sign-up form and we had like 1,500 people who wanted to sign up, and we have no idea how to onboard 1,500 people. And this is just for the India chapter. We don't even know how many people are volunteering for local chapters. So honestly, we're just trying to make space for everyone, because there is space for everyone, and coordinate between so many people. I feel like we've come to a stage where I don't know everyone in the movement, and it makes me feel really bad because there was a time when I did know everyone. But we've just grown so big, which is both an advantage and disadvantage in its own. But I'm very happy to be working with the people I am, because they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get 1,000 more signups after this TEDx talk from Varanasi alone.
I really hope so.
Yeah, so everybody who's watching this, go look up Fridays for Future India Varanasi chapter and sign up for it. Do advocacy work for this. Disha, it was lovely having you here. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have a short break now, just 10 minutes. We'll play something in the background. You can go stretch your limbs, have a cup of tea, have some refreshments, recharge, and we'll be back for another session, an hour-long session of TEDx Talks. Thank you very much, everyone. See you again in 10 minutes.
Do you know we have sent 20 kgs of mangoes to our Bua's house? 20 kgs. Imagine you're gorging on this yellow-green succulent aromatic delight. A juicy sweet taste. Something that always leaves you asking for more. Something whose first sight will make you fall in love and you would want more, some more. That's what the mango does to you.
Summer and mangoes are one and the same thing in India, and more so in Varanasi.
See, I have brought mangoes for you.
Wow!
If you're talking about mangoes and Varanasi, then it has to be the Langra, who is a native to the land of ghats and the land of pujaris.
Langra, the name intrigues me a lot. Why do we call it the Langra? I mean, how can a fruit be lame?
Well, the story behind the funny name is that there was a lame man somewhere in the villages of Varanasi near Jaunpur. He was lame and was called Langra by his friends and peers. He was fond of growing fruit trees, and he was the first one to sow the seed and cultivate this amazing fruit.
Now this mango that did not turn yellow on ripening was named Langra from the name of its cultivator.
Seems interesting. The distinct taste, the aroma, the authentic taste that lingers on your palate and your memory long after you eat it is the great Langra.
The Langra, they say, ripen only after the first showers of the April rain, and it continues to track the Banarsis till late July.
Langra has to be the most important addition of the savory basket that is sent to the married girls as a summer gift from their mother's family.
Langra has made its place in one of the most wanted fruit in India and abroad.
Langra is sent to many countries around the world, and so our dear lame mango is a stakeholder in our economy too.
Many Bollywood stars including Deepika Padukone, Kailash Kher and Akshay Kumar have very openly shared their love for the Langra.
So, tell me now, are you not already wishing for the Langra?
So why wait?
Pack up your bags and come down to Varanasi.
क्योंकि
काशी कबहू न छोड़िए विश्वनाथ का धाम, मरने पर गंगा मिले जियते लंगड़ा आम.
What will happen in 2030 when we will not have a single drop of water left? We have to do something about this. We then took our problem to our class teacher and ma'am promised to help us. We all sat together in a Q-city and discussed our problems, and we got wonderful solutions. Some of the ideas were: turn off the tap while brushing, use buckets instead of shower while bathing. We have also started some of the practices in our school. We use sanitizer for our hands. We always fill our bottle to half levels. But we have to also spread the message to others. Let's save our future. We need to act now. Water is the second most important element after air for the survival of life. But beware, soon we
wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kids. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding and bring it right here. Good tidings we bring to you and your kids. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring it right here. Good tidings we bring to you and your kids. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We all like a figgy pudding. We all like a figgy pudding. We all like a figgy pudding with all its good cheer. Good tidings we bring to you and your kids. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Pratima ma'am, could you please confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, you are, Ishan.
All right, perfect. Welcome back, everybody, from that short break. We have our next speaker, Nafsani, ready to give a TEDx talk. However, before we start, we would like to have a short chat with the dignitaries, and then we can go ahead with the TEDx talk proper. Again, if you have any questions to ask of Nafsani, and if we have time at the end, we will ask those questions definitely. So put those up on the Q&A in the Zoom, and also put those up on the live discussion on YouTube. Now we'll have a short discussion with you, but let me first give your intro. Our next speaker is this super interesting person that you see before you, and his shtick here is that 70% of the people around the world don't have access to electric washing machines. Laundry for us is an afterthought. We put our clothes in an electric washing machine and go ahead with our daily routine. But for them, it's hours of useless effort. Our next speaker has a surprisingly elegant solution for this problem that he will demonstrate to all of you. Now, Sani is a big-hearted Sardarji who's joining us from London. He's a very talented engineer, the selfless guy who left a cushy job as an engineer to start his non-profit organization, the Washing Machine Project, which is based in England. But he's motivated by a story of personal loss and grieving, of separation from what he called his motherland. We will hear his story soon. But first, I will hand it over to Pratima ma'am to please go ahead with our pre-talk plenary session.
Thank you, Ishan. And hi, Nav, and great to see you here. Welcome to Varanasi virtually. I'm going to claim that you are in Varanasi because, if you are this close, then you're, of course, with us, not just in mind, body, but definitely in spirit also. So I was reading your little brief, which Ishan has provided to all of us. I have a couple of questions about it. But before that, let me introduce you to our director, Mrs. Bharti Madhok. Bharti ma'am, that's Nafsani for you. And we also have with us Mrs. Amrita Burman, the Deputy Director of the Sunbeam Group. And the chairman of the Sunbeam Group, Mr. Deepak Madhur, would also be joining us shortly because I just met him a couple of minutes back during the break. So he said he would be joining in shortly. So now my question to you is engineering, and then working in a lot of companies such as Dyson and Jaguar Land Rover and so on and so forth. Why do you now do the kind of work you do? What propels you to do what you do? Like, of course, you're going to talk about the washing machine project, but that's not the only thing that you are doing, isn't it? There are other concerns that you take up in the cause of charity, in the cause of upliftment of humanity as such. What prompts you to do that?
Wow, that's a really deep question, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the introduction, Ishan and Pratima Gupta. Thank you, and yeah, really appreciate the warm welcome that I've received from SunbeamBhagwanpur. I think engineers have the power to help and hinder the planet for the future, and it's up to us to create the solutions that will really solve some of the problems that we are facing in the world today. For me personally, I think it is preposterous that there are £100,000 cars or the rupee equivalent on the streets today, and a large majority of the world have to walk more than half an hour to 45 minutes to collect water, to then bring it back, to then hand wash their clothes. And for me, we're not equal until the whole world is equal. And me as an engineer, I want to play my part.
Okay, we are not equal until our work is equal. And as an engineer, you want to play your part. So what is this about life-saving cooking stoves in rural India? What appeals to you about adversity? I mean, it's almost as if you go looking for adversity so that propel an innovation within you.
I mean, yeah, I'll talk about it in my talk, but briefly, when you're growing up and you see hardship around you, you want to help people when you see hardship. So I spot things, and as an engineer, you want to try and solve the problem straight away. And obviously, you can't, but it's always ticking in your mind. And the cooking stoves was when I quit my job at the global technology company that you mentioned, to then move to South India to make clean and efficient cook stoves. One of the biggest problems is people have to use wood to cook their food, which is really abstract because we use gas and electricity, and we don't have to forage for wood to collect our food, but 50% of the world do. And this burden disproportionately is placed on women. And so that's a real soft, sore point for me because of my mum, who single-handedly brought us up as kids here in the UK.
Okay. Well, that's one proud mom, I must say, after so many years, because she inspired you. Now we have been joined by Mr. Deepak Madhur, chairman of the Sunbeam Group. So we have Navsani with us. Sir is also a man of science, and we are talking to an altruistic engineer today, sir. Your thoughts about him?
A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sani, and it's such a pleasure to see a person who has translated his education, his adversity into action. Because most of us, we read and we talk and we speak, but to change it into action, especially in the Indian context, that is something which we have to teach our children, because our children should be able to change challenges into opportunities. So when every challenge presents a unique opportunity, when you must have seen the washing machines, when you must have seen the clothes being washed, because this helps the environment as well. You see in Varanasi, which is Kashi, the city of light, you see countless people used to wash their clothes on the banks of the river. With your project, with your thinking, probably that can be to some extent have a much more larger and deeper effect on the cleaning of the Ganga and of the many rivers of India. So it's a very, very important thought, and as innovative as it can be. My congratulations to you, my warm welcome to you, and I wish, I hope, I dream my children learn from you. All the best to you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Amrita ma'am, you are someone who has been pushing the cause of STEM in schools. When you meet someone like Nausani, who is using all his education in science to make lives better, what kind of thoughts does he put in your mind? Anything that you would like to share about teaching science, educating children in science in schools, and then giving them a career like this, perhaps?
Right, thanks. So hi, Nav, I think it's a great thought. I've also been reading about you, and as an educator, I think what really touched me was the problems and the solutions that you were looking for. We come from a region where children are actually only talking about becoming engineers. Most of our children sitting in our classrooms have a dream of becoming engineers, but the purpose of becoming an engineer is, the usual, getting into a corporate job, doing something which you can just be a money spinner. But I think when we're talking about liberal sciences and we're talking about a multidisciplinary approach, then when STEM and the STEAM actually get, you marry the two. I think what's very important is, and I'm going to take this from your life story and speak to my children about, is empathy. It's not only what I know, it's about understanding the problem of someone else and making a difference in their life. I want to take this story of yours to the children in the classroom, because it's not enough to do what you are doing today or what you've learned. It's what you make out of what you know to make a difference in other people's life. I really want to say hats off to you, because you could have been sitting as you were in any corporate, and you could be riding a Mercedes for all I know today. But I think you gave it all up to make a difference. So I think empathy inside you is what I bow to. Thank you so much for making a difference in people's lives.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now that was my way of showcasing the Sunbeam spirit to you. This is what makes us do what we do. Over to you now, Ishan, because the viewers and everyone is waiting eagerly to hear Nausani in person. Thank you.
Again, now we'll be happy to take your questions, attendees. I'd request everyone who's a panelist to mute themselves. Now, on with your TEDx talk.
Thank you, and what a warm welcome. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. I will start by sharing my screen. I'm assuming you can see this.
Yes, it's visible.
Perfect. Okay, so today I want to tell you a story about this lady on the screen here, and how she inspired me to distribute 8,500 washing machines in 10 countries around the world. Her name is Divya, and Divya is a 30-something stay-at-home mum living in rural South India, and I met her when I was on placement in Kulapalayam, just south of Chennai. Now, Divya spoke perfect English, the only lady on the street that spoke English, and my Tamil was rubbish, so we became instant friends. Divya wanted to work, but didn't have the time because she spent her days cooking and cleaning and foraging for wood and hand washing clothes and childbearing. And this was such a lost opportunity for Divya. And so I'm going to tell you how she and people like her inspired me to make and create a manual washing machine for people who hand wash clothes. But let's take it right back to where it all started. This is a 3-year-old Nav in London, born and brought up here. And I was a very curious child. My father was an aerospace engineer, and he would take me to air shows, and I'd be obsessed with how these massive objects would fly in the sky. And I would come home, I'd be really inspired. I'd take out the toolbox from the cupboard and I would break everything in my sight. I'd take apart everything. And that really used to anger my mum because I'd never know how to put them back together again. And so I grew up in London and I studied in London as well. And here is my mum, an incredible lady who moved to the UK around 40 years ago with only £5 in her pockets. My father, unfortunately, passed away when I was 8 years old. So I was single-handedly raised by this incredible woman. And so I knew from a very young age the power of women in the household and the impact that they can have on people's lives. My mum was educated as an economist, so she could use her skills to provide for her family. And she did so, even when my father passed away. But I knew that the hardship of the partition through my mother's family and my father's family was prevalent. You know, these people during the partition lost everything over 70 years ago. In a day, they had to up and leave with the belongings on their back. And this is what's inspired me throughout my life: women empowerment and displacement. So what happened next? I had a very well-paid job here in the UK. I was working in research in a global technology company. And I was fed up of making products for rich people. I was there for 4 years, and every bit of good engineering that I was doing was making a very expensive product for a middle-class person who has everything in the world. So I decided to quit my job and move here, Kulapalayam. This was the street that I lived on for the year. There, I was making clean and efficient cook stoves for people who use solid fuel. And as you can see on this street, really humble surroundings. Open sewers, open defecation, no lighting, and limited resource. And here were the cook stoves that we used to make. And I realized very early on that this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. We used to have an idea on Monday, we'd prototype that idea on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, our idea would be in the field, ready to be tested by people using our stoves. We made thousands and thousands of cook stoves in South India, fuel efficient, emissions efficient cook stoves at a low cost. And this was the most important thing for me: happy end users, happy consumers that we empowered, and their lives were empowered because of the stoves that we used to create. This lady's husband passed away 6 months prior to this picture was taken. She no longer could afford gas to cook her food, so she had to forage for wood and spend hours a day doing so. And this cook stove that we used to make meant that she'd spend less time on collecting wood and more time earning money. But when I was living in India on this street in Kulapalayam, I noticed that there was so many problems around me. And as an engineer, you look all around you and there's so many things happening. And this is what I saw: open defecation, open sewers, lack of sanitation, dirt, frequent blackouts. This is Divya and her 7-year-old son, Sugama. I was walking past her house one day. Sugama had an exam the next day, no electricity, no lights, and they were studying underneath darkness. And the light that you see on the screen there is the light on the flashlight on my phone. That simple LED light meant that Sugama could do well in his exam the next day. Can you imagine what doing well at school for Sugama means? It means that he could go on to get a good job, provide for his family. And that's cyclical. And it all starts with light. I saw Divya and Divya's mums and Divya's friends on my street collecting wood to cook their food, hours and hours a day, back-breaking work on this one activity. And water anxiety was rife. Water would only be switched on for half an hour at 6 in the morning, and I'd always miss the water turning on point because it would always be asleep. But this akka, meaning sister in Tamil, next door to me, would rush out and collect all the water she could in all the buckets and pans and pots that she could. Could you imagine if she didn't have to do that? Could you imagine if she could go to work and not worry about water? And I wanted to share this picture. And this is Divya and her family. And you can see here the back-breaking work of hand-washing clothes. Divya used to spend 20 hours a week on her hands and knees using cold water. And it was at this very point that I saw this and I said, I want to make you a manual washing machine. I want to improve this activity for you. Her eyes lit up. She started smiling and she said, Nav, I'd love it. Please create this for me. And so, armed with that promise, we started the washing machine project. And we registered in 2018 here in the UK. And we make manual washing machines that save time, water, and effort for the Divyas around the world. We've traveled far and wide, 12 countries and counting. We've interviewed 1,500 families. And we know that this burden of hand washing clothes is disproportionately placed on women. And this is really unfair. Women don't need to do this. And they use more than 40 liters per wash cycle in places where water is such a precious and scarce resource. We know that they spend up to 20 hours a week in lakes, rivers, and streams, causing back pain, joint pain, and skin irritation using cold water. Imagine that. And they do this all over the world. Divya is not alone. Over 70% of the world's population live like this. But we're here to create solutions. And this was our first solution. And later in the talk, I'm going to show you a demonstration of our third solution behind me. This is a Divya washing machine. It's a manual crank handle washing machine with a large drum capacity and a low water consumption. It has off-the-shelf components, so if something breaks, it can be fixed remotely. And it's light and durable. And it cleans effectively. And we distributed these in refugee camps in Mosul, in Iraq, for people who have been affected by the conflict in Syria. These are large female-led families who've lost everything and just deserve dignity. And here's what the feedback of our machines have said. It's a good machine, it's stress-free, it's nice, it's innovative. But there's things that we need to overcome, barriers that we need to overcome. For example, my husband still wants me to wash by hand. I want to sit down whilst using this, and the material choice as well. And we take this, and as engineers, we iterate and iterate and iterate. And here we are, all around the world, conducting interviews and distributions. In the Philippines, people are excited to reduce the pain every time they wash clothes. In Papua New Guinea, women of different families would usually go to rivers and springs as a group together. In Cameroon, people hand wash clothes 6 days a week, 8 hours a day to earn money as a livelihood, as young as 7 years old, I've seen. And here in the Philippines, you can see the action, the posture, the pain, the water source, the time. This is the problem that we're trying to overcome. Meanwhile, other people around the world conduct washing at a click of a button. And here in Somalia, look at the posture, look at the water source. Meanwhile, people wash at a click of a button. And here you can see in Lebanon, this lady, 6 months pregnant, lost everything, a captive of ISIS. And again, people clicking a button and their hand washing, their clothes are sorted. This final picture, I've seen people defecate in this closed lake, wash their bodies, wash themselves, and wash their clothes. And this needs to change. And we're part of the solution. So I wanted to take a small interlude and show you how we're developing future washing machines, hand crank washing machines, drum and drum technology. You sit down whilst using it, multiple modes of interaction for people with disability. So behind me, you can see Divya 1.5. And in a couple of hours' time, I'm actually flying to Iraq to distribute 30 of these washing machines. And you can see here, it's a large drum capacity, 5 kgs. And you take off the lid. You can see here, you can put clothes in like this. Clothes in, detergent in, water in. And this is the gearbox. You close the machine. And then you spin. And you spin like this. You crank the machine. And with a few spins, your washing is done. Like this. And when you put clothes in, you save 75% of time and 50% of water compared to hand washing clothes. And what do you do with that time? Well, you get books, you get education, you spend time on empowering yourself. And that's what matters most. And so I wanted to share with you our plans. It's very important that young people realize the power of their impact. I'm really passionate about young people going into universities, graduating, and realizing that they have the world in their hands. We go into schools all around the world to talk to them about the importance of creating solutions for Divya. So please keep Divya and Divya's friends in your minds. We've been featured in some of the largest news outlets around the world. But this is the most important person, Divya. She's very embarrassed, but also very proud of all that she's inspired. And we're here to create impact. So by 2023, we're distributing 7,500 washing machines, saving millions of liters of water, giving back Divya and her families around the world 750 hours a year, and positively impacting 100,000 people. So please, can you help make impact to go from this to this and to this? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nav. I'll take just one question from YouTube and Facebook because I haven't done that all day. We have a question from Daniel Fry, who has joined us from the UK. And his question is, let me read it out to you. Well, right. How do you think the engineering curriculum in schools and colleges should be changed so as to inspire future engineers to take up these social issues? If you could give a 1 or 2 minute answer, and then we could move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a really good question. Really appreciate that question from Daniel Fry. engineering education is really important for the future of the planet. And to link practical examples with academic rigor. It's important that academics connect with practitioners that would help inspire students. It's all well and good studying theory, but you need to put that in practice. And you need current, real life, real world examples. For me personally, when I graduated, all I wanted to do was join the next best graduate program at the top engineering company. I had no clue about cook stoves and washing machines. How sad is that? That all I wanted to do was make £500 vacuum cleaners for rich middle class people around the world. When we have this power to make solutions that benefit people and planets. And so my deepest fear is that the next generation of engineers and non-engineers will graduate thinking that that's the only option available to them. And so it's really important for engineering education to show and highlight that there's other options available to people coming out of university.
Right. Now, you probably don't realize how far your words go on here, because where you're speaking, Varanasi, is this hub of engineering students, of STEM students in India. And they'll go on to become the best engineers in India. Sunbeam has this habit of producing JEE toppers. So your words will really go really far here. Thank you so much, Nav, for joining us.
Come and work for the washing machine project. We'd love to have you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nav.
Thank you.
Right. Our next speaker for today is Rahul Bagga. Rahul Bagga is a person from Bollywood with a twist. He is an actor and producer. He's best known for his work on Ludo, which came out recently, and Powder, which came out in 2010. So far, so good. But he's also a certified mushroom grower. He came from a theater background. While we were conversing, he told me that he has done a lot of communist work. He has acted in a whole lot of plays. He came to Bollywood with a mission to master the craft of acting. But what did he discover instead? This is what we'll discover in Rahul Bagga's talk. But first, I would like to invite Pratima ma'am again for a short chat with the dignitaries, and then we can blast right ahead.
Thank you, Ishan, and welcome, Rahul, to Varanasi. And welcome to this virtual meet with all of us and, of course, the world and all the young minds who are so excited to hear you today and to listen to your thoughts today. Before we go any further, let me introduce you to our board members. We have Mrs. Bharti Madhok with us, who's the director of the Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions. We also have with us Mr. Harsh Madhok, who is the Honorary Director of the Sunbeam Group. Ma'am and Harsh, when I was talking to Rahul, he had this amazing sentence that he came up with. हमने उनसे पूछा कि आप किस चीज के बारे में बात करेंगे in your talk, and Rahul goes, I'm going to talk about the economics of being an actor. And I was like, come again, economics and actor, but I thought actors were rolling in money. Unki economic problem सिर्फ यही होती कि इस पैसे को कहाँ रखें. So why do you want to tell us about the economics of an actor's life? And he had these wonderful insights about the journey of an actor towards success and all the milestones in between, which he will be sharing with us. Rahul, Sunbeam has had a passion for pursuing drama and theater, because our director ma'am always feels that children, when they attend drama classes and when they do theater, even the most introverted child learns to express. And she has from time to time been, calling resource people to our schools and doing theater workshops for us and things like that. So Sunbeam really is there for the cause of theater and drama and acting. We've also been joined by Mrs. Amrita Barman Rahul. She is the Deputy Director of the Sunbeam Group. Like I was sharing with everyone today, ma'am, Rahul is going to talk to us about the economics of being an actor and why it is important to be financially savvy, and why should one also have a plan B. I mean, more about that later. thoughts in your mind, Rahul, as you speak to people from Varanasi? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप सबसे? You have to unmute yourself, Rahul.
Now, can you hear me?
You're audible now. You're audible now, Rahul.
Super. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think it is a great opportunity for me to be part of this talk, TEDxYouth @SunbeamBhagwanpur. It's a great honor for me because I think I'm still like finding my own way, my own journey, my own learnings. It's been almost now 22 years in this field. So yeah, like I can understand there must be a lot of questions from the students, the kind of good work the school is doing, getting the students to participate in theater. I'm pretty sure like in the sense, शायद मेरी जर्नी के कुछ अंश जो शायद मैं शेयर करूँगा वो आई थिंक स्टूडेंट्स के लिए हेल्पफुल होंगे. एक्चुअली आप बताइए आप मतलब कैसे ये शुरू करना चाहेंगे? व्हाट शुड आई स्टार्ट विद?
जैसे कि हमारी बात हुई थी, आपका जो टेड टॉक है वो तो खैर शुरुआत होगा उसकी, आपकी जो इनिशियल फोरेज थे एक्टिंग में, जब आपने काफी सारा कम्युनिटी थिएटर किया था, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ, दैट विल बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द टॉक. बट दिस इज जस्ट some informal talk and some questions which some of the board members might be having. So I thought that we must talk as and discuss with you since you are from the acting field.
Rahul ji, if I can butt in. Yes, this cine word, films or acting, it sounds like a very glamorous thing. It's like everyone wants to be there, because when people see Salman Khan's and Amitabh Bachchan's, and now with Netflix, you see whether it is ads, either it is cricket players or it is cinema stars. So grass always looks greener on the other end. But yes, we have a lot of talent here in Varanasi, and many students, they want to take that as their journey. So we would want you to give them right kind of advice, and what skills do the children need to be there in that world?
एक्चुअली आपने बिल्कुल सही तरीके से पॉइंट आउट किया है कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो हैं वो बहुत खुल गई हैं बिकॉज ऑफ द डिजिटल वर्ल्ड. पैसा कमाने की और लग्जूरियस लाइफ जीने की जो एक इच्छा होती है, एवरीबडी एस्पायर्स टू हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ लाइफ, like a good car, good house, a lot of attention, female attention for the boys, male attention for the girls, like there are so many elements which get attached to a profession which is cinema. But I think उसका stepping stone जो है वो जानना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये दुनिया भी ऐसी है जितनी like in the sense आपको ग्लैमरस दिखती है, क्योंकि इस ग्लैमर जब हम बोलते हैं तो वो एक कहीं ना कहीं फिजिकलिटी से अटैच कर देते हैं हम उस चीज को, और एज वी नो फिजिकलिटी डजंट रिमेन्स. एक टाइम ऐसा आता है कि आपके चेहरे पे रिंकल्स भी आ जाएंगे, एक टाइम ऐसा आएगा कि आपके बाल सफेद भी हो जाएंगे, और फिर आप डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जा सकते हैं, आपको उसी के साथ एक्टिंग करनी है, उसी के साथ अभिनय करना है जो एक्चुअली आपका सोल है. सो उसके लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आपको आपका स्टेपिंग स्टोन क्या होना चाहिए, वो जिसको हम नींव बोलेंगे, तो वो नींव जो है मुझे लगता है वो आपकी ट्रेनिंग होती है. और जब मैंने ये फील्ड ज्वाइन करी थी तो मुझे भी इसके बारे में ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग कुछ नहीं पता था, लेकिन मुझे उस नींव के बारे में पता चला थिएटर के थ्रू. और वो नींव है रिकंस्ट्रक्शन of your persona. You have to reconstruct your persona, and you have to be so you have to have that sense of taking so much, like in the sense inside you, whatever is coming outside, whatever you can see outside, you have to imbibe that in your persona. So whenever you get an opportunity to play like any character, और आज की डेट में अगर आप देखें तो यूपी, बिहार, पंजाब, राजस्थान, गुजरात, ये सारा जो है ये हिंदी बेल्ट है, और अलग अलग तरह की कहानियां, अगर मैं सिनेमा की बात करूं, क्योंकि थिएटर में तो पैसे कमाए नहीं जा सकते हैं, बहुत मुश्किल है वहां पे, उसी के बारे में मैं बात भी करूंगा। लेकिन हाँ, अगर सिनेमा को मैं अगर मानूं कि जहां पर हर बच्चा जाना चाहता है, तो उसके लिए ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है कि उसको इन सारे रीजन्स के बारे में, इन सारे कल्चर्स के बारे में, इनकी अपब्रिंगिंग के बारे में, मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि उसको कोई पीएचडी करनी है, बट डेफिनेटली ही और शी नीड्स टू बी अवेयर कि वहां पे डायलेक्ट कैसे बोला जाता है, वहां के रिचुअल्स क्या हैं, वहां के कल्चरल अपब्रिंगिंग के जो छोटे छोटे नुआंसेस हैं वो क्या हैं। प्रोफेशन वाइज, अब अगर आपको कोई आप एक पुलिस वाला प्ले कर रहे हैं, इफ यू आर प्लेइंग अ बिजनेसमैन, these days web series are being made on coders, so everybody doesn't comes from that background. तो आपको हर चीज के बारे में नॉलेज होना बहुत जरूरी है, तो
Thank
उसके
you,
लिए
Rahul. I would want to interject at this point of time, since your time slot has technically begun by the TEDx schedule. We will get back to these questions if you have time after your talk. Thank you so much for taking that question for us. Over to you, Ishan, and Rahul, then you will be on. Thank you so much, all the board members.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've already heard all there was to hear about Rahul. Rahul, if you could start right away.
Yes, sure. Hi, my name is Rahul Bagga, and thank you for TEDxYouth @SunbeamBhagwanpur to invite me to have this great session with the youth who probably will be listening to me about my journey. So I will just start with my journey. मैं एक दिल्ली का लड़का हूँ, पैदा हुआ, एक कहानी सी सुनाता हूँ मैं आपको अपने बारे में, शायद आई थिंक उसमें से आपको कुछ इनटेक्स मिलेंगे ले जाने के लिए। तो मेरी पैदाइश एक बहुत ही एक सिंपल से परिवार में हुई, मिडिल क्लास पंजाबी बैकग्राउंड दिल्ली में, जहाँ मैंने कहीं ना कहीं अपना बचपन जो था वो एक ऐसे एटमॉस्फेयर में जिया जहाँ पर मैंने देखा कि पैसे को बहुत महत्व दिया जाता था। देयर वाज लॉट ऑफ लाइक इन द सेंस व्हेन वी यूज्ड टू गो टू द स्कूल, वो बोलते हैं ना कि इसकी कमीज मेरी कमीज से सफेद कैसे, तो वो कंपटीशन की भावना या वो लाइक इन द सेंस एक कंपैरिजन की भावना जो होती है, वो कहीं ना कहीं एक इंडियन सोसाइटी में एक बच्चे के अंदर बचपन से आ जाती है। तो मेरी जो अपब्रिंगिंग थी वो बहुत ही उस तरह की थी जहाँ पे मैं बहुत ही शाय, बहुत ही इंट्रोवर्ट, जो सिर्फ क्लास के बाहर, खिड़की के बाहर वो जो चिड़ियों को देखते रहते हैं बच्चे, मैं उन बच्चों में से था। तो मेरा कोई सपना नहीं था। द ओनली थिंग विच आई वाज गुड वाज इन मैथमेटिक्स। तो ट्वेल्थ आ गई, उसके बाद जो है वो एक आपका बहुत ही, इट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टाइम पीरियड इन योर लाइफ व्हेन यू हैव टू डिसाइड व्हाट नेक्स्ट आफ्टर स्कूल, व्हाट यू हैव टू डू। एंड बैक देन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 1999, जो ऑप्शंस थे एकेडमिक्स के वो बहुत ही लिमिटेड होते थे उस टाइम पे। तब तक कंप्यूटर और मोबाइल फोन्स इतने आए नहीं थे। तो मेरे लिए एक बहुत ही नेचुरल जो प्रोग्रेशन था वो चार्टेड अकाउंटेंसी की तरफ था, क्योंकि मैं मैथमेटिक्स में अच्छा था। और वो एज यूजुअल जो आपके घर वाले आपको करवाना चाहते हैं, हर बच्चा जो है उसे डिफाई करना चाहता है, तो मैं भी उन्हीं बच्चों में से था। तो मुझे भी डिफाइंस का बहुत शौक था। तो दो चीजें जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थी उस टाइम दिमाग में, वो थी कन्वीनियंस और लग्जरी। ये दो चीजें जो थी ये चाहिए थी कि एक तो लाइफ में कन्वीनियंस हो, कोई अब किताबें विताबें जो हैं पढ़ाई लिखाई करने की जरूरत ना पड़े, और लग्जरी में कोई कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए, बढ़िया गाड़ी होनी चाहिए, बढ़िया घर होना चाहिए, एक अच्छी सी गर्लफ्रेंड होनी चाहिए, एक बढ़िया सा सोशल सर्कल होना चाहिए। सो वो सारी चीजें दिमाग में बस घूमती रहती थी कि इसको कैसे अचीव करना है, इसको कैसे अचीव करना है। And then one day, all of a sudden, life took turn. Introvert person like me who had never ever participated in any school dramatics or public speaking program. आज जब मैं यहाँ पर बात करता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि क्या मैं वही राहुल हूँ जो स्कूल में था। तो वहां से जब जर्नी को मैं जब पीछे देखता हूँ तो मुझे समझ में आता है कि शायद कहीं ना कहीं इस फील्ड में आने का जो मुझे बेनिफिट हुआ वो बहुत जरूरी है कि अब मैं इसलिए शेयर करूं। So convenience and luxury was the topmost priority for me at that time. And one day life took turn, and one of my friend took to a fake modeling agency, who basically robbed me of somewhere around 10-15,000 for a portfolio, which was a rubbish, like a portfolio they did for me. Now I can say it. और उसमें भी जो इंटरेस्ट था, ये था कि किसी तरीके से घर वालों से 20-25 हजार रुपए मिल जाएं, क्योंकि स्कूल के बाद वो जो कॉलेज का जो 3-4 महीने का जो एग्जाइल पीरियड होता है, जिसमें आप डिसाइड कर रहे होते हैं, उसमें आपको ये था कि अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े मिल जाएंगे, अच्छे जूते मिल जाएंगे, और आपको फ्लॉन्ट करने में मजा आएगा। तो मॉडलिंग या पोर्टफोलियो कराने का भी रीजन यही था। जब वो करा लिया तो 2-3 महीने बाद जो है पंजाबी मिडिल क्लास बैकग्राउंड में दिल्ली में पले बड़े एक लड़के के लिए पूरी फैमिली में ये बात फैल गई थी, जिसको आज तक उन्होंने कभी किसी फंक्शन में डांस करते हुए नहीं देखा था, या फ्लैम्बॉयंट तरीके से कोई डायलॉग मारते हुए नहीं देखा था। उनके लिए बहुत सरप्राइजिंग था कि ये राहुल जो है ये एक्टिंग में जाना चाहता है। तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने सवाल पूछने शुरू कर दिए कि भाई क्या मतलब तुम एक्टिंग करोगे? करते करते जो है one day I got to know that there is something called theater. So that was the first time ever in my life, after getting passed out from Delhi Public School Noida, जो कि एक ठीक ठाक सा स्कूल था, अभी भी है, मुझे पहली बार जिंदगी में पता चला कि अच्छा थिएटर भी कोई चीज होती है, जो कि एक स्टेपिंग स्टोन हो सकता है आपका, जहां आप एक तरीके की ट्रेनिंग करेंगे। जैसे बच्चे ग्रेजुएशन करते हैं, वैसे ही आप थिएटर करिए, और थिएटर से अपने स्किल्स को सुधार के देन आप बॉम्बे जाइए और वहां जाके जो है पैसे कमाइए। सो कमिंग बैक टू पैसे, तो हमेशा से पॉइंट यही था कि कन्वीनियंस की लाइफ होनी चाहिए और लग्जरी की लाइफ होनी चाहिए। तो मुझे लगा ये बढ़िया है, लेट्स बेसिकली एनरोल माई सेल्फ इनटू एनी थिएटर ग्रुप। वहां से कुछ 6-8 महीने 9 महीने जो है कोई कोर्स करेंगे, एंड देन स्ट्रेट टू बॉम्बे, एंड देन फिर उसके बाद शाहरुख खान, देन दैट लाइफ इज वेटिंग फॉर यू इन बॉम्बे। बट व्हेन आई जॉइंड थिएटर, आई डिड कपल ऑफ लाइक amateurish प्लेज आउटसाइड। वो प्लेज करने के बाद उसमें मुझे लीड रोल मिल गया है। महेश एलकुंचवार जी का एक प्ले था होली करके, दैट वाज इन अ वे माय फर्स्ट प्ले। बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग प्लॉट है उसका। इट इज अबाउट किस तरीके से बच्चे जो हैं रैगिंग वगैरह करते हैं, और कैसे रैगिंग का असर जो है वो कई बार बच्चों के दिमाग पे असर करता है, एंड वन ऑफ द बॉय कमिट सुसाइड। सो वो प्ले जब मैंने किया एंड आई प्लेड दैट बॉय, मुझे लगा यार like there was a sense of freedom, and there was sense of a different kind of knowledge I attained and confidence, the place I want to be. और वो करने के बाद मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि 3 महीने बीत गए थे। ये 3 प्लेज मैंने एमेच्योर प्लेज जो है एनएसडी नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा के लॉन्स में मैंने कर लिया था, क्योंकि नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा में यू कैन ओनली एनरोल योरसेल्फ after graduation, and there are certain other things also, like you need to have done some specific number of plays, you need to have worked with a specific number of directors. So that was not a choice for me after 12th. So why I'm telling this information is so that like the students from some Sunbeam, if they are trying to get into theater or they want to get into NSD, so little bit of information probably might help them, that can be only done after graduation. सो मेरे लिए भी वो चॉइस नहीं था, सो आई गॉट इनटू एमेच्योर थिएटर। वहां से फिर दिल्ली में एक ग्रुप के बारे में पता चला, एक्ट 1 आर्ट ग्रुप, विच वाज रन बाय मिस्टर एन.के. शर्मा, जिनके फाउंडर मेंबर्स जो थे वो मनोज वाजपेयी, आशीष विद्यार्थी, सुजीत सरकार, इम्तियाज अली, पीयूष मिश्रा, स्वानंद किरकिरे, all these people were associated to that group. So I thought that these names are very interesting names. I think this is the place I want to go in. Because कहीं एक सेंस डेवलप हो गया था कि अगर डॉक्टरी करने में अगर 3 साल लगते हैं, अगर इंजीनियर बनने में 3 साल लगते हैं या 4 साल लगते हैं, लॉ करने में अगर 3-4 साल लगते हैं, तो एक एक्टर जो है वो 3 प्ले करके 3 महीने में कैसे बन सकता है एक्टर? So I don't know why that sense was there in me, and I enrolled in that group. और उस ग्रुप में जाने के बाद, to be very honest, my life turned totally upside down. Because over there, my mentor, Mr. N.K. Sharma, उनके साथ जब काम किया तो समझ में आया, acting is not about any antiques. It is not about any gimmicks. It is not about your physical appearance. It is about reconstruction of you as a human being. All the good qualities of a human being have to be instilled in you. Then only probably you can have a career in acting, a long career. See, acting ऐसी चीज नहीं है कि आपने like in the sense 5 साल या 10 साल जो है, जब तक आपका चेहरा अच्छा दिखता है करी, और उसके बाद then what, you know. So in Bombay, I have seen a lot of my contemporaries and a lot of my seniors who probably get lost because of these things. कि जब एक बार वो जो यूथनेस या वो जो चेहरे का नूर है, जब वो चला जाता है तो फिर समझ में नहीं आता है कि क्या करना है. You should always focus for a range. You should have a range as an actor. और वो रेंज आपके पास तभी आएगी जब आपके मन में कंपैशन होगा. You will become a good human being. So Mr. N.K. Sharma के साथ 8 साल, then I got associated. I worked over there for 8 years. जहाँ पर मुझे पता चला कि एक्टिंग सिर्फ, जैसा कि मैंने बोला, डायलॉग्स डिलीवर करना नहीं है और डांस करना नहीं है. It is more about international affairs. It is more about moral values. It is about sensitivity. It is more about relating to nature. It is more about giving respect to your culture, your parents, your family members. In whole soul, it was a different kind of an education for me. जो कि मैं स्कूल से तो नहीं ले पाया था, वहां जाके मुझे वो मिली. तो जो जिस चीज से शुरू हुए थे, कन्वीनियंस और लग्जरी से, वो कहीं दिमाग में से निकल ही गई. और इस दौरान जो है, घर वाले भी जो थे, वो 1 साल उन्होंने देखा, 2 साल उनको लगा चलो ठीक है, ही इज जस्ट हैविंग फन, 2 साल बाद समझ में आ जाएगा, देन ही विल कम बैक, बिकॉज देयर वाज नो मनी इन्वॉल्व्ड इन इट. बट 3 साल, 4 साल, 5 साल, जब 5-6 साल हो गए तो उनको समझ में आ गया, नाउ ही इज इनटू इट. And somehow, like in the sense, they also knew what kind of a serious work we were doing, whether it was anti-imperialistic plays, anti-capitalistic plays, no war, saying, like in the sense, peace should be prevalent in the world. Those kind of things, those kind of vocabulary started to getting in my life. तो वो चेंज आई थिंक पेरेंट्स ने देखा और उनको कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि नहीं, दिस इज, ही इज एमिंग फॉर समथिंग एल्स नाउ. और वो करने के बाद 8 साल बाद मैं लग्जरी की तलाश में, पैसे कमाने की तलाश में, आई केम टू बॉम्बे इन 2007. यहाँ पर आकर एक और नया झटका लगा, जहाँ पर फिर से ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कब तक अब घर वालों से पैसे मंगाए जाएंगे. ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल होता है. आई थिंक बच्चों के दिमाग में जितनी जल्दी आ जाए उतना अच्छा है. आई थिंक द काइंड ऑफ वर्ल्ड वी आर लिविंग इन एंड व्हाट वी हैव गॉन थ्रू पिछले 2 साल में, आई थिंक बहुत सारे बच्चों ने रियलाइज किया होगा, अपने पेरेंट्स को घर पे देखा होगा, अपने आसपास. एंड आई एम स्पेसिफिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट मिडिल क्लास पीपल, because I think our India's population primarily consists of those kind of structured families where either the male member and the female member both are working and they are trying to give the best to their child. तो वो एक ऐसी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है, जब हम 12th में होते हैं या फर्स्ट ईयर में होते हैं, वो हमें रियलाइज नहीं होता कि वो लोग हमारे लिए क्या कर रहे हैं. हमें लगता है हाँ, सिर्फ पैसे ही तो दे रहे हैं. But when I shifted to Bombay at the age of 27, 28, I was already too late. मतलब 27, 28 में एक्टर्स जो होते हैं वो स्टार बन चुके होते हैं. बट मैं थिएटर से अपनी ट्रेनिंग लेके 27, 28 एज में 2007 में वहां पहुंचा और ये रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि यार अब कब तक घर वालों से पैसे मंगाए जाएंगे। तो इकोनॉमिक्स ने फिर से एक जो है मैं बोलूंगा डंक मारा और रियलाइजेशन कराया कि ठीक है, ओके फाइन, आई कैन टेक money from my family to start a new journey in Bombay, but till how long? So मैंने पहले साल में I remember I took 66,000 rupees from my family and took a one room in Yari Road, Warsaw, जहाँ पे मैं शिफ्ट हुआ और वहाँ से मैंने अपनी जर्नी शुरू की। I was blessed because I already had done theater for almost 8 years, so training part was there intact. फिर एक आपकी नई जर्नी शुरू होती है बम्बई में, क्योंकि वहां पर लोगों को नहीं फर्क पड़ता है कि आपने कितना थिएटर किया है, आपकी किस तरह की एजुकेशन है थिएटर में, आप किस तरह की कहानियों में आपका विश्वास है, किस तरह के कैरेक्टर्स करने में आपका विश्वास है। तो फिर से आपको वो ट्रस्ट जो है वो जीतना पड़ता है। तो धीरे धीरे करते करते आई वाज ब्लेस्ड, आई स्टार्टेड ऑफ क्वाइट वेल। Auditions are the only way. I will underline it because the people who want to get into this profession should never ever think कि इधर से जुगाड़ हो जाएगा या उधर से जुगाड़ हो जाएगा. I think it is very important to understand this profession that there are at least 10,000 youngsters who come to Bombay every month to pursue their dream to get into this glamorous field. So trust me, brothers and sisters, there's a lot of competition. And when I am saying competition, I am not trying to instill some negative thought. It is a very positive thought. Competition is a very good word. But as we know, sometimes it leads you towards negative connotation of insecurity, getting jealous of other person's success. And trust me, the society will force you to get into those kind of connotations. So you have to be very beware. You have to be beware of the kind of people whom you hang out once you basically shift to Bombay. I was lucky enough because my training was very hard. Army training bolte the usko, Act 1 की training को. So actually I was missing that training and I started working, got some ads, got my first break with Yash Raj, called a show called Powder. Then I did a film called Love Shafte Chicken Khurana. Again, it was Anurag Kashyap Productions, Sameer Sharma, the director. Then I worked with Mr. Vinod Kapri, who's a renowned name in the news, electronic news. तो उनके साथ एक फिल्म करने का मौका मिला। ऐसे करते 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 जर्नी जो थी वो चलती जा रही थी। बट वो होता है ना, एक आप एक मार्क हिट करते हैं, वो कहीं नहीं हो पा रहा था। उसके बारे में जब सोचना शुरू किया तो पता चला कि what I got in Delhi was a mentor, was a teacher, was a guru who showed me a path on which I was easily able to move, on which I was easily able to find myself. But in Bombay, brother, like in the sense, it's very tough to find those people because over there, everybody is running for money, glamour, competition. He's doing that, she's doing that. We should go to that gym. We should have that kind of a diet. We should hang around with those kind of people. We should do late night parties. You know, like all those things will attract you. But over there, the discipline as an actor, it seems like ये राहुल कौन से words बोल रहा है, मतलब इनका acting से क्या लेना देना. But trust me, after 22 years, this is what I have realized. Because what happened after achieving all of these things, whenever I felt empty as an actor, because acting takes a lot. Sometimes you are doing certain scenes where you draw references from your personal life. आपने सुना होगा बहुत सारे एक्टर्स के मुंह से कि जब मैं ये वाला सीन कर रहा था तो आई रिमेम्बर्ड माई फादर्स डेथ, जब मैं ये वाला सीन कर रहा था तो आई रिमेम्बर्ड माई ब्रेकअप, जब मैं ये वाला सीन कर रहा था तो आई रिमेम्बर्ड अ गाय डाइंग ऑन द रोड. So we draw such painful experiences to portray real emotions in front of the camera. So it is emotionally, a journey of an actor is very draining. Am I gaining something by putting myself into that kind of a torture? Is it worth it? The kind of people you get to work with, because everybody doesn't get that freedom of working with the best of the directors and the best of the production houses. Trust me, we need to have another session to tell you what kind of wrong people I got in Bombay and what were the wrong experiences which taught me. But the time is limited. I can't go into those details. बहुत ही मजेदार कहानी है. बनारस में भी मैंने 1 महीना शूट किया है, तो बनारस से एक अलग सा लगाव है. तो दैट्स व्हाई जब सनबीम भगवानपुर का ये ऑफर आया तो आई थॉट के यार आई हैव टू गिव, बिकॉज जब कोविड हुआ सो आई वेंट इनटू दैट इंटरनल इंस्पेक्शन कि मैं कहाँ से शुरू किया और कहाँ पहुंचा. मैं आज भी अपने आप से रोज ये सवाल पूछता हूं, व्हाई आई वांट टू बी एन एक्टर. I want to say this. There are a lot of our seniors who have said in past कि अगर मैं एक्टर नहीं होता तो मैं कुछ नहीं होता. I defy this line of theirs because I think वो मीडिया ने उसको कैसे दिखाया या उन्होंने अपनी पब्लिसिटी के लिए ये लाइन यूज करी. But I think on a social platform there are certain crosses. Because when I say this line कि अगर मैं एक्टर नहीं होता और कुछ नहीं होता, तो अभी आपके माध्यम से through your medium I am interacting with, I'm probably, I don't know, I would be interacting with million of youngsters. तो मेरी ये एक social responsibility बनती है कि मैं ऐसी frivolous lines ना बोलूं, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक एक्टर, एक आर्टिस्ट कुछ भी बन सकता है. Because we educate ourselves as actors into so many different kind of things. मैं डॉक्टरी के बारे में भी पढ़ता हूँ, मैं स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में भी पढ़ता हूँ. And there is a quotation I would like to use. I think it is Picasso. He said, artist is not a different kind of person. Every person is a different kind of artist. It is such a beautiful thing and it is such a deep thing. हम कोई कमाल नहीं है, एक्टर कोई कमाल नहीं होता. हम कोई ऐसा काम नहीं कर रहे हैं इस देश में, क्योंकि अगर ऐसा काम कर रहे होते तो हम नॉन एसेंशियल्स भी नहीं आते. And that is also a reality which we faced during Corona. Artist community, actor community, they don't exist. They are non-essentials. And I must share another fact with you. There are a lot of seniors, a lot of contemporaries I know who work one day in a year, जिसको हम बम्बई की भाषा में बोलते हैं per day. और कई बार वो per day जो होता है वो 2000 से 10,000. और अगर आप स्टार बन जाएंगे तो मैं उसकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज वो एक स्टारी वर्ल्ड है. बट कुछ एक्टर्स के लिए वो पर डे जो होता है वो उनका 6 महीने का, साल का खर्चा होता है. That's where the economics again hit me. And I was like, what am I doing? It's been since 2007 I was in Bombay. 8 साल थिएटर किया. दिल्ली में जो है मतलब इतना कर लिया कि दिल्ली में ये छप गया कि one of the best actors on Delhi theater scene is राहुल बग्गा. उसके बाद आप आते हैं और आपको जो है फिर से वही ट्रस्ट गेन करना है, फिर से वो सारी चीजें करनी है. आई एम नॉट कंप्लेनिंग, I'm ready with my own arms and ammunition. It's just that, like, in the sense, आपको फिर से वो सारी चीजें करनी पड़ती हैं. और 2020 में 13 साल 14 साल बंबई में रहने के बाद आपको फिर ये रियलाइज होता है आप तो नॉन एसेंशियल हैं. That's where I got into mushroom farming, because मुझे लगा कि मैं अपना समय जो है मैं वो वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता. आई फील अगर मैं एक्टर हूं तो मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूं. मैं उस लाइन को नहीं मानता कि मैं एक्टर नहीं होता तो मैं कुछ नहीं होता. मेरा इसका रिवर्स मानना है, बिकॉज आई फील आफ्टर कोरोना देयर इज हाई टाइम वी चेंज द वोकैबुलरी. जब मुझे ये रियलाइजेशन हुई, आई started studying about agriculture. I did a diploma course in mushroom farming, because then I went into agriculture. I understood that because of the nature, how the climate is playing a big role. कहीं पे भी इतनी सारी बारिश हो रही है, we are witnessing. जमीनी खेती करना आने वाले समय में बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है. So from there, as I told you, because I am an actor, so I like research and development. I like to read. I like to consume the right content on internet. वो जब मैंने किया, मैं उत्तराखंड शिफ्ट हुआ. मैंने वहां जब वहां के फार्मर्स के साथ काम किया, ट्रस्ट मी, उसने मुझे इतना सेटिस्फैक्शन दिया. मैंने वहां की लाइफ समझी. मैंने फिर से अपने ग्लास को जो है वो रिफिल किया और एक नया राहुल को ढूंढ के मैंने वहां पे काम करना शुरू किया.
Thank you, Rahul. And on that note, I know you had asked me that if you could do a Q&A session. I have a lot
Absolutely.
of coming your way, but we are going to take them up tomorrow because our next speaker has already joined us in the room. And I want to place on record my heartfelt gratitude to you for sparing us so much of your valuable time. और वादा रहा आपकी बॉलीवुड की जो जर्नी का एक दूसरा पहलू है, उसके लिए हम आपको जरूर दोबारा बुलाएंगे और आपसे रूबरू होंगे उन सारे मुद्दों पे बॉलीवुड के जो आज आप हमारे साथ शेयर नहीं कर पाए. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ishan.
Thank you very much again, Rahul. I see that the chat and YouTube and Facebook is filled with, wow, this is totally a new perspective for acting for all of us. And I say this for all of the Sunbeam family, that we couldn't be more grateful for having you here. Thank you very much, Rahul. We have a lot of new people joining in. So a little bit about the logistics. Q&A is for when you have a question for the speaker. Chat is for when you have a question for the technical team. And you don't have to raise your hand. Either of those options would suffice for whatever query you have. Rahul, it would be great if you could, Rahul and all of the panelists, it would be great if you could mute yourself. Rahul, it would be lovely if you stay back and watch some of our talks, but you are free to go now. Thank you so much, Rahul, again, for your time.
Surely, thank you.
Our next guest is Dr. Divya Jetli. Dr. Divya Jetli dons many hats. She's a TV anchor, a public speaking coach who has received recognition from Harvard and Wharton, a Miss India finalist, and a brand strategy consultant for organizations from around the world. Truly a woman of substance. We're delighted to host you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ishan. I hope my audio and video is clear for everybody who's joining in.
Yes, it is perfect. Delighted to have you, ma'am. We'll have a 5-minute chat with our dignitaries before we begin, and then we'll blast right into your TEDx talk.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, to take over.
Hi, Divya.
Hi, Pratima. Pleasure to meet you again.
Same here, same here. And I would just want to, I wanted to actually introduce you to our board members, the director and chairman of the group, but unfortunately, I feel they have been called away. So, Ishan, what I suggest, okay, great. Amrita ma'am is here. Divya, we have Mrs. Amrita Burman, the Deputy Director of the Sunbeam Group. Ma'am, Dr. Divya Jetli is a corporate trainer, a motivational speaker, Miss India finalist, and above all, an extremely warm and a genuine person. And I thought that the Sunbeam board members should meet her because, we keep on asking for so many resource people to come to us. And I had already should be with us, should be talking to our teachers, should be talking to our students at the Women's College and the students in schools also. Divya Amrita ma'am is at the helm of the Sunbeam Group's content management. Ma'am is very much into the pedagogy of education, besides, of course, looking after all the Sunbeam schools. And we also have been joined by Mrs. Bharti Madhuk, the director of the group. Ma'am and Amrita ma'am, both of you, Dr. Divya Jaitley, any questions, any thoughts, any sharings?
So, hi Divya, it's a pleasure. Knowing you, and the fact that you've been a finalist in Miss India, I think is something that really, for all women, it's like you look at a person with awe. But as an educationist and somebody who's also running the colleges for women, the Sunbeam has 2 of them. So I think this is something that is really strikes a chord with young girls. What would you like to give to these young girls as a message? Because we come from a belt which is a very Hindi belt, and forget the language. We come from the UP Bihar region, where even today, possibly going into any kind of a beauty pageant would not be looked up with a lot of people would say, this is not the kind of stuff you should do. Dekho, padhai karo aur uske baad mein jao, join a corporate, etc. But I know personally that the beauty pageants have come a long way, because it's not about the beauty that you don on your face. It's the inner smartness that actually talks. So for all the women there aspiring to be like you, what would you tell them? What are the skills that they should be building over the years to become a Divya Jaitley of tomorrow?
Firstly, allow me to thank you, Amrita, because, in your question, you weaved in so many compliments for me, and you've already made my day. So thanks to you for making me feel so special. I will definitely agree with you that, especially in our North Indian culture, let me say, it is very difficult to break biases. And very often I get asked this question from ramp to boardroom kind of a scenario, because people have so many prejudices about the glamour industry, beauty pageant. So all the young women who are watching me right now, I would welcome you with open arms to this industry, which is called the glamour, media, and entertainment. But here's what I would advise you, which is what my mother taught me, that don't look at it as a shortcut to success. The purpose and objective of why you want to be in a certain industry has to be very clear. And always remember that it is not beauty. Today, I see so many youngsters, Amrita, who want to be Instagram followers and influencers, and all they are focusing on is the outward beauty. But trust me too, if you want to sustain your career, if you want to be there for the long haul, you have to have substance within yourself, which comes with content. And Amrita, you're heading content for institutions, so you can well understand that that's what adds to your persona and charm. And secondly, please, you can be educated and yet be in the media industry. And I think I have combined this. So until I did my PhD, everybody used to see that Miss India title was preceding me. And there were many business leaders and C-suite members who would frown upon that. Oh my God, what would she have to offer as a business consultant? But I'm happy that I've been able to break that myth, and I'm driving this change in the psyche of the corporate landscape in India. And I hope by the time these young girls decide to enter this forum, it would be ready for them with a glamour and a media and an entertainment background. So quickly, 3 summaries out of my answer for what Amrita asked me, that if you want to be a part of the media and glamour industry, please choose it, but secure your education as well. Does that mean you'll have to work twice as hard? Absolutely, and I did the same. Secondly, make sure that you're joining this industry for the right cause and not for a shortcut to success. And thirdly, believe in content more than your outward beauty.
Lovely. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita. I look forward to meeting you.
And you will, believe me, you will. We are going to ask you to come over to Banaras as soon as possible. So, well, we also have with us our claim to fame on the ramp walk. We have with us Mr. Harsh Vadok, the Honorary Director of the Sunbeam Group. And Harsh himself has been a contestant at the Glad Rags Manhunt, and he has even won the Mr. Smile, you know. So,
Wow.
Yeah. And
Hi, Harsh. It's a pleasure to meet somebody in the education industry coming from, our common fraternity.
Yes, and nice to meet you, Divya ji. Very nice to see you here.
Likewise. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ishan, how are we doing for time? Are we on?
We have about 3 minutes yet, ma'am.
Okay.
And we'll be able to do a Q&A after.
If Bharti ma'am could come in for a quick hello to Divya, and then we start her talk.
Hi, Divya. Hi,
Hi,
Divya.
Bharti.
I think you have some, like, whatever we are going to listen and from you. And I just took few, lines from what you said. The most important thing, content. Content is the most important thing, and have that clarity of mind. And I'm so happy to see that you are a beauty with brains, because when George Bernard Shaw said that, yeah, either beauty or brains, but I think you are proving him wrong. You have got both beauty and brains. So all the best to you, and welcome to Sunbeam. And one day we would like to see you in Varanasi in person.
I will be very happy to do that. And as I can see from you that you are elegance personified, and thank you for highlighting the importance of content. It would be a pleasure and honor to meet you in person.
Sure. All the best.
Thank you.
All right, Ishan, thank you so much, Divya, for this little tete-a-tete with all the board members. I am now going to hand you over to Ishan and to all those viewers who have been waiting eagerly to hear you.
Thank you very much, Pratima ma'am. Thank you to the board of directors for that lovely discussion. This primed us really well for Divya ma'am's talk, which is how winners communicate. She will address the importance of public speaking. A note to our attendees: I have not been able to keep my promise of doing a Q&A after every talk. However, I can assure you that your questions will be taken this time. So keep the questions coming on YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom Q&A. We'll curate the best of them and ask them. Divya ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to share insights on how winners communicate. A topic which couldn't have been more appropriate than the scenario of current times, where interpersonal communication has been severely affected due to the various safety and protective measures of social distancing, face masks, and virtual environment. While these are essential to mitigate efforts against the COVID-19 virus, they indeed pose various challenges due to muffled sounds, covered facial expressions, and lack of body language support that ease comprehension. Research has shown that 55% of our communication is supported by body language, and in the absence of which, our entire reliability is on 38% tonality and only 7% contribution of our vocabulary or words. Hence, imbibing knowledge on how we can communicate to win has become critical and vital in both professional and personal lives. Before I move ahead with my thoughts, let's dispel a few myths around who does a winner look like, or how does a winner look like? In my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, a winner is not a child attaining first rank every time. A winner does not mean being the richest business tycoon in the country. And certainly a winner is not represented with the fame of Hollywood or Bollywood movies. In actual sense, a winner is always the best version of oneself consistently. Someone who is able to touch upon as many lives of others with a positive impact. A person who influences and motivates fellow beings to be resilient enough amidst all odds. A solution-driven mindset who is ready to extend a helping hand to those who need and deserve it. And we are definitely seeing many of those kind of winners at today's TEDx talk. 2 decades of my experience has taught me that winning communication is 20% of what you know, another 20% of how you feel about what you know, and remaining 60% of how you make others feel by sharing what you know. Robert Frost once said, "Half of the world is composed of people who have something to say and can't, and the other half who have nothing to say and keep on saying it." I'm reminded of my experience of hosting Athens Olympics 2004 for a national television channel in our country, where I lacked expression in that high pressure studio environment. And it took nearly a decade for me to improve my multi-dimensional communication process, thereby being recognized as the winning face of Rio Olympics 2016 on Star Sports India. These experiential learning insights, my dear friends, from my life have added immense advantage to my trainees and mentees, who have in turn optimized their communication to win business pitches and impact their bottom line. My success is the biggest testimony of the sparkling adornment of the power of communication that has been cultivated over time with conscious efforts and diligence. This gregariousness has been met by creating a bridge between our thought processes and leveraging the innate desire to harness a streak of winning conversations across sectors. And if I can do it, so can you. I grew up in a military environment with academic principles, where the need to communicate effectively was embedded in my cognitive bearings. Providing clarity, direction, and building trust were the focus areas at that time. And keeping quiet obediently was the keen order of the day. The same values have pivoted today to enable increasing engagement, managing expectations, and resolving problems by way of empowering communication. While personally, we can't escape communicating with our loved ones, professionally, not all communication is made equal. We've all sat through a boring, lengthy meeting with the thought that this would have been sent in an email. Different delivery methods should be chosen depending on the type of information being conveyed. This can enhance or detract from how it is received. I've always believed that an effective communicator will develop different tools and skill sets to match the type of communication needed. For example, leaders often deliver one-way communication to their teams via emails. However, serious conversations such as layoffs, salary changes, etc., are more appropriate in person than sending an email regarding the matter. To win means to be victorious. That is being marked by a favorable outcome. These outcomes can be achieved easily with some simple habits and complex communication strategies. Allow me to share a few. Firstly, listen with empathy and try to understand the feelings, thoughts, and beliefs of another person. Accepting others' emotions and sharing a benefit of doubt helps us see things from others' perspective, thereby accepting what you hear instead of trying to solve their problem or fix their problem. Secondly, speak up without hesitation. We need to remember that communication begins with you. Take responsibility of initiating a proactive communication. Do not wait and expect another person to do so. And definitely don't hide behind the online tools which are available today. My dear friends, I'd like to lay stress on the fact that over-communication is never a bad thing and often avoids any sort of misunderstandings which written messages create, especially in challenging times such as today. Thirdly, prepare and plan for what you're going to say. Think before you speak and take your time to process your thoughts before sharing them. I did the same for this meeting too. If the conversation or meeting is worth your precious time, take a few minutes to prepare the speech draft and practice with a trusted colleague or a friend. And lastly, as you formulate a speech strategy, be emotionally ready to accept different answers. This will ensure a balanced approach where you will be able to transition from disagreements in a positive way. Disagreements are going to happen. And one of my favorite phrases is, let's agree to disagree, when I want to respectfully terminate a communication process. Improve chances of a successful communication by expecting negative answers and queries. So exercise emotional control, especially in a virtual environment, my dear friends. We must respond to reply thoughtfully and not react to statements heard. Avoid negative words and gaps in conversations, while refraining from mirroring others' tonality, and cultivate a sense of collaboration in your choice of words. My dear friends, to achieve a win-win communication result, we must first be willing to act upon the highest intentions in ourselves. Set aside any attitudes that may undermine positive results and resist our human urge to be right at all times. We have to affirm to ourselves that it is about everyone being able to win and not about proving that you are right and others are wrong. Communication style of a winner requires an adjustment in attitude and self-examination of biases and prejudices that exist within. We have all inherited them, but it is upon us to introspect and fight them. It is not easy, but remember that it is the only way of consistently winning in life. With a life full of kaleidoscopic achievements, I have been often celebrated as a woman of substance and congeniality. Whether it was at the Miss India pageant, boardroom meetings, executive leadership coaching, or TV anchoring. Through all of it, I have been consciously vigilant to communicate to win. Talking is indeed easy, and having an open dialogue or an exchange with another requires greater skill. A communication of two or more minds demands that we listen and speak skillfully, not just talk mindlessly. Dynamic speaking and presenting is not limited to a born speaker and talented naturals. There are known methods and skills that can be learned to present your ideas with confidence, clarity, and persuasiveness. So, my dear friends, life is a beautiful journey, and every bend can be converted into a milestone of achievement, where we celebrate conversations that make us feel like winners. So lead the way, stand up, and grab every opportunity to communicate effectively and to emerge out as a winner in life. Because we have to remember to communicate in a way that it heals and not in a way that it wounds other stakeholders. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayashree, for that wonderful talk. All of us learned a lot from it. And fortunately, we have a whole host of questions coming in from all directions, from Zoom, from YouTube, and from Facebook. So I'll read them out to you, and let's see how many we can wrap up before we have to break for lunch. Jürgen Schmidt from Germany has a question on YouTube, and it is, you advised to restrain the urge to use the communication technologies springing up today. However, sometimes it's necessary for business people and leaders to use digital media for communication. What is the communication hygiene that winners should follow, and how to maximize impact?
Wow, fantastic. You know, I always believe that there is a beautiful acronym that I like to share with my coaches and mentees that I have learned have helped me choose the right communication tool. And I like to share it with all of you. It's called ABC routine. What is ABC? Accuracy, brevity, clarity, right? So think for yourself, whether it is your business professional environment or whether it is your personal environment, if whatever you have to say is providing accuracy, that is absolutely correct information, brevity, that is you're sharing it in a concise manner, and clarity, because there cannot be anything lost in transition, use that tool. If that tool is email, you use that tool. If that tool is personal conversation, and that would be best to convey it, then you use that medium. So this way you can choose what is best, especially in the current environment.
That's a lovely answer, Dr. Jaitley. We have a very perceptive question from a class 7 student on Facebook. Yatharth Singh is asking, perhaps inspired by your mention earlier of how your Miss India title was influencing how business leaders used to perceive you. His question is, can culture, gender, nationality, or social class have an effect on how we communicate?
100%. I mean, just in a warm-up conversation, we were talking about unconscious bias. And even in my talk, I spoke about prejudices, which we all have inherited. And there is a special advanced topic of cross-cultural communication today that many organizations are also weaving into their communication process and strategy. So while it adds to the diversity, making it into an inclusive process is very difficult. But before, I always tell to everybody who are in my inner circle that we all want to fix outside of us in the extrinsic environment, but it all begins within. So first and foremost, and trust me, I'm going to be candid enough to say that I still fight with many conflicts which I have inherited in terms of biases, and make sure that those opinions don't become judgments before I deal with any other mentee or coachee in my line of work, or any client coming from any walk of life. So first and foremost, the hardest part is to unlearn what you have learned as part of your sanskars, or as part of your education system, or as part of the cultural heritage that we have all got, because most of it has been thrown out of the window with this pandemic new normal. So fight that first, make the inner transition, be intrinsically strong before you start influencing others in an extrinsic environment.
Perfect. Srijan, who is from class 8, is asking a very important question about how you define a winner. His question is, for being a winner, is it important to be good in everything? Should you specialize or should you generalize?
So let me, I always thrive on the fact that I can bring 35,000 feet to, 5,000 feet. So let me make it very simple and give you another spin of a definition. Many people ask me, what is success? What is winning to you in interviews? And I say that if you feel you have lived every minute of your life meaningfully, that is success. So if you want to win in your life, yes, communication is a very powerful tool, and you have to be able to use it as a skill to benefit yourself and add to your persona and personality. But at the same time, if you want to be a winner across sectors and across spheres of your life, you have to make sure that whatever you do is meaningful in every moment. Only then your life will become a meaning of consistent wins, and hence the outcome will be success.
I think that's a really important point. So a lot of motivational speakers say that you should find happiness in your life. I found it lovely that you focus on finding meaning in your life. There's a vast sea of difference between the two.
Absolutely. And I'm going to add to that, Ishan, for those of you who might be wondering, because everybody talks about happiness. But let me tell you that happiness is an emotion that can be experienced only on the foundation of peace of mind. And when will you have peace of mind? When you are convinced that you have lived meaningfully at your terms. And that, unfortunately, is a big conflict, especially with our Indian family context, right? Because our parents want to continue parenting. And I advise all parents who are watching here that be parents, continue parenting till they are in school, but at some point your parenting needs to stop and just be, there for your children. So I hope these insights help not just the children, but also the parents who are watching us.
Absolutely. Not just the parents who are watching you live. This will go forever on the web, and everybody who is able to view you. will get inspired by what you say. Praveen Kumar Jha, who is a teacher here, who is an English teacher here at SunbeamBhagwanpur, has a lovely question for you. And I'll read it out verbatim. Divya observed a beautiful line on the wall behind you. Believe in yourself. I think this is something which is to be inculcated. How to make the students understand the essence of this?
Wow. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for noticing my wall of fame. I think the entire credit goes to my husband, and he was adamant that I always have to have it in a virtual environment. So this got me 2 years back. Believing in yourself, for me, is synonymous to courage of conviction. And coming from an army background, this is something I learned from my father. Whatever you say, you have to mean it. And therefore, I'm very, happy to share that whether it is media, whether it is education, whether it is the corporate business consulting, any industry that I've been a part of, people say, oh my God, if Divya said it, her word is a contract. We don't need anything in writing. So while you believe in yourself, that can only emanate if you have the courage of conviction within yourself. So if that process is met, the foundation is met, believing in yourself becomes very easy for everybody to imbibe and inculcate.
We have a very interesting question on public speaking by Anil Kumar Sonkar, who asked this on our YouTube live stream, which is, what role do facial expressions, gestures, pauses play in communication?
Wow. As a public speaking coach, I'm glad you asked me that question, especially in today's virtual environment where you do not have support of your body language, right? Because you're only 1/3 of your body is visible to the entire audience. Now here, your facial expression are adding immense value to what you're saying. So mainly, it helps you in intonation, which is the rise and fall of your voice. It helps you in enunciating and putting stress in being a more emphatic public speaker, as well as it helps you with the right punctuations to give the right meaning. And there's this very famous, joke that my father usually shares in his motivational session when he was posted as the Colonel Q Ops in Dimapur, that is in Nagaland. It's a counter-insurgency area. And he says that there was this barrier and a small punctuation error created a whole lot of communication gap between the soldiers and the headquarters. And he was supposed to say, Roko mat jane do, but he said, Roko mat jane do. So small little punctuations make a huge difference in expression and to add to the expression and meaning of what you have to say, because let me tell you that virtual environment, it's become even more important for you as a public speaker and a communicator to enhance, because you don't have the support of kinesics and proxemics to dwell on all these aspects, which are going to contribute to almost 75% of your talk.
Right. Achyut looks like a future change maker. So the theme of this TEDx event is change makers. And Achyut looks like a future change maker by the look of his question, which is that how much support can we expect from people around us if we want to become something uncommon? I would like to add to that question and ask you, what kinds of tips can you give to someone who has set out on this kind of unconventional path?
Wow. So firstly, Achyut, you need to be feeling blessed that you are able to call yourself unconventional, because without our ecosystem and the village that we have around, it is impossible to be able to even say that about yourself. So congratulations on your ecosystem environment, which is already supporting you either directly or indirectly. And I think, Ishan, institutions like Sunbeam, because I did my research where not just your teachers, your mentors, your management, everybody is making you an independent thinker. Everybody is making you an unconventional thinker, because I've met you, I've met some of the other students, I'm meeting all the management people today. An unconventional thought process doesn't have to be very out of the blue. It reflects in small choice of words, your body language, your expressions that you say. So what you can do is be very blessed about that, and you can continue on that path by being resilient, because life is going to be full of crisis and conflicts, whether home or school, and at the same time, being dedicated to what you want to be. So I always recommend youngsters like you to make a journal, carve out how you want your personality to look like, that after 10 years, this is what my personality and profile should look like, and start working, with a reverse plan that, okay, if I want to be, let's say, XYZ personality shape, I want all these qualities, then my unconventional thought process needs to either develop with further skills or pivot to acquiring some other skills to be more unconventional or less unconventional. There cannot be a gap.
Looks like we have time for one last short question, which is from Sharad Jha, who has written in the Q&A. He is again a maths teacher at this school, which is, who is the role model who gave you the direction of life and achieving what you are today?
Wow, I think, and I'm sure my parents are watching this, but I have imbibed a lot in terms of content and substance from my mother. So while I have imbibed a lot of discipline and a lot of, qualities like resilient and skills like leadership from my father, I have taken my entire content from my mother. And she would be my role model for being the woman of substance. And I hope I can continue to make her proud.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaitley. This was a wonderful session. We learned a lot from you. We had super interesting answers, super helpful answers to all of my questions. We'll now break for lunch. We'll meet again at 1:45. We'll play something here. Go grab some food, grab some refreshments. You've been hanging in here for 3 hours. And I'll not join you again. You'll be joined by our next MC, who is Aditya. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaitley. And we hope to see you again at our premises soon.
Thank you, Ishan. Excellent moderation, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Team Sunbeam. Thank you so much.
On that overwhelming note of welcome, I know each one of us can write pages about how you have influenced us. Let us hear your views and your words on character building for nation building. I invite Dr. Kiran Bedi to please share with us her thoughts on this topic today.
I want to thank Dr. Deepak Madhok, your chairman, your director, Ms. Bharti Madhok, your deputy director, and Amrita Burman, and you, Pratima, who connected with me to connect with you. It was a very loving message, a very inspiring call saying you have to connect with us. It was a very beautiful call, very affectionate, which touched my heart. I want to thank you with the kind of affection you've invited me. Also the kind of affection and regard and respect with which you introduced me. You've inspired me to continue to rise to the occasion, to do my duty wherever I can. Both Dr. Madhok, both the Madhoks, Bharti and Deepak, Chairman, sir, you both and you all actually referred back to my mother. Amrita recalled when I said in the college, Mummy sent me out of the kitchen. That's a fact. And Daddy put me onto the tennis court. So you talk of character building. Tell me, where are the first teachers? Before any other teacher, character building begins through a teacher or a school. The character beginning is coming through why did my mummy send me away from the kitchen at that time? She was building a character of a career woman. A woman who would cook for herself. Maybe if she doesn't have the time, she'll seek help and be able to pay for it. Because for mummy, a kitchen was not a rocket science. She wanted to instead make me play, because kitchen could have led me to a point. Well, kitchen is a great thing. When we want to entertain ourselves, we go to the best of the restaurants to eat. And being a chef is a great profession. It's a very prestigious profession. And today, men and women are great chefs. And we love them. And they're world over known. But at that time, that's my first teacher mother, who said, you are not going to be limited to the kitchen. Kitchen will be a part of your home. But kitchen will be not the only place of yours. which normally did happen in our times. It still happens, but during my time, it was almost 99% where women were limited to the kitchen and they were trained to be good cooks. They were trained to stitch, sew, knit, embroider. I think one subject I completely failed in my Sacred Heart School, Amritsar, was the needlework and stitching. I had no patience to sit and knit. I would run away from knitting because it only made me sit and do just knitting. And I used to go to my grandmother saying, "Mummy, ye mera sweater bana do, aap bana do." Nani, not mummy, Nani. And say, and she would knit that baby frock. And then I would go say, "Bana liya." And my teacher, none knew that I was not telling the truth because I had no patience to stitch. I wanted to play and not sit and stitch. That was character building. It was a personality building. It was a habit building time. Why did my father send me to the tennis court? He wanted me to compete at that age. He wanted me to be healthy. He wanted me to experience the outdoor. He wanted to challenge me to lose and win. That's character. It was building from home. So my first message on character building of a nation is it begins from home. And then the character, next part of the character was we were taken everywhere. We went to the Darbar Sahib, we went to the temple, we went everywhere. And I must tell you that when I wrote the Indian Police Service form, All India Civil Services form, and there was a column called religion. And guess what I wrote? I did not write I'm a Hindu or a Muslim or a Sikh or a Christian. And I was in a Catholic school. And I had my grandparents who were Sikhs. My mummy came from a Hindu family. My grandpapa's family came from a Sikh family, though Papa was a practicing Hindu himself. But do you know what I wrote in my form? I wrote humanity. I did not write I'm a Hindu or a Muslim, but a human being, a humanity. And I remember that I was asked and grilled on the subject, what did I mean by humanity? So what I'm trying to say is that when I was growing up, my education to me was to be a good human being first, a fair human being, an industrious human being, an honest human being, a disciplined human being, a hardworking human being, and respecting human being. It was being a good human being. What I'm saying in character building, let's go to COVID times at the moment. I think the COVID times is the best learner for all our children today, for all our children. If as teachers, you could use COVID as an example and ask about the nation building. Why is the nation suffering today? Why is the world suffering today? Today, the whole world is suffering, including from the country where it emanated from, which was, we know, the country. And then it spread all over the world. It started from a particular country, a particular home, a particular family, and it spread and it spread. And then it impacted the rest of the world and we got wrapped in. Why? What has been the biggest national hit? What? To me, it's health. Had we all been healthy, and we would have not been spending all the energies into keeping ourselves healthy, India would have continued to, we would have not been having all these restrictions. So my point number one of nation building is health. The first thing we have to teach our children and our students is to be healthy. Value health, not wealth. I think what our children in nation building, I want to ask another question of you teachers, and I want to ask myself, pose it to myself. What is the wealth of a nation? The wealth of a nation is its healthy character. Healthy character. You may be very honest, you may be very disciplined, you may be very industrious, you may be very skilled, but you're not healthy. Where's the wealth of the nation? In the character, now, once we all say, look, you have to value health. Now you're saying, I'm using the two words, value health. Why should you value health? Children need to be taught. I've been a NGO and my Navjyoti India Foundation ran drug abuse treatment centers. It is full of youngsters. Did they learn to value health? Or did they learn to burn health? They learned to burn money because they would buy smoking, they would buy heroin and drugs, and then burn it. They would burn rupee. So the point number one is the wealth of a nation through its, you're building a character, part of the character, because you cannot take health out of the character. Respect for health has a hidden meaning for everything. Because the moment an individual as a citizen, you start respecting health, what are you doing? You're being productive. You are being productive. You're being creative. You're adding to the health of the nation. So a nation building cannot be of sick people. Nation building has to be of healthy people. And as children, first, that is why yoga has been constantly talked about. Why don't we start with yoga in schools? Why don't we begin with yoga? And we begin with a prayer, whichever prayer you want to do, a silent prayer or a loud prayer, a healthy yoga. Do we? So everybody, I remember in prison when I started to run the 10,000 prisoners, I started the day with yoga and prayer. And there were sections of society inside the prison as a mindset saying, but yoga to हमारा धर्म नहीं है, योगा हमारा धर्म नहीं है. तो मैंने कहा योगा तुम्हारा धर्म नहीं बदलता है, योगा तो तुम्हें एक अच्छा इंसान बनाता है, एक तंदुरुस्त इंसान बनाता है. तुमको किसने घुसा दिया कि योगा तुम्हें तुम्हारा धर्म बदलता है? अरे तुम्हारा धर्म को और उभारता है, एक बेटर इंसान बनाता है. इसको समझो. Who's taught them? Where did they learn this? Where is this character of good health? First thing, if you love your nation, would be you will respect your health. COVID is the biggest example, which is saying. Now, next point is how will you maintain good health? By eating wrongly? By thinking wrongly? Is health only your body? Or is mental health not part of your character? Mental health is your mind management. So character building means a healthy mind in a healthy body. Healthy minds, healthy bodies is national character. Now, can a healthy mind be negative? Can a healthy mind be criminal? Can a healthy mind be cheating? Can a healthy mind be deceitful? Can a healthy mind be killing each other? No way. So the moment you have a character of a healthy mind in a healthy body as a part of you, you are then be able to exploit, use the wealth of the nation. Now comes, what is the wealth of the nation? Which you as a character will multiply it, which is its minerals, which is its environment, which is its all hidden wealth above and below. So I would say, if I were to do nation building with school children or college children, I would train them to be a gardener. Pehle mali bano. Mali bano. Are mali bane? Ha mali. Mali of your life. Gardener of your own life. You want a healthy plant? You want a healthy plant? Nourish it. Water it. Give it sunshine. Give it protection so that it grows up to be a healthy plant. So I would want them, train them to be gardeners. That means gardening has to be part of your daily, not yoga only, but now do physical gardening. Then what will you do? You just can't. You have to dig it. You have to prepare the pot. Then you have to put the plant carefully. Be a nurturer. What I'm looking at is training where the mind and the body is treated as a temple and the mind is the God within, the spirit within. So that means any child in nation building, in character building, if he's trained and he's learned, I've also learned in research that values cannot be trained. They can be caught. You have to create situations where you catch the value. Kitna samjha lo? What's happening today in COVID spread? Why is COVID spreading today? Because you're not a law-abiding nation. We are not a law-abiding nation. From March onwards, repeated orders from the government of India, repeated messages from the Prime Minister of India, repeated messages from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, repeated messages from media messages are coming saying, mask lagao, social distance rakho, keep social distance, put a mask, keep your hands clean, don't get into crowded places, wait for your turn. Do we have a law abiding nation? That why? Because we do not value health. We are risking our health, but we're looking for wealth at shortcut. Nation cannot be built without the generations, without our youth cultivating the value, catch it, catch it. Teaching does not help. We've spoken and spoken and spoken. Has it mattered? Only fear of prosecution.
When Rana Bahadur Shah was standing here and was seeing the building temple, which was the replica of Pashupatinath temple in Nepal. Can you imagine what was the feeling at that time? Let's explore it.
This temple was started by Rana Bahadur Shah, the king of Nepal, and was completed by his son. This temple is devoted to Lord Shiva. Can you tell us that from how many days you're coming and visiting this temple?
I can speak in Hindi.
Yes, sir.
अपने बचपन के समय से हम लोग यहाँ पर आते रहे हैं क्योंकि मैं एक लोकल यहाँ पास में रहने वाला हूँ, तो ये बचपन से आते रहे यहाँ। बड़ा अच्छा लगता है यहाँ पे आकर।
How you are feeling at this Nepali temple?
It's wonderful. It's very nice to see the intricate architecture. Yeah, very special to be in Varanasi. We're very grateful.
Ma'am?
I'm feeling very peaceful here at this temple. It's very beautiful and calm here beside Mount Ganga. It's very nice.
Ganga.
Ganga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. See the kind of finishing in these designs.
This is great. And can you guess of what this all is made of? Which material is used? You're right. This all is made up of terracotta wooden stone.
Wonderful. But Raghav, why this temple is known as Mini Khajuraho?
That's the point. Actually, the sculptures here are resembling to the sculptures in the Khajuraho group of monuments. That's why this temple is also known as Mini Khajuraho.
Okay. This is wonderful. But see the roof also. It's amazing.
Yes. Here the hard work comes in. The hard work all the Nepali people have done. The hard work the king has done. The hard work which was done to make this temple.
Seriously?
This makes it alive. This makes it look like the Pashupatinath temple.
Wait, are you missing something?
Yeah, surely. Can I notice that gate? Did you sign it?
That's amazing.
That's wonderful. Varanasi is in the race of modernization. We should never forget the rich culture and heritage of our holy city.
So it's our responsibility to take care of these heritage sites and preserve it for the upcoming generation and tell the whole world that what is the richness of the holy city Varanasi. Thank you. Varanasi, the holy city which is said to be balanced on Lord Shiva's trident.
to value health? Or did they learn to burn health? They learned to burn money because they would buy smoking, they would buy heroin and drugs, and then burn it. They would burn rupee. So the point number one is the wealth of a nation through its, you're building a character, part of the character, because you cannot take health out of the character. Respect for health has a hidden meaning for everything, because the moment an individual as a citizen, you start respecting health, what are you doing? You're being productive. You are being productive. You're being creative. You're adding to the health of the nation. So a nation building cannot be of sick people. Nation building has to be of healthy people. And as children, first, that is why yoga has been constantly talked about. Why don't we start with yoga in schools? Why don't we begin with yoga? And we begin with a prayer, whichever prayer you want to do, a silent prayer or a loud prayer, a healthy yoga. Do we? So everybody, I remember in prison when I started to run the 10,000 prisoners, I started the day with yoga and prayer. And there were sections of society inside the prison as a mindset saying, but yoga to हमारा धर्म नहीं है, योगा हमारा धर्म नहीं है. तो मैंने कहा योगा तुम्हारा धर्म नहीं बदलता है, योगा तो तुम्हें एक अच्छा इंसान बनाता है, एक तंदुरुस्त इंसान बनाता है. तुमको किसने घुसा दिया कि योगा तुम्हें तुम्हारा धर्म बदलता है? अरे तुम्हारा धर्म को और उभारता है, एक बेटर इंसान बनाता है.
What would the scene scenario of Varanasi in 1804 when Rana Bahadur Shah was standing here and was seeing the building temple, which was the replica of Pashupatinath temple in Nepal? Can you imagine what was the feeling at that time? Let's explore it.
This temple was started by Rana Bahadur Shah, the king of Nepal, and was completed by his son. This temple is devoted to Lord Shiva. Can you tell us that from how many days you're coming and visiting this temple?
I can speak in Hindi.
Yes, sure.
Okay. अपने बचपन के समय से हम लोग यहाँ पर आते रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं एक लोकल यहाँ पास में रहने वाला हूँ, तो ये बचपन से आते रहे यहाँ पे. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है यहाँ पे आकर के.
How you are feeling at this Nepali temple?
It's wonderful. It's very nice to see the intricate architecture. Yeah, very special to be in Varanasi. We're very grateful.
Ma'am?
I'm feeling very peaceful here at this temple. It's very beautiful and calm here beside Ma Ganga. It's very nice.
Ganga.
Ma Ganga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. See the kind of finishing in these designs.
This is great. And can you guess of what all is made of? Which material is used?
I think wood.
You're right. This all is made up of terracotta wooden stone.
Wonderful. But Raghav, why this temple is known as Mini Khajuraho?
That's the point. Actually, the sculptures here are resembling to the sculptures in the Khajuraho group of monuments. That's why this temple is also known as Mini Khajuraho.
Okay. This is wonderful. But see the roof also. It's amazing.
Yes. Here the hard work comes in. The hard work all the Nepali people have done. The hard work the king has done. The hard work that was done to make this temple.
Seriously.
This makes it alive. This makes it look like the Pashupatinath temple.
Wait, are you missing something?
Yeah, surely. Can I notice that gate? The design?
That's amazing.
That's wonderful. Varanasi is in the race of modernization. We should never forget the rich culture and heritage of our holy city.
So it's our responsibility to take care of these heritage sites and preserve it for the upcoming generation and tell the whole world that what is the richness of the holy city Varanasi. Thank you. city, which is said to be balanced on Lord Shiva's trident, has its own cultural and religious importance. Today, I, along with my partner, are here at one of the padavs of the Panch Kroshi Yatra, the Panch Pandava Mandir.
Right now, I'm standing with the head priest of this temple. इस मंदिर का धार्मिक महत्व क्या है?
यहाँ पड़ा पंचकोशी में पांडव यहाँ आए थे, पंचकोशी करने यहाँ रुके थे, इसी से यहाँ पांचों पांडवा का नाम रखा गया।
ऐसे तो आपके पंचकोशी जो यात्रा परंपरा है उसके चौथे पड़ाव के रूप में इसकी मान्यता है। यहाँ पे लोग दर्शन पूजन करके यहाँ पे रात्रि निवास करके फिर 5वें दिन आगे विश्व ध्वज के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं।
Of the most striking features of this temple is the chronological emplacement of the Shivlings, starting from the eldest brother Yudhishthir, moving on to Bhim, Arjun, Nakul, and the youngest one, Sahadev.
Temple was established around Dwapar Yuga, when the Panch Pandavas had visited Kashi during their Agyatvas. They had come here and emplaced 5 Shivlings, which has its own significance, and a kund, which is now situated across the road, and at that time it was just in front of this temple, and that kund is known as the Draupadi.
द्रौपदी कुंड के बारे में जो ऐतिहासिक तथ्य हैं कि राजा टोडरमल के पुत्र, राजा टोडरमल जो अकबर के दरबारी थे, उनके पुत्र गोवर्धन जी ने इस कुएं का फिर से नवनिर्माण करवाया था। इसमें उनका एक लेख भी था जो कि अब उपलब्ध नहीं है।
Right now, I am at the Draupadi Kund and temple. Let me tell you all that when the Panch Pandavas along with Mata Draupadi had visited Kashi, in order to quench the thirst of Mata Draupadi, Arjun had created this kund with the help of his Dhanush Ban. And thus, this kund has been created since then here in Varanasi in Shiv.
Besides its relation with the Panch Kroshi Parikrama Yatra, this temple has an immense significance of its own.
And not only this temple, I am sure that the other 4 padavs of the Panchakroshi Parikrama Yatra are equally significant. So, I recommend you all to visit all the padavs of Panchakroshi Parikrama Yatra and explore the unexplored. Thank you.
From class 5, and that's my school, SunbeamBhagwanpur. I come to school from this road, and there you can see cow dung cakes 24/7 are there on the wall.
This way to come to school. When we come to school, we come across a very bad smell, flies, mosquitoes and dirt, which make us feel very uncomfortable.
हम जवां फूल की गर्मी से, नरमी से या बेशर्मी से जो ठान लिया कर जाएंगे, अब जीत के ही घर जाएंगे, जो ठान लिया कर जाएंगे, अब
The council of junior schools came together and decided to do something to improve the condition. The hows, whys and whens of the problem were discussed. The council members approached the support staff in charge, Mr. TEDxYouth, to form a task force, a team to support us in our endeavor.
दुनिया के अपने लालच है, दिल की अपनी मजबूरी है, ये बात पता कर जा
of the cow dung cakes and made our way to school smell and dirt free. We also shared our endeavor and process with the teachers and the students, and they were very happy about it. Jai Hind.
इतनी तादाद में है कि वो खुद ही जानते हैं. Someone who's a known luminary in the field of ghazal gaiki as well as bhajan singing, and he is called the Bhajan Samrat. अनूप जलोटा ये नाम किसी परिचय का मोहताज नहीं है. इनके चाहने वाले, इनके मुरीद इतनी तादाद में हैं कि वो खुद ही जानते हैं कि इस नाम के साथ संगीत की विधा की इतनी ज्यादा प्रशंसा, इतना ज्यादा प्यार, स्नेह, सम्मान जुड़ा हुआ है. लेकिन पद्मश्री से नवाजे जाने वाले अनूप जलोटा जी का जीवन और उनकी अपनी जीवन की यात्रा, आज वो जो इस मुकाम पे पहुंचे हैं, वो इतनी सराहनीय है एंड अनुकरणीय भी है. मैं एक सवाल शुरुआती दौर में आपसे ये पूछना चाहूंगी कि सारी कहानियां की जैसी शुरुआत होती है वंस अपॉन अ टाइम, बहुत समय पहले की बात है, तो हम भी हमारी वंस अपॉन अ टाइम वाली भूमिका से शुरुआत करते हैं कि वंस अपॉन अ टाइम जब अनूप जलोटा एक विद्यार्थी थे और स्कूल में थे, तो उन्होंने अपने पेरेंट्स को ये कहने की धृष्टता कैसे की कि मुझे भातखंडे इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ म्यूजिक में जाना है और मुझे डॉक्टर या इंजीनियर नहीं बनना है? किस समय आपके जहन में ये विचार आया कि मुझे संगीत की साधना करनी है, आई वांट टू परस्यू अ करियर इन म्यूजिक? व्हाट स्टार्टेड दैट थॉट?
मैंने जिस परिवार में जन्म लिया उस परिवार में संगीत ही संगीत है. मेरे पिताजी श्री पुरुषोत्तम दास जलोटा, उनको भी भारत सरकार ने पद्मश्री से नवाजा. वे शास्त्रीय संगीत और भजन गायकी के बहुत महान गायक रहे. अब वो नहीं है हमारे बीच. मेरी माँ, वो अपनी शादी के पहले बहुत अच्छा कथक नृत्य करती थी. उन्होंने शादी के बाद वो बंद कर दिया, परिवार में बिजी हो गई परिवार को बनाने में. और मैं जब 7 साल का हुआ, उसके पहले तक मैं पिताजी के साथ मंच पे बैठ जाता था, उनके पीछे पीछे गाया करता था. लेकिन 7 साल की एज में उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि चलो आज तुम अकेले एक गाना गाओ. और मैंने मंच पे अकेले गाया. और उसके बाद 7, मतलब ये 60 इयर्स अगो, अब मैं करीब 67 का हूँ, तो ये 60 साल पुरानी बात बता रहा हूँ. तो मैंने कहा ठीक है मैं गाता हूँ, और मैंने बेहिचक जो गाना शुरू किया, तो पिताजी ने मुझे यूँ देखा और वो समझ गए कि अब ये तो इसी फील्ड में जाएगा, ये तो और कुछ करेगा नहीं.
आपने पेरेंटल एक्सपेक्टेशंस की बहुत अच्छी बात की, बिकॉज कई बार पेरेंट्स ये चाहते हैं कि उनका बेटा इसके जैसे बने, उसके जैसे बने. लेकिन एक और पहलू है कि जब बच्चे जाके अपने पेरेंट्स को कहते हैं कि मैं बड़ा होके सिंगर बनना चाहता हूँ या मैं बड़ी होके म्यूजिशियन बनना चाहती हूँ, तो पेरेंट्स का ये मानना होता है कि इस प्रोफेशन में कुछ नहीं रखा है, बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल है और कामयाबी बहुत अनसर्टन है. What would be your advice to such parents who feel that music in this country or otherwise also is a tightrope? You may or may not get success in this career and you will end up extremely disillusioned and it is not as lucrative. आप एक कोई और प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनिंग लेके कुछ एक अच्छी जॉब ले लीजिए. आप इन पेरेंट्स को, because Sunbeam promotes music, Anup ji, we are, sir, Chairman sir and Director ma'am are here. We are passionate about performing arts, about music, vocal, instrumental. So every child in Sunbeam is definitely exposed to a lot of music, and therefore at a young age they want to become, have a career in music. What would you say to parents?
ये जो वर्ड है ना स्ट्रगल, इसको डिक्शनरी से बाहर कर देना चाहिए।
ओके।
ये समय है ट्रेनिंग का। जिसको लोग कहते हैं स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, वो उनकी ट्रेनिंग है। मैं जब मुंबई आया, लखनऊ से बॉम्बे आया, और मैंने एक कोरस ग्रुप में नौकरी की। उस वक्त मेरी तनख्वाह थी 320 रुपए महीना, और मैं उस कोरस ग्रुप में रोज गाता था। कभी उषा मंगेशकर जी के लिए कोरस गाता था, कभी महेंद्र कपूर जी के लिए पीछे कोरस गाता था। 30 सिंगर थे हम। लोग मुझे कहते वो तुम्हारा स्ट्रगल पीरियड था। मैं कहता नहीं, वो तुम्हारा ट्रेनिंग पीरियड था। अरे उसी पीरियड में तो सब सीखा कि किस तरह से मिलजुल के गाया जाता है, किस तरह से रिकॉर्डिंग होती है। वो तो हमारा ट्रेनिंग पीरियड था। उसी ट्रेनिंग पीरियड के कारण तो आज हम यहाँ तक बने हैं, यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं। तो स्ट्रगल तो कभी समझिए ही नहीं। वही आपका समय है जब आप सीखते हैं। एक बार आप स्टार बन गए, फिर कहाँ सीख रहे होते हैं? फिर तो सीखना बंद हो जाता है। फिर तो आप माया मोह के चक्कर में पड़ जाते हैं। फिर तो कमाना खमाना शुरू हो जाता है, दुनिया में घूमना शुरू हो जाता है। ये तब तक ही पॉसिबल है जब तक आपका नाम ना हो। जैसे ही नाम हुआ, फिर सीखना बंद हो जाता है। फिर इंसान सिखाना शुरू कर देता है। फिर वो परफॉर्मिंग आर्टिस्ट बन जाता है। तो मैं सब हर एक को ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि किसी भी फील्ड में ये ना समझिए कि स्ट्रगल है और काम नहीं होगा। अरे अमिताभ बच्चन साहब कौन सी एक्टिंग की फैमिली से आए थे? शाहरुख खान कौन सी एक्टिंग की फील्ड से आए? धर्मेंद्र कौन सी एक्टिंग की फैमिली से आए थे? लेकिन उन्होंने अपना सिक्का जमा के दिखा दिया ना कि देखो हम भी ये काम कर सकते हैं। ऐसे ही सिंगर्स हैं। मुकेश जी कौन से सिंगर की फील्ड से आए थे? नहीं। कितने सिंगर हैं आज जो सिंगिंग फैमिली से नहीं है, लेकिन अपनी जगह बनाए हुए हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि उनके अंदर टैलेंट है, उन्होंने उसको पहचाना और अभ्यास किया, रियाज किया, अपने को शाइन करके दिखा दिया कि मैं डायमंड था और अब मैं चमकता हुआ डायमंड हूँ।
ओके। अनूप जी, आपकी आवाज की यह खासियत है कि उसमें भाव जो है वो बहुत अच्छी तरह से उभर के आते हैं, और मैं जब भी आपको सुनती हूँ तो मुझे लगता है ये कैसे संभव है, क्योंकि हमने कोई तालीम ली नहीं है और हम इन बारीकियों से वाकिफ भी नहीं है। वी रियली डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड द नुआंसेस ऑफ म्यूजिक एंड म्यूजिकल एक्सप्रेशन। सो आई ऑलवेज यूज टू वंडर कि जब आप ऐसी लागी लगन गाते हैं तो आपकी आवाज में मीरा का भक्ति भाव है, there's a sublime divinity। और फिर आप कहते हैं जुल्मते शब को सितारों से सवारा हमने, कितनी रातों को तुझे उठ के पुकारा हमने। जब आप ये गजल गाते हैं तो आदमी की, इंसान की आंखों के सामने इट इज ऑफ कोर्स someone pining for someone very dear and someone actually going through the agony of separation। ये मैजिक आप कैसे कर लेते हैं? अगर आप हमें इसको गा के सुनाए तो शायद हमें समझ आए कि एक तरफ भक्ति में डूब जाना, केवट का विनय कि जाना था गंगा पार, केवट की नाव चढ़े, और एक तरफ आप कहते हैं तुम्हारे शहर का मौसम बड़ा सुहाना लगे, मैं एक शाम चुरा लूं अगर पुराना लगे। ये ट्रांजिशन आप कैसे करते हैं? वी वुड लव टू सी इट हैपन।
देखिए, ये एक सीक्रेट है, लेकिन मैं सोचता हूं आपको बता ही दूं कि आप
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Hello. Hello.
Hello. So,
Can you hear
we
me?
welcome you all back to TEDx Youth. I sincerely hope that all of you are enjoying yourselves in the first half of the session we've had so far, and the whole day long attendees have had their share of recharge in the form of a good, well-curated lunch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, let us jump right back into the ocean of world-changing ideas. The scene of northeastern India is very common for young music artists to get lost in drugs and destroy themselves, similar to how the cells in our body end up being attacked by our own immune system. And therefore came abiogenesis, the resurrection of these dead cells, a new hope that can change our body's health as they come in as wildcard assets of cells. Similar to this idea, Mr. Subong's band has come a very long way in reviving the broken youth. But I will not take any longer. Over to the man himself. The virtual stage is all yours, Moa.
Hello, I'm Moa. Thank you for bringing me here. Well, I'm a musician, an actor, and inventor of 2 new musical instruments. My wife Aranla and I started a band playing folk fusion, and we have come a long way. We actually started off as a rock band in 1991, and during that time, many youngsters were into drugs. Even our musicians, they all fell prey to these deadly narcotics. So our intent was to persuade these people who are into these bad habits to give up through our good messages and songs. So when we were looking for a name to give to our band, we found it apt to call it abiogenesis. It's a biological word meaning to reactivate the dead cells. We all know that people who are badly into drugs are as good as living dead. So the name itself says to reactivate the dead cells. So abiogenesis, when we came about through all these years, we thought of evolving new things. So we thought we should progress more, deep further into our music. And so in this process, we evolve a new form of music, which we have called it Hoe. What is Hoe music? It's now a biogenesis brand of music. Hoe is our folk chant, which our ancestors has been chanting while doing work and giving them tones of energy. So Hoe music is a fusion of Naka folk tunes and elements with various forms of modern rhythms. And so that is called Hoe music. We have performed in 8 countries, namely Finland, Estonia, Thailand, India, Russia, Bhutan, Tunisia, and Myanmar, including an exclusive concert for Bhutan's royal family on 15 August 2011 at the Indian Embassy in Thimphu. It was awesome. Imagine the royal family tapping and clapping and dancing to our music. The experiment was just awesome. I just cannot convey it with my words. And also at the Raj Bhavan at Mumbai, we had performed to 160 consul generals. So when we say 160 consul generals, we are performing to consul generals from 160 countries. It was awesome, man, playing our tunes and people, this consul generals enjoying our songs. It was mind-blowing, I tell you. Our band, we have received many awards. If I name them all, it'll take time, so I'll just name 3 out of them. Our album Eon Spell, released by Sarikama in 2007, was pre-nominated at the 50th Grammy Awards for the Best Contemporary World Music Album of the Year. That too itself, we always thought Grammy was impossible, but just being pre-nominated itself gives you satisfaction. that your music, your Holy music is going somewhere. And the other, which we regard is the Nagaland Governor's Award for Excellence in Music. That was in 2017, 26 January at Rajbhavan. And the other third, which we highly regard, is the Pride of the Northeast Award from Royal Global University, Guwahati on February 2020. It was just last year and before lockdown started all over the world. So to have a taste of Holy music, let me play a song called Voices in Kisama. Enjoy. Well, I hope you enjoy the music. In the midst of this process, something wonderful happened. Invention of the bam hum by me. Bam hum is a new wind bamboo musical instrument, and people say it's one of the easiest musical instruments to play in the world. It became the leading instrument of the band, and Aranla started playing the lead bam hum, and I started playing the harmony. It was unveiled by the then governor of Meghalaya, Sri M.M. Jacob, at the International Bamboo Festival at Shillong on 2nd May. The other instrument which I invented is called TEDxYouth. TEDxYouth is a bamboo percussion with sounds. It was unveiled by the director of NEZCC, Sri Libukmar, on 2014, that also in 2nd May at Mokokchung, Nagaland. Well, I'm very proud to say that I received the National Award from the then President of India, Sri Pranab Mukherjee, on 4th March 2017 at the Rashtrapati Bhavan during the National Innovation Festival for the invention of bam hum. Mind-blowing. I fell on top of the world. At the same time, I was also selected as the one of the innovation scholars in residence program to stay at Rashtrapati Bhavan from 3rd March to 18 March 2017. I met many fellow innovators from all across the country, and we also visit different ministries through Rashtrapati Bhavan. The experience was priceless, and I always cherish the moments. Well, you must be wondering how bam hum sounds. So let me invite my wife and my bandmate, Aranla. Bam hum has a mechanism called rattle, which are fitted at the end of the bam hum, and that converts the tone of the hum into the beautiful tone of the bam hum. Can you come closer, honey? Can you go back a little? With Misty Tsuku.
Okay. Misty Tsuku.
Misty Tsuku from our album Ion Spell. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Abhay.
Well, besides music, Abhyagenesis is also passionately into theater and films. We have staged 3 Hobe musical dramas titled Lijaba's Daughter and Sojourn of the Ahom Prince in Dimapur, Nagaland, and the third, Mirja and his Tiger Spirit, was staged at Gupi in Karnataka with sponsorship from Sangeet Natak Academy. We have also made 3 feature films called Big Time Buddies. It's an HIV/AIDS awareness, and it was made in 2003, sponsored by Nagaland State AIDS Control Society. The second was Lijaba's Daughter, sponsored by Northeast Zone Cultural Center in 2009. It was also shown at the Days of Ethnographic Cinema Festival in Moscow, Russia. And the recent one is Enter My World, which is available at YouTube, Amazon Prime, and various platforms. So if you get time, please take a time and enjoy our music, our movies at the various platforms. You'll find all our music in YouTube, SoundCloud, and YouTube. So, well, folks, it was indeed a pleasure talking to you all. Take care and stay safe. Ciao.
Thank you so much, Moa. It is essential.
And they have come to protect the place which they had left long time ago.
It's a huge jungle. How do we do that?
You are funnily dressed. We will take her to the village instead of the deer.
Kill the boar, kill the boar.
Kanaki akka, unanaki anna.
We will always be.
Yes, we will always be
Good friends,
good friends, good friends.
Nukdiliku younger no.
You want some more of it? Get up!
I don't want to spend my life here. I need to be home to complete my book.
It's running, it's running, it's running! Don't you want to live? Let's see who lives and who dies.
Aha! The boar is no more. Fuel is missing! Attila is missing too!
Oh, we are on the right track.
Thank you so much, Moa, for coming here and joining us this afternoon. And I believe it is essential that we all understand the importance of the youth, because that is what we are sponsoring here at TEDx Sunbeam Youth. That it is essential that youth from all over the country get their place. And I sure do hope that someday music from Varanasi reaches the Grammys just like yours did. Now, on to the next speaker. The entrepreneurs of modern times are more than just businesswomen and money makers. Akshara is a versatile combination of a student counselor, corporate trainer, curriculum developer, and an advisor associated with the JD Institute of Fashion Technology. She is the leading academic division in the institution across India, also bringing to center stage the role of nature in design. Akshara is one of the most diverse people you will see in your life. But without boring our attendees with my not so world-changing ideas, I would firstly like to invite our Assistant Director, Pratima ma'am, to have a short tete-a-tete with Akshara before she begins her talk. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aditya, and Akshara, welcome to this little meeting with the Sunbeam board members. Why I insisted upon introducing you to the board members present here today is because Akshara comes to us, ma'am and sir, and all the Sunbeam board members, comes to us through a very, very important and wonderful connection, and that is our own Sunbeam Bhagwanpur hostel alumni, Padmaraj KC. And it is Padmaraj ma'am who is an alumni of Sunbeam Bhagwanpur, passed out in the year 2008. And when I got in touch with Padmaraj, who of course now is a designer of merit and is also working with Akshara at JD. So when I got in touch with Padmaraj and said that your alma mater is mounting such a big event, and what about someone from the industry whom you would recommend, he put me in touch with Akshara. Akshara, we have with us here Mrs. Bharti Madhok. She is the director of the Sunbeam Group. And ma'am, I would like you to welcome Akshara amidst us.
Good afternoon, and Jai Hind, Akshara, and everyone else who is here on this platform. A very, very warm welcome to you, Akshara, because, once you agreed to come here, I hope you understand the whole purpose of having this TEDx talk and all. We want to inspire our children and young people like you, who have chosen a path which was not so popular. So this is what even TEDx talks about, change makers. So I'm sure the way you will interact, children will get inspired. And then many of my children, they are going through arts and music, and we promote at Sunbeam a lot of these art and music thing. So many will get a role model in you, and that is what we are looking forward to. With these words, I would like to physically invite you also to Varanasi one of these days, whenever post-COVID, whenever you feel like. I want you to come personally and address the children and inspire them for if they have taken applied arts, what all they can do after doing applied arts. It's a word, full of a lot of opportunities, and we need people like you who can guide the children.
Thank you, Ms. Madhok, and thank you, Ms. Gupta. I think it's a wonderful thing that I'm here. It's always good to interact with these young minds because, I do consider them to be the future. So it's always good to be in touch with them. And I couldn't be more happy to be here talking to the kids, talking to everybody, the live audience that we have. And thank you, Aditya, for that wonderful introduction that you did. I think you kids are doing a fabulous job.
Thank you so much, Akshara. And Aditya, without further ado, I am going to hand over the stage and the audience to Akshara Dalal to take us through her journey and her inputs about how to be somebody as wonderful as her, of course.
Thank you both to the board of the directors and Akshara ma'am. Akshara ma'am, thank you for joining us today. The board of directors, thank you for letting us know so much about her. And I will not waste any more time. Over to you.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everybody. I know you have been having an insightful weekend already, but now I need you to kick back and relax. All right. So let's put some things ahead. Bear in mind, I am not here to preach my experience or my skills or my academics, but I am here to subtly question your perspective, your choices, and your stand as you are the future of this little place we call Earth. All right. So to begin with, I need you to lend me your memories, all right? And eventually we'll get to your imagination. Let me ask you this first. Let's take 3 deep breaths, all right? So 1, another 1, and 3. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and think about everything that we have been as a civilization in the past year. I want you to remember also those random thoughts that you might have had that crossed your mind during the last year, all right? Let's start. Remember, it's December 2019. A strange virus has surfaced in Wuhan. Well, it's too far from where we are. Should we send some help to China? My New Year resolution list is going crazy. Have you applied for college yet? Did you see the stories around the origin of the virus? Man, what is this virus? That is what December 2000 looked like. Cut to January 2020. It's here, the new decade, finally. Wait, the virus is here in India too? Are you sure it's the same thing? Has WHO released any more information around it? Well, Kerala is still far. Are the results for pre-board out? My resolution list is not working out. Has your university replied? More cases in Kerala? Someone needs to stop this from spreading. Now, fast forward to the second wave. It's been over a year. My birthday was such a bust. I've been helping people affected with COVID. Did you see the fundraiser? Are you donating there? Is the other one more reliable? Well, studying online is the new normal. No cars on the road is new normal. Wearing a mask is the new normal. Sanitizing 1 billion times throughout the day is the new normal. I can hear the birds again. Well, that was the new normal. And cut to today, all right? So we've done 3 different time periods. Cut to today. There's a lady, the lady being me, is reminding us how stressful the past year has been. How much we've been through together, right? This lady, again, the lady being me, is mentioning the term new normal a little more than I'd be comfortable with. So exactly where is this conversation going? Let's take another 10 seconds, okay? I need you to fast forward to 2025. Close your eyes and imagine. It's an absolute blank slate. Your imagination is what dictates its outcome. And we're no longer at the mercy of this virus. So tell me, guys, are you throwing that graduation cap into spotless skies? Are the birds your natural alarm clock instead of the morning traffic? Or are you celebrating your birthday on a clear blue beach, hopefully swimming with dolphins? Remember this image, all right? The one that you just had. In this 15 minutes that I have with you, I cannot give you a definite solution, but what I can give you are maybe ways to arrive at a more productive solution. So my conversation that I wish to have on this platform is going to be that being one of the most superior species on the planet Earth, we let a parasite dictate our normal. We're literally at the mercy of this disease to letting it navigate our routine. To give more perspective to you, let me give you some background on what this new normal really looks like. You know, our new normal, of course, resulted in reduction in petroleum, which was a great thing because we had fewer cars on the road. There was, of course, less production of other goods. Manufacturing came to a halt, but it just made virgin plastic more and more cheaper to manufacture. Now imagine, all right, what would this sudden lifestyle change due to the pandemic, of course, and the cost paid that came with cheaper manufacturing of plastic do to our ecosystem? I'll put things to numbers, all right? Now, as a report released in September 2020, if the world population would just use one disposable mask, we would be looking at the global consumption and waste of 129 billion face masks. You know, that's about 3 million face masks used per minute. It's quite a lot. Now, I would also like to acknowledge that human health was and still is a priority to this long battle against the virus, but not at the prolonged cost of our environment, right? There's a statement quoted by the French cleanup charity which said that there's a risk of being more masked than jellyfish. And this has happened in a span of 1 year. It's really funny. And, this is something that I've also constantly questioned myself, that we see advertorials, we see ads saying disposable gloves, disposable masks, disposable PPE kits. But in reality, have you ever asked, do they really go away because of the material that they're made of? Out of sight, out of mind, but guys, it's still in existence. So you have to question those things. I'll try and put this issue a little better. The statement might seem a mouthful, but hear me out, okay? We disengage from a permanent reality while engaging in short-sighted solutions for lasting problems that are indeed shaping our future as we speak. The question that lies here is how to do better at it. I can, with this conversation, maybe give you a direction on creating our normal. And this is not a new normal that I want you to create, but I need you to think about creating a better normal for everybody. And for this matter, I think I'm just going to take something from my personal life, okay? And I'll let everyone in on a secret and on a public platform, which is going to be really interesting. So my first words were not mom and dad. Could you guess what it was? It was a simple, a dreadful why. Imagine a little kid's first word being why. A word that most of us are uncomfortable with. And also remember the disappointment my parents had because I said why instead of mom and dad. But in reality, I feel growing up with this why has really helped me. The desire for more information is what will drive change. It is literally one of the most fundamental steps in problem solving for any human labeled as a scientist, designer, inventor. But now this curiosity is what the general population needs. You and I need to start asking these questions for our routine. Why? Once you have some time off through this, after this event, I want you to ask these really relatable, super easy questions to yourself. Why am I a contributing factor to plastic pollution? Why am I still wasting water while washing my hands? Why should I rethink or change my safety gear? Ask these questions and try and answer them as honestly as possible, okay? I'll introduce you to another interesting concept that I'm going to loop in later. This concept is called framework of moral sentimentalism. Really heavy, but the easier word for this is empathy, or putting yourself in another person's shoes and viewing the world as he, she, it does. It's an imperative for interpersonal and societal growth, of course. And also, according to researchers, it's been proven actually, that a greater level of empathy will occur in members from the same community or individuals that have faced similar problems. Now, I would like you to emphasize on members of the same community or individuals that have faced similar problems. And I'll throw a question at you, or a couple of questions actually. Have you ever had a mask get stuck around your mouth? Do you think you have microplastic in your food source? Do you have or have you used COVID disposals to build your house? Or do you eat plastic directly? I don't think you have. I think maybe we might have microplastic in our food source. That is a possibility. But the rest, I don't think we've faced all of that. Now, these problems are not faced by humans, but by other living organisms present in our ecosystem. And we always forget that, we have lived alongside COVID-19, but so have these animals. Now, this brain-based capacity called empathy can be taught and amplified. So maybe we all now need to learn to be more empathetic, not towards just our community or towards the problems faced by us and others, but problems faced by animals as well and other living organisms present alongside us. The question now stays is that it is no longer about survival of the fittest, but survival for all. That's the only way we will thrive. So again, another question, how do we inculcate this pro-social behavior and become more empathetic towards animals? Ask yourself these questions, relatable, super easy. What would it be like for you to have a plastic bag floating in your surrounding? How would you feel if you were chewing on a foreign object, and to be more specific, maybe a rubber glove? What do you do when your legs get entangled in the garbage? Again, the last one, I think it's happened to the most of us. It's happened to me for sure. But we are talking about placing this curiosity of why and what and putting it within a moral and an empathetic framework so that you as an individual could rethink your daily choices. Another question that arises after we put these things together is, I have my curiosity, I have my empathy. What am I supposed to do with that? What's the next step? You need to start looking for long-term solutions. Always remember that you're living in an ecosystem with living and non-living elements that constantly play off each other. Now, a crab being a living organism, tangled within a mask, which is a non-living organism. A penguin, a living organism, a rubber glove, chewing on a rubber glove, which is again a non-living organism. So you need to start by establishing relationship between these living and non-living objects in order to create a better normal, because these things play off each other. Another interesting fact, again coming from me, is as a young individual, my father always told me that everything was a formula, everything was a code. And the easiest way to decipher life was to create an algorithm with your own sets of constants and variables. Not fancy at all. He told me that I had to become a conscious output for my own surrounding, which is quite valid, and I think everyone should be doing that. But for someone who did not like math very much, this was literally my first panic attack at the age of 10. Because I was told to create algorithms, not just for my algebra, not for my quadratic equations, but for my daily life and choices. So here I was, being this one little real world problem solver, okay? Identifying patterns, using logic, of course, understanding reasoning to devise solutions for things that I was going through. But I also realized for other more constructive choices, I needed a great deal of flexibility, creativity, and resourcefulness to create solutions that were more and more viable. Looking at current scenarios again, I'm going to take a lot of cues from the current state of affairs. I think now there has to be a constant form of dialogue with the environment for any problem solving. And you need to source out your own experience, your own memory, and bring empathy to provide a solution, because that's the only way you'll have the truest form of solution. Having said that, I'm going to go back to the whole dreaded formula building and give you a little insight on how can you really create that. And trust me, you could use this for anything and everything, and it works better than a pros and cons list. I have tried, and it works. You start by defining your problem. Very, very important. Let's say that, X is your problem. You need to start gathering more and more information around it. You need to see what possible solutions can be devised, keeping in mind your constants and your variables. Remember, it's an inward-looking process. You could easily assign value to your constant or establish parameters for your variable. Now, this is sounding a lot technical. I'll give you an example which will make this thing easier. Once you have established your LHS and RHS, we constantly again need to rethink how our outcomes could be reevaluated. More information would mean more changes to your variable. So re-encoding and creative modulation may be required from time to time. Coming to the example, wearing a mask could be a constant while it is a constant, but the material used to create that could vary, which becomes your variable. Or a disposable mask could be a constant for an elderly in the house to keep them more protected. But recycling process could be a variable giving us multiple outcomes. So you need to constantly put your choices in a way that you can assess them and reevaluate them in real time. And like I said, I would want you to engage in more inward-looking process where you reach out to your memory of a certain situation, assess multiple outcomes, and create sustainable options if exposed to the similar circumstance in future. The shift is literally from exploitative thinking to an exploratory form of thinking to do better. To sum this segment up, I think again, a set of questions would be interesting. Super easy, super relatable. How can I make my COVID-related years more eco-friendly? How can I save animals from ingesting plastic in my surrounding? How can I improve my quality of life by acknowledging early climate stresses? Answer these questions, and I think you will have some clarity on where you're heading. You know, it was ironic or rather intuitive, I don't know, but we started working with about 1,000 students in 2019, right before the pandemic hit, on understanding the chaos theory and how to manipulate chaos for a better outcome, how to use that as a foundation for invention through creative and disruptive thinking. And while this project, of course, has got prolonged with the current pandemic as center for study, these young, brilliant minds were already creating design solutions that were dynamic and evolutive in nature. So sometimes chaos lets you step back, assess where you're heading. And that's what we need now to assess our choices in our day-to-day life. You know, the climate stresses have been quite evident lately. I think we have seen so much happening that it reminded us of the 2012 movie, I assume. But what we fail to understand is that they're not a distant reality anymore. It's happening as we speak. We see climate stresses being more and more evident. And what we fail to see is that our immediate solutions are harboring more systemic vulnerabilities, which are in the form of global warming, there's reduction in biodiversity, risk to more viruses, plagues, etc. And also as a society, we try and always look up to these organizations or government bodies to enforce sustainable guidelines. But don't you think it is also our responsibility? We're equal stakeholders in this. So your daily choices would actually have a ripple effect on the total outcome of how we perceive or how we wish to view the world. So think about those little choices. Think about reaching out to a more recycled form of object in your daily life, reaching out to masks that are maybe reusable masks. Of course, follow the CDC guidelines for washing it, but little choices will have greater outcomes. I know I've been speaking about how dark our new normal looks like or how much pollution we are sort of introducing to the world. But of course, on a brighter note, there is better normal already having in process. And I'll just give you a couple of examples for it. There's a French firm, I think you might have heard about this as well, because I think it's doing rounds quite a bit, which is creating normal plastic-like material, which could be bonded and could be decontaminated and used in industry. It's called Blackstill. I think it's a fabulous thing what they're doing. Also, while working in the design industry, in my opinion, we are moving towards fabrication. Multiple research labs are working on biodegradable raw materials that could provide equal protection towards contagious diseases. So there's one again from Queensland University of Technology, which is working on a product from a plant-based material. It's highly breathable. Nanocellulose could remove particles smaller than 100 nanometers. So well, that's a goodbye to the virus and goodbye to the medical plastic waste that we create. There's another interesting one for all the coffee lovers out there, that there's actually a mask that's created out of coffee, which has multiple layers of protection and nanofiltration with antibacterial and microbial technologies. So that's another interesting thing to sort of read up on. Now, I do understand that the examples that I've given you, the 3 examples that I gave you, are more sophisticated in nature. They're more researched, they are tested solutions, which are created by scientists and bioengineers. But the baseline that you need to take away from our conversation is irrespective of which profession you choose, what service you provide to a fellow human, or what line of business you get into. You need to realign your efforts personally and professionally to become more humanity-driven and not to be human-driven. Your and my actions will shape our future, the world's future. So you have to take control in the effort of doing better. Remember again, it's not just survival of the fittest, but to thrive and survival of all living organisms present in our ecosystem. So in the end, I would want you to close your eyes, take a deep breath again, and lend me your imagination. What does our better normal look like? And how do you think we can work towards it?
Thank you so much, Kritika ma'am. It is rightly said by you that we have to consider the fact that the only future that is productive can be inclusive and sustainable in itself. So thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Aditya. I hope everyone had an insightful talk, and I'd be happy if there's any question, anything that comes across to you, and maybe we could have a mail over it.
Sure, ma'am. I will be personally mailing you if there were any questions, and then I'll personally look after that. The people who ask the questions will be mailed back all of your responses. So thank you so much for that initiative as well. It is really taken into consideration. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everybody.
Going on to our next speaker. The world of entertainment is as big as it can ever get. What is important, what is more important than being a genius is spotting a genius. And the next man in front of you today is well known for both of these sides of the world, both being a genius and spotting a genius. Vivek Vaswani is an actor, producer. Vivek has been the advisor, consultant, strategist to a number of established companies, as well as startups in the entertainment business. So, without any further ado, I would like to invite Vivek to take the center stage. The next minutes are all yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Aditya. It gives me great pleasure to be here. And I'm honored that this is my third TEDx talk this year. And obviously, I must be doing something right. I must be saying something right. The journey I want to talk to you about, the change maker journey, started on exactly the same day 20 years ago. It was the 9th of September, the 11th of September 2001. And I was in Toronto at the Toronto Film Festival with my new film, Everybody Says I'm Fine, which was directed by a debut director, Rahul Bose. And when I reached Toronto a couple of days earlier, I was delighted to find my very old friend, Ashutosh Gawarikar, was also in Toronto with his film Lagan, and his producer Amir Khan. And we had dinner the night before, and we just heard that Meera Nair won the Golden Lion for her film Monsoon Wedding, and she came to Toronto. On the 9th of the 10th, Meera invited Ashutosh and me. She says, come very early. I'm having an 8 o'clock in the morning show of Monsoon Wedding. Come and see the film before the hordes descend and you won't even get standing space in the auditorium. And Ashutosh Gawarik and me, dressed in black, carrying our coffees, went at 8 in the morning to the auditorium, and a delightful 2 hours watching Meera Nair's Monsoon Wedding. And when we came out of the cinema at about 10:30, the world had changed. There was not a soul on the streets of Toronto. There was a cold wind blowing, everything was grey, and there was nobody. And I said, Ashutosh, it's 10:30 in the morning. Surely there should be people, there should be cars, there should be buses, there should be pedestrians. There was nobody. And as we walked into the Film Festival Centre, the headquarters of the Toronto Film Festival, we saw that the lobby was deserted and people were huddled in one corner where there was a giant television screen. Some were moaning, some were crying. Most of them were staring shell-shocked at that screen. And both Ashutosh and me realized that 2 planes had hit the World Trade Center. And our lives changed at that point. And for the first time, I realized how close I was to danger. You know, leading a secluded life in Bombay made it very difficult for me to understand. And my entire thought process changed that day. And it is ironic that I am talking to you at this TED Talk on the anniversary of 9/11. About 10 years ago, when I turned 50, I decided that the time had come to start giving back. I think giving back is one of the most important things that we must do. We have to give back what we've got. The success, the fame, the money is all very well, but the entire process of real life is about giving back. And I decided, apart from being a teacher, I would like to give back all the experiences that I have, because media and entertainment are not very well received professions because of prejudices, because people don't think that it's the right place for their children, because most parents think that, this is what other people do. And I decided I would start teaching. But I didn't know how to, because I wasn't a teacher. And I went to my old friend Shamak Dawa. And Shamak has one course called the 1-year program. It's an intensive course. And he said, Vivek, I would be very happy if you came once a week and worked with my students on cinema. And that was my change-making journey. I started by teaching children who were great dancers, and I started teaching them about cinema. And one of my students came to me and said, "Sir, I love you very much, but I don't need you anymore. I am very, very happy to save you some time and trouble by not being at your class." So I said, "What's the problem?" He said, "No, it's okay. I mean, you're a busy actor, you're a busy producer, you're a busy director. I know you take out time to come to us." I said, "No, buddy, that's not a problem. It's what I chose to do, and I'm very happy to do it." He said, "No, sir, I'll save your time." And he dismissed me. And I said to myself, "What's the problem?" So I said, "Buddy, what's the problem?" And he takes this out from his pocket and he says, "Sir, I don't need you anymore. I have Google." So I said, "What?" He said, "I have Google. I have all the answers now. I don't need you. So I'll save your time." So I said, "Fine. I'm going to ask you one question. And if you can answer it tomorrow, you will not need me." And I agree with that. And I asked him a question. It was a trick question. And he could not answer it. And I had to sit with him and the whole class, and I had to explain to them that Google can only give you information. Translating that information into knowledge is the job of your teacher, is the job of your mentor. And in conversations, deep, long conversations with your mentors, that knowledge turns into wisdom, and that wisdom is what stands you good stead all your life. But the moment I taught him that, and the moment I told my students that, I realized that I would have to become an ungoogleable teacher. I had to work towards creating a situation where I could give them answers to questions that they could not find on Google. For example, there was no point in teaching them the height of Mount Everest. They just have to press a button and it's there in front of them. In fact, how to climb Mount Everest, that is not on Google. And that is what we do as teachers. A long time ago, my friend, a colleague from the film industry, and even before that from theatre, Ronnie Screwvala, at one of the FICCI conferences, he sat and he said that the real change maker will be technology. And all of us were agog because we were at the cusp. We were still shooting on film. We were still processing and editing without digital. Most people didn't have laptops. Internet had just come into being. This was maybe 30 years ago, maybe 28 years ago. And Ronnie said there will come a time when we will be able to do everything, every single thing, by using a gadget. And since I was close to him, not only theatre and cinema and various other common interests, post that conference, I was with him in his car. We were driving home and I said, "Ronnie, I didn't understand." He said, "What is there to understand?" I said, "How many gadgets are we supposed to carry?" So he said, "Everything will be on one gadget." So I said, "What do you mean? School children will not need to carry books to school?" He said, "No. Every single textbook will be on that gadget." So I said, "It sounds like a computer, like a giant supercomputer." He said, "Yes." I said, "But that supercomputer will be the size of a full building. It has to be so big. It's carrying every textbook in the world." He said, "No, it'll be that small." That's where technology is going to take you. It's going to be a change maker. Okay. And he said, "Vivek, you're fond of films." I said, "Yes." He said, "You go to the cinema every day?" I said, "I go every day. And I enjoy it." He said, "Imagine if every single film in the world, Hindi films, Bollywood films, Hollywood films, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam cinema, European cinema, American cinema, was all on the same gadget along with the textbooks of the students." I said, "So how do I see these? Do I connect this gadget to television?" He says, "No, it'll have a screen. You'll be able to sit and watch movies on it." I said, really? He said, yes. And every single book in the world that you want to read, Agatha Christie and James Hadley Chase and Biggles and Enid Blyton and every single author in the world will also be in the same gadget. By now, my head was spinning. I said, a gadget that will carry every book in the world, every film in the world. He added, he said, every single bit of music in the world. I said, how is that possible? I love Lata Mangeshkar and Kishore Kumar songs. And some of them are even 50 years old. He said, every song in the world will be on that gadget. Every film will be on that gadget. Every television serial will be on that gadget. And your phone book. Your entire phone book will be on that gadget. And your whole office will be on that gadget. And your secretary will be on that gadget. And your pad and your pen and your notes will be on that gadget. I said, poor Ronnie's had too much to drink at this conference tonight. What is he talking about? A few years later, Shekhar Kapoor at a conference said, there will come a time when there will be no prints. There will come a time when there will be no cinema. There will come a time when, let's say, the 6th or the 7th or the 8th Spider-Man movie or the 10th Spider-Man movie will just be uploaded on one link. And the whole world will have a 10-minute window at noon or some such to pay their $5 or their $10 and download the film into their. And at that point, the first time he used the word phone, he said onto their phones. And the film will earn $10 billion because a billion people will download it in 10 minutes. And that harked me back to what Ronnie Screwvala had said about this. And I talked to him, he said, yes, it's going to be called telephony. That gadget is going to be in the shape of a phone. And you are going to be having that phone and you're going to have all the movies on that. And you're going to be having books and music and textbooks and your office space and everything. And there's 100 people developing things so that all these things can be on this gadget. And I said, Ronnie, by then a little bit of internet, people had desktop computers, laptops were not that common. It was prohibitively high in terms of the cost. And again, they told me, they said, no, Vivek, in time to come, in the next 2 decades, and you will be alive to see this revolution, Mr. Vivek Vaswani, it will almost be free. For a couple of ₹100 a month, you will be able to do all this on a small gadget. You'll be able to talk to anyone in the world on that gadget without having to pay for trunk call charges. You will be able to write letters and messages to anyone in the world without having to put it in the post box. And it will be cheap, it will be inexpensive. And he used these words. He said it will almost be free. And it's come true. Today, all of us are carrying smartphones. And our smartphones have our movies in it, have our web series in it, have our favorite shows on it, have our favorite music on it, have our favorite books on it, which we can download and read. We have a bunch of apps. They look after our hotel bookings. They look after our travel bookings. They look after appointments that they have. They book taxis for us. They book hotel rooms for us. They book airline tickets for us. Everything is being done on the smartphone. And that is indeed a change maker. And all these thoughts flashed in my head when I was talking to my students to become an ungoogleable teacher. And I started making notes. And those notes actually became into notes that I would deal with my students and have conversations with them. And finally, those notes refined themselves and I made a film. And I called it Rough Book because in my days, we never had phones. We had actually a book in which we used to scribble and we used to write rough notes and we used to keep that rough book. And from that rough book, we would write things onto our fair notes into what we called our fair books. But I just didn't want to make any ordinary film. We have had enough versions of To Serve With Love. So I decided I would tackle the education system. And the one thing that came to me was that we don't have temples of education anymore. We have shopping malls of education. And that became an important component of the film. We don't have students, we have customers. We don't have temples of education, we have shopping malls of education. And I tell you, in my days, if I went to school and I misbehaved, and I was a very naughty child, I must tell you, when I misbehaved, I would be spanked, soundly spanked. And I'd come home crying, or not crying as I grew older. And I told my mother, I said, they hit me, yeah. I'm your son, why are they hitting me? So she wouldn't take my side. She would look at me and say, Vivek, what did you do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong, Mom. No, they don't hit you without a reason. What did you do wrong? I did nothing wrong. Maybe I reached class 2 minutes late. Maybe, or no, not maybe, Mom. I reached class 2 minutes late. 2 minutes? Maybe 3 minutes. That's 10% of his time gone because it's a 30-minute class. I would have wasted you more than him. Our parents were not sympathetic to us when we went to them for sympathy, because according to them, you can either get success in life or you can get sympathy. Both don't work. And our teachers were our gurus. The same teachers who used to hit me badly would be there waiting if I fell down in the playground, and they would sit there and they would help me and be there with me until my parents came or the doctor came. They loved us. And I tell you students this today, 50 years or 45 years after I left school, your teachers love you as much today as they loved us 45 years ago. That's why they chose to be teachers. They haven't chosen to be salespeople. They haven't chosen to be customer service. They haven't chosen to look after you only during your class time. I tell you today, my students call me up at 9 in the night, 6 in the morning, whenever they need help, whenever they need guidance, whenever they need anything, we are there for them. And I tell you students, every single one of your teachers is available to you now, then and forever, because they are teachers. Because for them, it is still a temple of education. So I thought all these thoughts, and I realized when I made Rough Book, which led to it going to be screened in more than 400 schools, which led to me teaching children exactly the way I wanted to, using Rough Book as a medium, which finally led me to becoming the Dean of the School of Contemporary Media at Pearl. I realized that the real change makers were teachers. The real change makers were those who guided us, mentored us, trained us, counseled us, and changed our lives from the time we were 5-year-old until the time we chose to study. And I tell you one thing, every teacher is still a student, because as they teach you, they learn as well. I know I did. The more I teach, the more I learn. They come as my students, they leave as my friends. So, who is a change maker? It is not technology. Technology is a change maker and will keep on changing form. It will change substance. It will change shape. It will change size for the rest of its life. Technology is a tool. Technology is an instrument of use. The real change makers have to be human beings, and the best and the biggest change makers in the world are those who teach us and guide us, our students. Our teachers. I have been a change maker for many people. I have guided, mentored a lot of people. I met a boy called Shah Rukh Khan. He lived in my house for 2 years. I trained him. I taught him. I got him work. We're still friends. Ravina Tandon, Boman Irani, Sanjay Gupta, Sanjay Gadvi, Ashutosh Gavarikar, who was with me in Toronto, Mudassar Aziz, Aman Khan, Iqbal Khan. I don't know how many people have come to me and I have mentored. Today, teachers have to change form as well. You can't just teach them out of textbooks. They have Google already. You can't teach them the height of Mount Everest, or the depth of a lake, or the length of a river like the Nile. You can't teach them facts. Facts are on Google, and they've got them at their disposal and will have them for the rest of their life. You have to be the person who interprets facts to change their lives. You have to be the people who will guide them, change their lives for the better, using Google as a tool, not using Google as a change maker. You are the change maker. So I talk to students and I talk to teachers equally when I say change making happens when two people come together and both switch on and go forward in a spirit of knowledge, education, and growth. Growth is the engine, growth is the fuel, growth is the key, and growth cannot happen when things are static. It is very important for us to understand this, and I'm very grateful that I had an opportunity today of saying these things to you. Thank you very much. I'm indeed grateful to have been here. God bless you.
Thank you so much for your insightful talk. And on behalf of the Sunbeam family, I would like to extend an unconditional invite for you to come over to Bhagwanpur or Sun City or Lehtara, any branch of Sunbeam, whenever you are free, and address our students offline so that we can see you up close and have conversations. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us today.
Aditya, I would be delighted. Thank you all for inviting me. I have been doing a lot of talks with the Sunbeam schools over the last 4 or 6 weeks, but I've been doing them online. There is a big difference between being online and offline. I would be delighted to accept your invitation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Keeping the flow on with the entertainment business, here we have another old horse in this same. Miss Kritika Desai is an Indian film, theatre and television actress who rose to fame playing Mangala in an early TV series of India, Bunyad. She is known for her portrayal of Vishkanya in Chandrakant and Ambaji in Ram Milai Jodi. She has appeared on the talk show Mansi, Air Hostess, Super Hit Mukabla, Hangama, Noor Jahan, Diwar and Uttaran. Along with that, Kritika has been running training centers to help young minds blossom in the field of theatre. Over to Kritika.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when and which part of the world this is being watched. Hi, I'm Kritika Desai, and first let me tell you I'm honored to be asked to talk on this platform, though I was a bit wary about it first. But yeah, now here I am, and so I thought that I would talk a bit about married working women, financial independence, feminism, its pros and cons. Let it please be noted that I'm not advocating whether women should work or not work. I'm merely stating my own personal experiences, my own views, and also some questions, answers to which I'm still searching. Now, I'm an actress, so my professional demands are a little different from other work fields, areas, professions, just as I think every profession has its different demands. But I think that the underlying problems, pros and cons that a married woman faces when she's working is almost the same. And when I say work here, never ending. It's a very vast topic, and so I think 18 minutes is just about enough to get one thinking about a couple of things that are said, and I think that much is enough to set the mental ball rolling, so to speak. Again, as with other issues in life, it has various aspects to it and in varying degrees. So, one size fits all kind of a solution or answer is absolutely not possible. The country, the city, the village, caste, creed, religion, the many generations living in the same house, values, beliefs, your basic nature. I think all this has an impact on whether the daughter, woman, daughter-in-law, girl of the house has the freedom to work outside the house, and if she has the inclination to do so. Hindu texts written almost 3,000 years ago present conflicting and diverse views, ranging from the feminine energy as the highest goddess to limiting gender roles. The Devi Sukta of the Rig Veda declares the feminine energy as the center of the universe, the creator of all matter and consciousness, infinite and finite, the empirical and the metaphysical, the essence, the Brahman, the soul of everything. Now, Manusmriti, which was written approximately between 3rd century BCE and 2nd century CE. Now, Manu's views on women leaves one in a quandary. On the one hand, he accorded her respect and honor and recognized her importance and position in society. But on the other hand, it is said that Manusmriti is single-handedly responsible for the derogatory position of women in the post-Vedic period. Thomas Carlyle, 1860, a Scottish historian, satirical writer, mathematician, philosopher, teacher. He stated that the history of the world is but the biography of men. Now let us examine the constraining factors that kept women from working outside across the ages. One of the basic things is that because of society and family, if a woman was capable and had the abilities of pursuing a career or working outside, she hid those capabilities and abilities because she feared isolation, rejection from the family. These very same abilities and capabilities were encouraged, in fact enhanced in a boy by family and society. Also, a high-ranking career and child-rearing seem incompatible. So the pressure to excel professionally and to maintain family responsibilities as well, combining work with child-rearing, are additional pressures that must be added to traditional barriers. The fact that women have been subjugated is a given for years, and much has been said about it, much has been done about it. Feminism, which started about 100 years or so ago, is the belief that men and women should have equal rights and equal opportunities. It is a theory that both sexes should share economic, domestic, politic, and social responsibilities. But I think that was secondary. That compared to the invention of the birth control pill. That, I think, was causal. And for the first time in evolutionary history, women were in charge of their reproductive function. That was a factor of such magnitude that it brought about a huge change in the paradigm. It got about sociological transformation. And consequences of great magnitude. And one of the consequences of that was that women had sexual freedom. Now, in the West, in the 60s, there was wild experimentation with sex. Women had that freedom now. And I think that is one of the reasons leading to pornographication of society. But I'm digressing. That's a totally different topic. So in the 60s, what happened was both men and women were grappling with new freedoms, new roles, and new woman and man equations. The pill gimmicks infertility. So we don't know what impact this biological hormonal change has had on man-woman relationships. This transformation also complicated the lives of women because now they had to choose whether they wanted to make childbearing and child-rearing the prime focus of their life or financial independence. Sometimes makes one wonder whether the eroding of society, the family structure, rise in substance abuse in children, neglect of senior citizens, divorces, etc., is a consequence of more and more women opting to work because now both the prime pillars of the family are out working. Oh, of course, there is no arguing the good that it has brought about. It has reduced the number of women subjected to physical, mental, and emotional abuse. Now a financially independent woman has the option of walking out of such an abusive marriage or a home or a family because now she's financially independent. But it has been a long and arduous journey for the woman, a very, very long journey. During the two world wars, women started coming out and working as nurses. It was considered a noble profession and it was the need of the hour. The aftermath of the Second World War was the beginning of a new era, and the circumstances were such that women felt that they needed to go out and work because financially it became necessary. So now we have women in high-ranking positions, even presidents and prime ministers of countries, looking after their children and families while going about their work with seemingly equal commitment and ease. She's looking after her family, her children, her in-laws maybe, and on top of that, she's expected to look good, to dress well, maintain a decent figure. I mean, it is not necessary, but every woman wants to look her prettiest best. Now, this all puts tremendous pressure on a working woman and guilt. When she is at work, there is this nagging guilt that, she is not looking after her family, her husband, her children, as well as her non-working friends are. And at home, there is this nagging guilt that she's not putting in as much effort, energy, hours in her career as her male counterparts are. The pressure is, of course, not the same for every woman. Again, it varies depending on the type of work, its demands, family, support system, financial necessity, etc. A helpful, supportive husband, of course, helps, but he is just not as equipped to look after children and home as a woman is. Sometimes one wonders the woman has moved into the man's field with far more ease than a man has been able to into the domestic field of the woman. Women started working for multiple reasons. The feminism movement started to end female subjugation, but somewhere along the line, the idea that took momentum was that if a woman is financially independent, then her man will respect her, or society will respect her. This came to the forefront, and then that makes me wonder that if a woman is not financially independent and she's not working, that means the man is not supposed to respect her. Isn't a man or a woman, I mean, works both ways, isn't a man supposed to respect a woman whether she is financially independent or not, whether she's outside working or not? Now, the movement's priorities have been changing as the world has been changing and varies among nations and communities. Priorities range from opposition to female genital mutilation in one country to the glass ceiling, I beg your pardon, in another country. Feminists describe the gender imbalance inscribed in many domains as dichotomy. Being a man or a woman inflects different types of experiences, and even so, one is never just a man or just a woman. You're either married, unmarried, rich, poor, sick, healthy, a parent, not a parent, employed, not employed, middle class, working, rich, poor, upper caste, and so on and so forth. Now I've been working since I was 22, and I've had a child, looked after my family, husband, home, and I've been working, and these are some of the problems that I have faced. I've had a very supportive mother and a supportive husband. God knows, otherwise I don't think I would have been able to get this far. And yet, I sometimes envied my non-working friends, when I would go to their house and I'd see how they were always around their family with their husbands. The children were attended to. And not that I didn't attend to my child, I did, but they were hands-on, they were always there for their children. I envied them. And then, when I was at work, I envied my male colleagues over there because they put in more hours. I gave my shooting restricted hours. They in the evenings, they would go to the gym and work out. Next day talk about how they worked out and all. And I was like, oh, I couldn't go to the gym because, I was trying to make up and spend time with my daughter. They would take up shows that would take them out for months, but I couldn't do that because I had a family, a child to look after. I would say I wouldn't want to do that because I wanted to be with my child. There was a 5-year hiatus that I took from work because I felt those were crucial years when my child was growing up and my daughter needed me with her. And I felt that did set me back in my career. But yeah, I've been trying to juggle and balance between work and family, and I have succeeded to a certain extent, but it comes at a cost. Now let's talk about my non-working friends. They envy me. This is the classic case of the grass is greener on the other side. They envy me. They say, look at you, you're independent, you have an identity of your own, you're financially independent, you don't have to ask your husband for money for everything you want to buy. And they say that, your husband treats you as an equal. Here again, the differences that I said come into play, because it's not just a man, it depends on who he is. Other factors come into play, like, his nature, his thinking, his values, belief, upbringing, his social background, etc. I mean, one man can treat his non-working, financially not working wife as an equal partner in every single decision, financial or otherwise. He can have great respect for her. He can come back from the office and help her with the household chores, while another man could subjugate his working wife, and sometimes that working wife could be earning even more than he is, and he can subjugate her, he can insult her, be abusive towards her, not help in the household chores. So I think it is different for every man. Similarly, there's one woman who's really meek, and she's the breadwinner. She puts the food on the table, and still she might be subjugated by her husband, and she'll keep quiet about it. And there may be another woman who's not working, but she may shirk her household responsibilities, her responsibilities towards her children, towards her husband. So again, it's not always a man-woman equation. It is a person-to-person equation, I feel. Even today in the USA, which is a progressive country, the woman earns 77 cents to the man's dollar. We still have a long way to go. We have come a long way, but still we have a long way to go. In some cultures, equality has been achieved to a large extent, and in some not at all. Women are still exploited and subjugated and abused in ways that we can't even imagine. Today, the third wave of feminism is more global, multicultural, and it includes elements from many different movements such as anti-racism, womanism, the politics of transgender. An incident comes to my mind. A male friend asked me once, yes, this feminist movement keeps women from being exploited, brings equality, it's wonderful, it's great, I respect it. But when those same very women who are demanding equality tell a man, this is not the way you treat a woman, pull a chair for me, you must open the door for me. It makes a man wonder, what does the woman really want? I don't know, I shrugged. I said, respect, basic decency, and actually basically the same things that a man wants. And then again, I remember another incident. There's this friend of mine, a very close friend. She is non-working, stay-at-home woman and mom, family maker, homemaker. And so she and I were doing this rally together, and it was a 4-hour rally. So during that rally, early morning, we left at about 6. And after that, her husband calls twice, her mother-in-law calls, her father-in-law calls, sister-in-law, then husband again. And I didn't get a single phone call, and suddenly I was feeling rather unloved and uncared for. So when we reached the rally, it was over. I called my husband because he'd asked me to call him once I reached. So I called him and I said, my friend's husband has been calling her all the time, and you've not called me even once. You don't really care about me. So he said, whoa, where is this coming from? I mean, his wife is a stay-at-home mom. She rarely goes out alone. My wife goes every day 50 kilometers away alone for 10 hours. She's working and she comes back. Do you want me to call you 6-7 times every single day? And I was like, no, really, please. And I realized that if I want my independence, if I want to be treated like an equal, or rather, if I think I am an equal to him, then I can't suddenly one day become this babe in the woods and I can't take care and I need to be taken care of. So I think just as everything in life, independence also comes with a price tag. So hey girls out there, remember that. But then when feminism is overdone, it puts domestic responsibilities in a bad light. Women who are not earning, they are made to feel worthless, which is not true at all. I mean, I think looking after your home, your family, your children, shaping their values, beliefs, their future, their character is, I think, a tremendous job. And just because it doesn't pay financially, that doesn't lessen its value. In fact, I think it enhances it. And in such marriages, I think the responsibilities are well etched out. Each one does his part. The man protects and brings home the money. The woman nurtures and looks after the home and the family and the house. But When both partners are earning, then the responsibilities merge and overlap, and a little more patience, a little more communication, a little more adjustments become necessary. At this point, it would be fair for you to ask me what my point is, but that's exactly my point. I have no point to make, no answers. Perhaps just one. A saying comes to my mind. It's very basic. Do unto others what you would want others to do unto you. Yeah. And forget about women being feminists. The day men become feminists, the subjugation of women will end. I thank you all, whoever has managed to listen to 18 minutes of my rambling. I thank you all, and I just wish and hope that at least one thought, at least one thing I've said resonates with you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your video. Unfortunately, ma'am could not have made it here in the meeting, but truly it was brilliant listening to you, ma'am. If you're listening to me right now, we are pleased that you could at least join us through a video this afternoon. Thank you so much. Moving on with the next speaker. We live in a world of information and data, and we can't do this without our MacBooks and Dells and Lenovo's in our hand. Nimesh, however, along with his team, sure hopes to change that. As a biology student, easily the most interesting talk, and the one which can possibly make you believe that if Nimesh had his way, he would be putting your chat backup in synthetic DNA instead of you having waste 500 MB on it every week, cutting almost all struggles of the youth by half by doing that, for the record. You can carry it around with you, because unlike our hard drives and our laptops, DNA does not have an expiry date. But as Henry VIII used to say to his wives, I will not keep you long. Over to Nimesh.
Thank you, Ishan and the team at Sunbeam for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So my team and I, we stored the popular video game Rainbow Six in DNA. And this is a story of how it all started and why. So on a day like this, a few years ago, my friend Sachin and I, we were sitting in our apartment in Bangalore, and we were brainstorming ideas on what next to work on, because the project we were working on then was going nowhere. So we put our markers to the whiteboard and started listing ideas for new materials that we could invent with bioengineering. And if it could be commercially scaled, would have a lasting impact. One such material on that list was DNA. And it somehow captured our imagination. So DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is a molecule. It is made up of a bunch of atoms that combine to form the shape of a spiraling ladder, sort of like the one that you can see on your screen. And if you have ever watched the movie Jurassic Park, then you probably heard that DNA is the recipe or blueprint of all living things. So allow me to convince you that DNA is the hard disk for living things. So if you look at this model, a simplified model of DNA here, you can see that the ladder are made up of 4 chemicals, and they are represented by different colors and letters. And if you try to follow just one of the strands, then you can see that you can read the sequence of the chemicals, sort of like how you would, read the letters in a book. And so DNA normally is a very long molecule that is coiled up like a noodle and resides inside a cell. in the center of the cell in a compartment called the nucleus. But if you were to pull out the DNA and kind of unpack it and stack it vertically, just the DNA from one human cell, it would easily be at least 3 inches taller than Virat Kohli. And if you were to pull out the DNA from all the cells in a human body and kind of stick them end to end, you could go from Earth to Sun and back about 600 times. So DNA acts as a hard disk for living things, and also it is extremely dense. So all the DNA inside the human body weighs just less than 3 packs of dairy milk silk. So just 350 grams of DNA. So what if we could store photos, movies, games, the entire digital universe inside this 350 grams? In just 350 grams, you could pack about 180 exabytes. Now, 180 exabytes is a really huge number, but to put things in perspective, if Earth was the size of 128 GB memory phone, then the Sun is the size of 128 exabytes. Imagine you could put all of that data in just 350 grams of DNA. So, but however, DNA is very distinct from the memory in your phone. Like, for example, if you have, once your storage is full, you could kind of delete those annoying WhatsApp forwards and clear space. But DNA is distinct in that the material is both the file and the storage medium itself. So needless to say, you can't really harvest DNA from living things, erase the blueprints, and then store your photos and videos. This is definitely not going to work. But what you have to do is actually build the DNA molecule by molecule. So back in the apartment, Sachin and I, we started to sketch our ideas on how we could go about doing this. And so basically you need to do 2 things. The first thing is you'd have to convert your digital file into the sequences of DNA. So we wrote a program where it kind of works like Google Translate, because you're translating binary code to the code of DNA, but also like a PDF to Word converter, where you're converting a file from one format to another. Essentially, after this process, we got like a digital blueprint of the DNA molecules that we then have to actually synthesize, like physically create it. And we could use this blueprint to put those chemicals in the sequence that is desired. Now, to actually implement this, we need some expensive lab equipment and also several biochemical reagents. And we realized that we were just short of 25 lakh rupees. So we decided to call our professor from back in college to see if he would let us use the lab in the university. And he said, yes, yeah, you can, go ahead. And so once we had the lab space locked, we called up the different vendors who supply these reagents. And some of these reagents are like, 7 lakh rupees and so on. Nevertheless, we still placed our order with them. And surprisingly, they didn't ask us for an advance or if we had the money to pay them. They probably assumed that we just asked them to ship it to the university lab. So they assumed that we were working for the university, and they just sent the chemicals out to us. So now we spent about, with the lab space locked in and the chemicals in hand, we spent about 4 weeks trying to get the right recipe to build these DNA molecules. And so once you have a specific DNA molecule and you kind of want to read the sequence of chemicals, there are these instruments called DNA sequencers. So you just drop the liquid containing the DNA into this machine, and it can read the DNA using the sensors it has inside. So at that time, DNA sequencing was really, really expensive. But nowadays, it has completely changed. It is the sequencing machine itself is portable. It's something that you can connect to your laptop. And essentially, it will read out the DNA molecule and give you a file with the sequence of the chemicals. So using the same process that we used to translate and change the format, we kind of reverse that process with the decoder tool, and you're able to recover the file that was stored in DNA. So it did take us about like 4 to 6 weeks to figure it out, to actually get this process working. And once it worked out, we were super excited. And we went back to Bangalore and we started pitching to different VCs like venture capitalists and corporates for funding. Everyone said no. And for a long time, it seemed like we were going nowhere again. And then suddenly, out of the blue, one opportunity rose up where there was this early stage biotech accelerator called IndieBio, who decided to invest in us. And so flush with funding, we moved HelixWorks to Ireland and set up our lab. And in just a few months' time, we launched a product called DNA Drive on Amazon. And essentially, you could store a small piece of data, whether like a poem or an encrypted key in DNA. We would do that for you and ship the DNA molecule. One particular news article had this headline to say, like, why on earth will someone order DNA on Amazon? And to be fair, storing data in DNA is actually a very expensive process. Even today, it costs roughly a few thousands of dollars to store just 1 megabyte of data. But nevertheless, it was the first time that anyone had sold DNA on Amazon or literally anywhere to buy. And it did create a lot of interest in the space. And today there's a vibrant community of scientists, companies who are working to solve the different technical challenges that are so that you can build the machines and the manufacturing process to scale the synthesis of DNA to store information. Fortunately, for us, we were able to collaborate with some of the brightest minds in Europe to form a consortium called OligoArchive. And this was sponsored by the European Union. And so the technologies that will be developed as part of this project will, in the near future, will be used to store massive amounts of data without the need for data centers that can be very polluting because they spend a lot of resources on cooling. They take up a lot of space. And these technologies can also be used to create the DNA of things, which will connect several physical goods like medicines, food, and industrial chemicals to the digital world without the need for creating electronic waste. So I would like to conclude this talk with a small thought. So back in the year 1869, that was the time when the first synthetic polymer was invented. And that led to, it spawned the age of plastics. And for the first time ever, humans weren't limited by any constraints with regards to natural resources. You could literally build anything that you want. And that has really pushed civilization forward in many ways. So we believe that synthetic DNA has come of age to be an industrial polymer in the 21st century, and would predict that people in the future will look back to the 21st century as the age of synthetic DNA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nimesh, for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining us all the way from Ireland. Your idea is surely going to change the world. We hope to have all of these memories encoded in DNA one day, and we're all counting on you for that. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Aditya.
Now, it's time for our first in the series of trademark Instead sessions. Now, Instead sessions are stand-up comedy performances, interviews, and other entertaining and educative interludes to give you a break from idea-rich TEDx talks. To start off with the Instead sessions, the following is Amrita ma'am, Deputy Director of Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions and an educationist at PAR, to be interviewed by Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, CEO of the Sunbeam Group. So here we are with the first Instead session.
Friends, we are all set with yet another edition of Instead. Instead are the events outside TEDx at SunbeamBhagwanpur, TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur, curated specially to present the achievements of change makers in different walks of life. So there are talks by people of eminence, and there are presentations by performing artists, and there are interviews. Today we have a very special guest in our studio who has dedicated almost 3 decades of her life to the cause of education. And still today, she calls herself a learner. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mrs. Amrita Burman, the Deputy Director of Sunbeam Group, Varanasi. You're welcome to the studio, ma'am.
Thank you, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. So I hope your ride to the studio was comfortable and you are
absolutely great. I'm absolutely good.
Right. So, ma'am, starting with a very primary question that generally comes to mind whenever people look up to you as an educator, as a leader. 30 long years of your life you dedicated to education. There is a huge conglomerate of educational institutions under the banner of Sunbeam Group now, yes, who look up to you as the leader, as the influencer, as the motivator. But this all started with you joining a small school called Sunbeam Annapurna way back in 1998 as a French teacher. My question to you is, was it all by choice or by chance? And how do you see the journey when you look back upon?
Okay, so let me first of all thank everyone at Sunbeam Bhagwanpur, not only for inviting me to speak at your Instead series, but also to think that I'm worth enough and to use those lovely words of influencer, etc., Well, I don't really consider myself to be anything of that sort. I am still, and I always keep, claiming that I'm still a learner, like I think most of us are. And I think most of the teachers and the teaching fraternity think of themselves as like that, because that's how we are in our classrooms every day. Another correction is that I joined not first Sunbeam Annapurna, actually that was the third of my Sunbeam branches. The first one, in fact, was a branch that we gave away, but we started, which was Sigra. And after that, in fact, it was at the place that we are sitting right here at Bhagwanpur. I was the principal of Bhagwanpur. No, let me take you even a little further back. I joined the group in the year 1992. I joined at Bhagwanpur as a teacher, and that's when I taught French. So I just wanted to connect the two things. I joined as a teacher here. I taught English in class 3, and I taught certain other subjects. I was the class teacher of class 3, and also French to the class 9s and 10s. So that was a kind of a correction. When I look back at my journey, and what do I see, and whether this came up as a choice or a chance? Well, it came as a chance. There is no doubt about it. And coincidentally, I don't want to use the word unfortunately, for many people in the education sector in India, especially I think till a few years back, most of us joined the profession as a chance, because of the fact that it's always a very respected, profession. So people tell their daughters-in-law and their daughters, look, teacher ban jao, because it's a good place to be in. You're going to be safe, you're going to be amongst children and stuff like that. So many girls and young boys join this profession more by chance. The beauty of this profession is that it actually saps you in, brings you in, sucks you in, if those are those right words to use, because you fall in love. Children are such magnets. Making a difference in so many people's lives is such a magnetic pull that you actually change what you take up as chance as your choice. So I have seen a lot of teachers, many, who have come into this profession by chance, but have made it their choice. So when I look back, it's a journey of fulfillment. It's a journey of, it just makes you feel good. When you turn back and see the things that have changed, how things have progressed, it just makes you feel at peace with yourself, because you feel you've made a difference in a number of people's lives. So that's just to answer your question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's quite a revelation, no doubt. You started your career as a teacher, as you rightly said right now, and you are in a leadership position today. As I rightly said, you are in a position to influence people and to motivate people. To start a career as a teacher and then going up in the ladder and becoming a leader in the education fraternity, how does the teacher's profession add to your experiences? Because when you go up, then again you need to get connected to the teachers, and you need to train them, you need to understand their problems, you need to solve a lot of issues. So having worked as a teacher or directly joining a leadership position, how do you see the difference in between? I'm sure a lot of teachers are watching this event, and I'm sure that they would be benefited by your answer.
Right. So I, coincidentally again, I didn't have a very long stint as a teacher. My stint as a teacher per se, of taking a class and things that, it's very difficult being a teacher, let me tell you. It's just not an easy job at all. So, the kind of work, your corrections, your attendance registers, your planning on for so many classes that you have to take, your designing, etc. of your lesson, it's tough. So I did that for comparatively a very short stint. I was lucky, maybe not very lucky, when I look back, I feel, of getting into a leadership position comparatively quite early in my career. Now, what was the benefit of that? What was not really good with that? Well, the benefit of that was obviously I got a position pretty early. But the problems of not being a teacher for a long time is that the experience that I possibly needed to be a teacher and then come to a leadership position was also not there behind me. So I had to really struggle a lot in my leadership position to be really able to understand what teachers go through, the needs of a classroom. I had to do a lot of research, had to start taking classes occasionally, connecting a lot with the teachers to find out where the shoe pinches them, where's the pain, where's the problem. Took a lot of classes, did a lot of research so that I could give them, as you mentioned, they would come to me with problems. So as a leader, I think it's our responsibility to give them solutions. So these solutions did not come very easy. These solutions had to be looked into by reading, by connecting with other people. The only thing I think that was possibly a little bit of an advantage with me was I was a little instinctive to the profession. So if anybody came with a problem, I could easily connect with their problem and then possibly speak to few more people, listen to my own inner voice. And that's why I thought there was a little bit of an intuition and an instinct of coming up with the solution. So the initial years were really not very easy because I wouldn't have considered myself, especially at that stage, not that I consider myself to be the same even today, but did not consider myself to be very experienced. Today, you become principals after maybe 20 years of being in a classroom. So you understand the classroom very well. So there's a balance between the two positions. At that stage in my life, the balance wasn't there. The responsibilities were huge as a leader, but the experience to be able to take care of these responsibilities was not really much. So I think there I had to work a little harder than maybe many other people in leadership positions.
Right. So what I see is that a lot of passion you have for education and for teaching, and even now given a chance to go back to classroom, probably you will not say that, no, this is none of my job, you'd rather enjoy the time that you spend with the children. This also gives us to reflect that you have a very close connection with the second rung of leaders in an educational setup, say to a principal or a school manager. So what, according to your perspective, a school principal is, vis-a-vis the scenario prevailing now, as you rightly said, that it almost takes 20 long years for someone to become a principal from a teacher's position. But there are now this young age culture of people joining in the industry of education, so to say. They dream a very quick jump over, elevation. Okay, I should become a principal now, I should become an HOD now. What, in your perspective, a school principal is? A leader, a teacher, or a manager of day-to-day affairs?
I think as a principal, especially in schools of today, you have to be a leader, a teacher, and a manager. The roles have changed a lot. I remember, and I think it happens in a lot of schools even today, that you have been a teacher for 20 years and you become a principal and you manage to do a good job. But today, I think even if you've been in a class for 20 years, it gives you a perspective into what's happening in the classroom, but schools are not just about that anymore. Classrooms are still your labs, classrooms are still your places of research, classrooms are still the places where there is transaction of a lot of learning. But at the same time, beyond classrooms, there are many things happening. So if you're only a teacher that has confined yourself into a classroom, you possibly may not be a very successful principal today, because you have to have a complete 360 degrees overview of the school. And in the school, with the children being absolutely at the center, there are today other people also. Your teacher, the growth of the teacher. So if you're just a teacher coming into being in a leadership position, you possibly don't know what are the nuances, what are the new things that have come up, around. And unless and until you sit there in your offices and interact or check on what's happening all over the world, you possibly may not be able to get the best back to your teacher. Once you get the best back to your teacher, it automatically goes to your child. At the same time, the way you're running schools today, when it comes to the way our offices work in particular, they've become very corporate style. There is branding that is needed. There are principals I speak to who have a very, very tough time in trying to get admissions because they have new schools and there's a lot of infrastructure investments that have been made by their managers. So, what's important is that you have to have a 360-degree vision of the way your schools learn, keeping the child and the child's learning, of course, at the center. Which means that everything you do, whether it is investing in your teachers, whether it is investing in your academic heads, etc., finally, how is it impacting your child? That is to be kept in mind. So I think it's very corporate, but this corporate culture, I feel, should be left only to the offices. It should not come down to the children, because when it comes to the children, with new influences and new methods, what you do with the child still remains the same as it was years back. There has to be learning of the child every day in your classroom and beyond your classroom. That has not changed. The way you bring things to the child has changed. So I don't want that corporate culture to come when it comes to your classroom, but the corporate culture has to come the way your offices work. So as a principal and as a leader, keeping a balance between all these different environments is very important. And I think if you don't manage to do it, frankly, it's very difficult to survive in progressive schools today.
Very aptly put together, ma'am. You're 100% right when you say the corporate culture cannot start influencing the education inside the classrooms as such. That still remains education. Now, there was a time when pedagogy was ruling the schools. The schools used to decide a curriculum, there is a timetable, there is a set pattern in which education and especially the classroom delivery is happening. Now, the culture of heutagogy is coming up. When children are exercising their preferences, in fact, they are being very encouragingly being promoted also to do so, that, okay, come up with what you want to study and how you want to study. So, taking cue from your previous conversation right now, as you say, that the classroom responsibility of a teacher still remains to teach. Now, the situation is slightly conflicting when a student decides what to do, what to learn and how to learn, whereas a teacher's role still remains to teach. So what do you think the schools, the education system, the classroom setup, and the classroom management, basically at the principal's level, has to go for a complete metamorphosis so as to accommodate these quake of changes now coming up in the education system, especially in light of Indian education system?
So when you talk about pedagogy now not being important, I kind of disagree. Because pedagogy, obviously, it's all about the science of teaching children. And when it comes to pedagogy, it still rules and still should rule. The only thing is the way we used to transact this pedagogy in the class. I remember when all of us were in school, and possibly me a little earlier as a generation, we were all in schools and we were never given a voice. Nobody asked us whether this is really good for you. Nobody analyzed, forget about asking us, even if that democracy didn't exist in the classrooms. Nobody also, I think, really analyzed whether what they're teaching had any impact on the child or no. So the pedagogy was not correctly transacted, is what I say. Now things have changed. The children find a voice in the class. When the children find a voice, I think your impact of what you want to teach is better. So if you have really planned on what you want to teach, the first thing you have to keep in mind is, what am I expecting my child to know, my outcome? So when I know the outcome and I have planned my teaching, and after I have transacted, if I don't ask my child or analyze in an assessment pattern what my child has really understood and change the way I've taught for him to understand better, the transaction of teaching learning doesn't happen. So what's important is to find out from the child while we teach throughout whether it's working well. When we say children's voices, now what do children's voices mean? It can be very misunderstood, like you just mentioned, it's actually not to be misunderstood. It's the way it should have always been. I think today in schools the right thing is happening. We should have always kept the child at the center. We should have always kept this in mind, that this is what a child really wants. For that you have to ask him, is it working? You have to assess and analyze, is it working, and make the changes. So I think pedagogy has improved in its transaction patterns, but pedagogy per se hasn't changed, will not change, and should not change. Child has to be kept at the center when we are transacting. So I don't think any major changes in the science has happened. It's major changes in the understanding and the empathy of teachers and leaders that has given the children the much needed voice that they should have had in their own learning. The other thing which I thought I must tell you is, we never teach. We can't teach, let me tell you. As teachers, if you feel that you've taught, you're wrong. You can only facilitate teaching. In that, the child becomes in itself a very important component. Because only if the child is ready to learn can you teach. I can come into a class and give a lecture and do my best and go away, and the child remains at the point where he started if he's not interested in learning. So you create an environment where a child learns. So facilitation of teaching is all that we can do. How we facilitate, so that the child's interest is there in the class right from the beginning to the end, is the task of a facilitator or a teacher, if you call them.
Very true. So you need to be self-motivated basically, and the encouragement has to come from within yourself. Taking cue of the same statement, the group looks up to you as the in charge to recharge others.
Performance pressure.
My question is, my gentle question to this leader, how does this leader recharges herself? Because I'm sure even your batteries go down sometimes.
Yeah, of course, I mean, and especially with age, you feel physically, you need to charge. But I think I'm good. The moment there's a challenge, there's an excitement, there's something that's possibly not working right, or there's something to be done. Why should we only look for trouble? When there's some event that's coming up and there's something that needs to be, or there's an idea that strikes and I really want to do it with passion, that's when the battery gets charged. So when there's less of work, I'm very discharged, and then I tell, okay, I think this is the time for a holiday, there's less work to do, so let's just go off somewhere and let things pile up. I'll come back and I'll finish it off quickly. And I draw a lot of my energy from the people I work with, from the students, a little note, or even like these Teachers' Day, little notes that keep trickling into you, and people say, and even your alumni that connects with you and says you've made a difference. I think those are also battery chargers. So when you work, I think with a lot of nice people like all of you all sitting right here in front of me, or the people who are there in the other branches and institutions, I think you draw your energy from that. Another source of energy, I'm missing it actually in this pandemic, is when I take my rounds to the associate schools and I meet the children there. Somewhere I feel down the line that we are really doing true service in these 3-tier, 4-tier towns of UP. And when you see the passion in their eyes, I frankly feel they are full of gratitude. It's not praise, forget the praise. Not towards me, but towards the institution for having provided to them, sitting in their towns, of a dream which they wanted to achieve. I'll just give you a very small example. I think this year, maybe, or the year, I don't remember when. I spoke to a child who was a topper after class 12, and I spoke to this girl, and she was a topper in that particular branch. And I asked this child, so what next? Where do you want to go? And when she turns around and she says, my dream is Miranda, and you know, ma'am, I think I'm going to achieve it because I've got this percentage. That's when you feel, okay, you're coming from a 3-tier town or a 4-tier town, and maybe just a Lucknow or a Varanasi or an Allahabad, some 8-10 years back was the dream of a lot of children there. Or maximum you could have thought of an IIT, because that's there in the systems in UP. Everybody thinks of becoming at least an engineer, then of course a doctor. But you don't talk of girls coming up and saying, I have taken liberal arts, I have taken humanities, and I want to go to LSR. So I said, actually my question to her was, do you really want to go to LSR? Because I think Miranda is what I mentioned, yeah. So do you want to go to Miranda? No ma'am, but I've got the percentage, you know ma'am, I'm going to make it, and I'm planning to become a journalist, or whatever the girl said. And those were moments which made me feel, if we can have these kids go to the next level, that's what true education is all about. When we make differences in complete towns, let me tell you, the town changes because there's a sunbeam in that town. The attitude towards education changes. I think we can get no better battery charger than that. That keeps me going.
Very true, ma'am, very true. That's so excellently acceptable, and that is so pleasing and satisfying to realize that when your influence actually brings in change in lives, that's like being a true change maker. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am, with us. We really enjoyed talking to you. This was a very a discussion and an interview. It cannot be called an interview as such. It was a lot of sharing of knowledge from you, and the rich reservoir of knowledge that you have out of your experience of having dedicated almost your entire life into the cause of education is really benefiting for all of us to know. So thank you so much once again for being with us and sparing so much of time with us, such precious time of yours with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, viewers, once again, all of you. And till then, we see you again in the next edition of Instead. Till then, bye-bye.
So that, for you, ladies and gentlemen, was the first edition of Instead. Stay tuned for more such performances and such interviews and interactions with our speakers or other members of the Sunbeam family. But hey, 5 world-changing ideas are enough food for thought for the next 10 minutes, aren't they? At least they are, for me. So stay tuned. We will be back in 600 seconds. The countdown begins from now. Thank you, everybody.
सावन झर लागेला धीर धीर 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 सावन झर लागेला धीर धीर
कजरी की मिठास और बारिश की धार, हरियाली वन और हर्षित मन, चल अब गाए मल्हार।
Let's see now, let's check if they are there now. Just switch on this thing. Do we have put them?
All right. Welcome back from that short break. We are TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur, live on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook. We have had 1,600 registrations until now. We have had 13 speakers speak at our event. We have had speakers from 3 different countries who have joined us here. And now, on to our penultimate TEDx talk for the day. And then we'll close at 5 p.m. Any technical difficulties, again, chat is the way. We'll do a brief intro now. Kathak is one of the most ancient dance forms in India. It's estimated to be at least 2,000 years old. While this ancientness, this oldness, has endowed in some ways, it hides the fact that tells stories about Krishna originally, but it can be used to write anything. At our event now, her talk is titled Connect with Kathak. She herself is a Kathak dancer who was trained under the legendary Pandit Birju Maharaj and Guru Shobana Narayanan. She has performed at the opening and closing ceremonies of the Commonwealth Games 2010 and has a whole host of awards and honors to her name. It is my immense delight on behalf of all of us present here to welcome us in our midst. Thank you, ma'am, for your time, for taking out the time to come at TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Thank you, Pratima ji. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful platform.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It is our pleasure to host you. Now we'll have a very short chat with our dignitaries, and then we can get right into your talk. Ma'am, if you would take over.
Yeah, thanks, Ishan. Shivani, welcome to the forum, virtually though. And I can always say that right for the first time when we connected with you and we got talking about TEDx and your presentation and your love for Kathak and you using dance as a medium of expression, well, we knew we were hooked and we knew that we wanted you not only here on the virtual forum, but someday we look very much forward to having you with us in Varanasi. I have with me the director of the Sunbeam Group, Mrs. Bharti Madhok, and I so wanted, ma'am, you to meet Shivani because she also happens to be introduced to us by a very good friend of yours, Mrs. Kiran Kapoor. And when we were talking, when I was talking to Kiranji, she said that, you know, there is this one person that you have to meet definitely, who should be there on your forum. So it was she who, you know, connected me to Shivani. Ma'am is also, I would say, has a great appreciation for performing arts and is a guiding force in the schools where it comes to dance and music and has sustained a legacy in all the Sunbeams, Shivani, for the love of music and for dance. Ma'am, Shivani Verma, for you today, your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Pratima, and a very warm welcome to Shivani. Shivani, any art form, dance or music or painting or any such thing, I believe if that is missing from our world will be becoming colorless. So thanks for filling up colors into in our lives. because without music, without dance, without expression, it'll be just meaningless. We'll all become machines if these things are not there. So I'm happy that you have chosen this art form, and Kathak is so beautiful. With your high eyes, with your hand movements, you convey so much more. So even being sitting there and watching all these programs, it's very, very mesmerizing. So I'm happy that you at such a young age, and I'm sure there's a long way to go, and you will not only inspire students from our school, I'm sure you'll be inspiring many more young boys and girls to take this art form. And when we talk about Birju Maharaj Ji, yes, we have been meeting him off and on, and it's such a pleasure because it's not only dance he is teaching to the world, he is teaching so many other things. He has got great values, and whenever we have come close to him, we have always enjoyed. So thank you so much for saying yes and coming on this platform. And I hope this evening, the people who will be listening to you will be benefited. Once again, a very, very warm welcome, and hope to see you very soon, sometimes in Varanasi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. And you've said it all correctly, and you're clearly somebody who identifies with Indian art and culture very closely, because you've said essentially exactly what I feel, whether it's about my guru or whether it's about the fact that without culture or any art in our lives, we are actually nothing. In fact, there's a saying in Sanskrit that there's no difference between animals and people if we don't have a taste for these finer things that and we are such a culturally rich country that it is a blessing to be in on this journey with dance. And you're right, I have a very long way to go, because as you know, it's something you start when you're a child, but I think as you grow older, the realization keeps getting deeper. And it's just such a privilege to have this life with dance. I can't thank my parents and my gurus enough for having given me this chance. And I want to share all the immense joys that I have got from it, all the lessons that I have learned from it. Maybe not in one talk, but in general, by living and learning, and hopefully being able to share a part of that experience to enthuse other children, enthuse educational institutions, maybe people not so connected like you sitting in Varanasi, which is the seat of so much in Indian civilization. That was great. People who are a little bit more disconnected also to understand that it will be so wonderful to connect again with who we are. So let's hope that all of our endeavors succeed.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. Thank you, Shivani. I'm not going to come between you and your audiences and your viewers anymore. So I'm going to ask Ishan to take over, and let's have some mesmerizing Kathak and talks from you, Shivani. All the best.
All right. That was all I had. That was all we had. Thank you to the board of directors for that lovely pre-talk discussion. I really enjoy these discussions because it gives a great background, a great footing, so that the speaker can prime on the ideas that have been developed in these sessions. Now, Shivani, on with your talk. The best of luck.
Thank you. Okay, namaste everybody. Thank you for joining in first of all and taking out this time for me and to listen to what I have to say. My experiences and my approach to how I view this wonderful dance form that I have had the chance to be associated with. As is traditional in dance, I begin with seeking the blessings of my gurus, Pandit Birju Maharaj and Guru Shobna Narayan, and by taking ijazat from all of you wonderful viewers, for listening to me and being here. So I'd like to just show you a little clip, and I want to ask you a couple of questions before you watch this clip that you can just keep in mind. I know we can't interact at this point, but just think about, and they're very simple questions. One is that, have you heard of a character called Devaki? And is it a story that you're familiar with? Do you know what happened with her and what her life story is? Another question is, can you identify when you see the clip? I know I'm speaking about it, but say I wasn't. Would you be able to identify what dance form is being used to convey her story? And also, can you tell me, or can you tell, not me actually, but can you tell when the characters are changing in the duration of that clip? So if we can play that clip now, I'd just like you to keep these things in mind and we can proceed with the talk after the clip.
पुराणों में सिमटी हुई एक नारी, कंस की बहन, वसुदेव की पत्नी, श्री कृष्ण की माता, देवक की बेटी देवकी। इन्हीं रिश्तों से सीमित थी क्या उसकी पहचान। आकाश से एक वाणी आई, गरजती हुई, एक अनहोनी का आभास लेकर। लेकिन देवकी की वाणी किसी ने क्या सुनी कंस और वसुदेव के समझौते में उसकी वाणी, किसी ने क्या सुनी।
Shivani, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, yeah. So this is a story that a lot of people might be familiar with from one perspective, right? But the narrative, did it make you think? Did it make you think about a different perspective? You may want to argue with it, you may not agree with it, but it's another way of looking at what is a very famous old story from Indian mythology. It's a really, really ancient story coming from the Mahabharata, from the Bhagavad Puran, ancient sacred texts in India. And it's being portrayed in a dance form that is also from pretty much that same time, because Kathak dates back almost 2500 years. And if you think about it, it's relevant even today, because let's not think of the text or the characters' names and something. But if I was to retell this story and then just say that there was a loving brother, his name was Kans. Kans was very fond of his cousin sister, so fond of her that despite being such a powerful and wealthy king, to celebrate her marriage, he drives her himself on the chariot. The bride and groom, the bridal party is taken by him, to their palace, and he's so happy about it. He's really, really is a very loving brother. But then there is some sort of Akashvani, a voice from the sky which comes. In some stories, is also Narad Muni. And Narad Muni comes, or Akashvani says that, her child, her eighth child, is going to be the cause of your death. And Kans is a person who is of a feeble and clearly, not firm-minded, and he's very prone to, people's influences or influences from outside. He listens to the story, and all that love disappears, and he decides to immediately take his sword out and attack her and kill her so that he can just finish off with the whole thing for fear of his life. To save your life, I mean, a lot of people may do this, but if it's of a feeble. So what I'm saying is that the characters here are just representative of people that may exist. There is also a woman here whose voice is not being heard in the bargain that is made between the brother and the husband. That the husband is then, goes to the brother and says that, look, take away all the children. And the husband is doing it out of love. You take away all the children, you kill all the children, but let her live. Now, for anyone who identifies with the maternal feeling, I won't even say as a mother, because a mother obviously would be enraged, but you would rather give your own life than see 8 of your children die, right? It's not a process. So it's a take that I thought, and I read the Bhagavad. I read, what it says about the story. And the only mention of her is that she was a sati stri, like a very pure woman, and all the gods reside in her. So she is a very pure, now all the gods reside in you. Even if you look at it, it's divinity inside yourself. You're a very powerful person. Now, how does a person like this get no mention, is not, doesn't speak herself, nobody asks her, all the story just unfolds. Now, see, all these stories have a message, but what I'm trying to say is that we are allowed to make a story relevant to what our thoughts are and to present it in a way that we feel appropriate to the time and the context. And if we don't do that, then we will end up alienating ourselves from not only whatever is current in society, but we will also alienate ourselves from where we're coming from. And using text like this, and using my dance as a language to convey this, is my way of bringing it out in a different manner to people who may not otherwise follow the story, or people who are familiar with it have a different perspective on it, right? There are many interpretations to a literal narrative. And while thinking of dancing to it, the idea is not just to be ornamental or decorative. It should give, in my opinion, a suggestion of something that is beyond the obvious, and a suggestion that strikes a chord and resonates with the now. I'm a person who's educated in LSR. I was just hearing the talk about Lady Sri Ram, highly a feminist bent of thought, and somehow these thoughts came from there because you come from your education and your experience and your exposure. So this is how I looked at it. So I could take a view that patriarchy was at play, where a woman's voice was not heard. But for another person, it could mean that she should have made herself heard, right? For a third person, gender is not an issue; it's just an attitude problem. I mean, what's wrong with these, women? And for another person, if this is sacred text, you can't tamper with it, although our texts always ask you to question and always ask you to interpret and look at things. So there are many interpretations, right? The idea of art is to evoke something and to make one think. Like, if you, whether it's a visual art or a performing art, you can't, it's a thing of beauty, yes, but it should also make you, I mean, it should provoke you into some thought, negative, positive, for it. I mean, you may dislike it, you don't have to like it, but it should stir something in the artist as well as in the spectator, and that is the intention generally when you perform. There was a message for me in Devki's character. She stood for something more than the obvious. And because the obvious is so taken for granted, the layers can sometimes get neglected, which is why I thought to pick up this subject. Like, she's not Sita, she's not Radha. I mean, these are very popularly, even Yashoda, for the matter, Krishna's other mother. But Devaki's story, I felt, was not really, hadn't been told adequately. And it took me a lot of time actually to research and find enough on it also to be able to perform it. So I try to do this with most of my work now because in my experience with performing, not in my classroom scenario, but when I perform, in my experience, there is a huge disconnect now. Like, we are dealing now with a time when audiences are finding dances like Kathak hyper technical or boring, or in their perception they don't even know. Like, for example, like, audiences today may not even, a lot of people will say use Bharatnatyam and Kathak interchangeably, and you say, oh, you're a dancer, okay, then you do Bharatnatyam, oh, okay, no Kathak. So it for them, there's no difference in that, and it's nobody's fault because the exposure that needs to happen from an early age in order to realize these things is not happening at the right time, right? And all of us need to participate in making that change now. So I would like to show you another clip where I have used, and I don't tamper with anything that breaks down I mean, I don't go outside the boundaries of Kathak. That is what I'm learning. And I just try and use it in places where I feel the technique can also speak of the narrative and the narrative can fit into the technique. So I'd like to show you another clip from a Kathak presentation of mine, which was on Mahatma Gandhi and called Champaran Se Bapu. And just have a look at that and then I'll explain further. So as visuals go in this one, you saw a dancer. For anyone who understands a little bit more about Indian dance, it's a Kathak dancer. For someone who knows Nritta aspects, it's a footwork piece. For someone who's a connoisseur or who's like steeped in it or learning it, you'll say it's a Ladi, right? It doesn't matter which category you belong to. The ideas that you experience something. Now, if I add a narrative, what am I trying to show in this? Obviously, I can't show you the whole presentation, but what I was trying to convey in this is in this narrative, and I quote from my presentation here, where I said that the sound of the approaching train on the tracks can be heard from a distance. Picking up pace and coming to a stop in Motihari, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi takes his first step on the historical land of Champaran. Now, my idea to use the footwork was to build up and then bring down to the point where you can feel the train approaching in an abstraction. It should sound like a train with the sound of the ghungroos. Now, it's a very technical aspect of Kathak, but I felt it could convey that meaning. And then you end with Satyamev Jayate, which for anyone who understands anything about Gandhi is one of his favorite hymns. So it's a direct association with him, that something wonderful has happened, or someone really great has appeared on the scene. And this is almost at the beginning of my presentation. So this is another instance of how I try and combine, we can't go into the relevance of Gandhi right now because that will take a lot of time. But that's, so you don't have to tamper with the shape of the form, and you don't have to also over-educate the audience at this point, I feel, because they should tie into the aesthetic and feel close to the subject or feel close to what is happening in it. It's not something that's happening outside of ourselves. So which is why I used a technical aspect and I used it to portray this person. Now, another thing is that, the use of platforms is also sort of very interesting, because I did a presentation during, I don't think we have enough time to show you that now, but I did this campaign called Stillness in Motion, which was shot during the lockdown for this lifestyle brand called Good Earth. And I did a very technical, nuanced piece, and it was based on the Tat Ang in Kathak. For those who know, it's called the method of standing, the way of standing. It comes from Tat Bat. Like it's a very delicate but very difficult part to do. And then we did it on this platform. I had to do a 2-minute video. And I cannot tell you how well it was received, although it was for an Instagram platform. There was nothing fast-paced in it. It was very slow. I don't know, Shan, if we have time, can you just show a little bit of it? Don't show the whole thing because we'll run out. But just to give a glimpse of what I mean. Stillness in motion. Yeah, so essentially now in this clip, it's very slow, very languid, languorous movements. That is a very technical aspect of Kathak, which even today in recitals where Kathak dancers are performing in the traditional format, traditional for lack of a better word, this is getting sort of ignored in the fast pirouettes and footwork and all of that. But this is actually very difficult and still a work in progress. But I thought that, platform like Good Earth, which has such a great aesthetic, will be able to deal with it really well. And they did. They did such a great job. I had the freedom to create with them. And we put it, and it got, like, in 24 hours, I think some 50,000 views. So which means that the taste, the audience, the interest, it's all there. It's just that we need to connect it together. We need to connect our performance to them wanting to see it. Like once people see it, then they realize that there's something more to it. And it's a thing of beauty, right? If you make a painting, or if you see a painting that you like, you can just like it without knowing what the intricacies are. And maybe if you care enough, eventually you will find out what the material is made of is, what color, then you go into the details. So that's how I like to think about it when I am doing something new for for an audience. And I think it's important now to connect the audience. If we don't do that, then we are somewhere losing out on the place that Indian arts deserve in society, in our own society. The 4th century BC to 18th century was like the golden age of Indian civilization, right? We are not in that state now. We are not in the stage where there are rustics. We are, getting rote based. We are following a Western aspiration. We need to somehow bring back, keeping the good of that. We need to bring back that fact that we need to give a place to our arts that they truly deserve. Because if it gets restricted to just a few people here there who enjoy it, it eventually will peter down. It's not going to die. Like it stood the test of time and it's like gone over it. But just to bring it back to its former glory and just the great just the wealth of knowledge, of information. Like we're chasing after spirituality, fitness, understanding our texts. It brings everything, a pride in our languages, a pride in our history, a pride in where we come from. So with this, I think I'm going to wrap up because I have exceeded time. I just want to end with one clip again from Gandhi, from Champaran Se Bapu, which was a teaser from that and how I approached it. Be original, connect to your culture, be proud of who we are. I mean, wear the clothes with pride, speak the language with pride, and do everything that's possible with it. Connect with the arts, and it will give you a wealth of knowledge and enjoyment, happiness being the ultimate aim. So thank you so much, and I'll leave you with this clip.
That was some talk. Thank you so much, Shivani, for joining us. Thank you so much for giving us your time. This was a superb insight into how Kathak can be modernized to suit the youth, to suit the modern audiences. We're very glad that we had you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the last speaker of the day. And it is my proud privilege to present to you the Guido Calabresi Professor of Law at Yale Law School, Professor Daniel Markowitz. We'll have a short intro of his, and then Professor Markowitz can go on with his talk. Earlier, the rich got rich by inheriting wealth, land, houses, you name it. Today, the hyper-rich, the corporate lawyers, the software programmers, the CEOs, don't get rich by inheriting wealth, but by something else entirely. This has amazing repercussions for the nature of wealth inequality in the world. Our next speaker is, as I said, a professor at Yale Law School and has joined us all the way from Connecticut in the US. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Hey, thank you so much for being here. I've tried to share my screen. Are people seeing my screen now?
Yes, it is visible.
Marvelous, thank you. So there's a puzzle in economic development called the resource curse, which asks why it is that certain societies that are extremely rich in natural resources are nevertheless quite poor compared to other societies that have fewer natural resources. And there are lots of answers to this, including nefarious ones, colonialism, exploitation. But one other answer is that when a society is rich in natural resources, it gives elites an incentive to hoard those resources, to command them, to claim them for themselves, to abandon the rule of law, to enact repressive political policies in order that they can extract as much wealth for themselves from resources as possible. This produces inequality, instability, and harms growth. What I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes arguing is that in the modern world, many of our societies are falling within this pattern, which is called the resource curse, but with respect to human resources, with respect to the skill and talent of free workers. Now, there is no doubt at all that economic inequality is rising and rising in many of our societies. This is familiar to all of us. This slide shows the richest 1% share of national income in the United States over time. And as you can see, in 1960, 1970, it was about 8%. By 2008, it had risen to almost 25%, which is where it sits today. And although much of my data will come from the United States, the pattern repeats itself in a series of other countries, this same U-shaped pattern of falling top income shares in the middle of the last century and rising top income shares more recently. The details of this are a little less familiar, and that's where I want to pick up on the theme of the introduction, which is that the most prominent source of rising inequality is not the old-fashioned question of the battle between labor and capital, the idea that capitalists are taking more income from workers, but rather a shift of income among workers, away from mid-skilled middle-class workers and in favor of elite superordinate workers. These are the bankers, the lawyers, the managers that were mentioned at the beginning of this segment. In the United States, you can see this very vividly just by looking at named jobs. In 1960, a cardiologist made roughly 4 times as much as her nurse. Today, it's 8 times as much. A legal partner made 5 times as much as a secretary. Today, it's 40 times as much. Most extravagantly, when Rockefeller took over his bank in 1960, he made 50 times as much as a bank teller. Today, Jamie Dimon, who runs the successor bank, makes over 1,000 times as much income as a bank teller. If you want to know who the really rich are in the United States, you can identify particular jobs. Finance sector professionals, vice presidents and above at large companies, management consultants, law partners, specialist medical doctors, together make up over half of the richest 1% of people in the United States. And they get close to 3/4 of their income from their own labor, up from just 1/3 in 1960. At the same time, middle-class jobs are disappearing. This panel on the left of your screen shows the growth of elite jobs, and the panel on the far right shows the growth of unskilled jobs. But the middle panel with the 3 bars sticking down deep into the slide shows that the bottom has fallen out of the mid-skilled labor market. So that even as the rich are getting higher and higher incomes, middle-class labor is stagnating. Middle-class workers don't have enough hours to work. Their wages are stuck. Now, what this is a concentration of human capital and human capital income in very, very rich people. And what the resource curse lesson tells us is that when that happens, the rich will try to capture and dominate this resource, now human resources, human capital, for themselves. How do they do that? They construct an extremely unequal education system. In the United States today, a child of a wealthy family going to an elite private school will get $75,000 US a year invested in his education, compared to just $12,000 a year for a middle-class child in a typical public school. That gap, over $60,000, is 15 times bigger than the gap between what's invested in a middle-class child and what's invested in a child at or below the poverty line. So the rich middle-class gap is 15 times as big as the middle-class poor gap. That's elite hoarding of education. Education works, and so elite hoarding produces enormous differences in childhood achievement. Over the past 50 years, rich children have left middle-class children increasingly farther behind. in academic tests and test scores, even as middle-class children and poor children have converged. The absolute size of the difference is enormous. By 2000, the rich-poor gap in school achievement in the United States had grown larger than the white-black gap was in 1954. 1954 was the year Brown against Board of Education was decided. So by 2000, economic inequality had produced a bigger difference in childhood education in the United States than American apartheid had done at the middle of the last century. This produces a very skewed elite. These are the odds of going to college in America as a function of how rich your parents are. It's hard to think of something more striking except this, which is the quality of the college you go to as a function of how rich your parents are. At the very most elite colleges, the Ivy Plus colleges, there are more children whose parents are in the top 1% of the income distribution than in the entire bottom half. How to think about this? Well, the old elite, as you heard in the intro, used to pass its privilege down through family generations by inheritance. The parents died, and the children inherited an estate or a palace or a factory. Today, the elite passes its privilege down through elaborate and expensive educations. So ask yourself this question. Imagine we converted this meritocratic inheritance into a traditional inheritance. Every year of a rich child's life, the exceptional investment that was made in its education over and above what a middle-class child gets was invested in the stock market to become a trust fund to be given to the child on the death of the parents. In the United States today, that would amount to more than $10 million per child. What does this do to a society? Well, it produces inequality, disruption, and stagnation. Let's talk about inequality. Meritocracy was invented as a way of letting anybody who had talent and ambition achieve. And initially, that's how meritocracy worked in the United States and in every other society that has embraced it. The aristocratic elite was not very smart, not very hardworking, not very good at training its children. And so when meritocracy came to schooling, middle and working class children got ahead. But the new meritocrats, the ones who became elite themselves in this way, have an unmatched capacity and an unshakable, unquenchable thirst for educating their children. And so what they do is they buy these educations that were previously described, with the result that today meritocracy has become an obstacle to equality of opportunity. In the United States today, for example, only about 1 in 75 children with a high school education only, and just 1 in 6 people with a college education only, will have lifetime earnings as high as the median professional school graduate. So meritocracy, which was embraced to promote equality of opportunity, has become the biggest obstacle to equality of opportunity. Second, the resource curse tells us that this will hamper dynamism and growth. This slide shows you the odds in the US that a child born in 1940 and a child born in 1980 will become richer than its parents were. In 1940, almost every American child would be richer than its parents. By 1980, very few children will become richer than their parents. And the drop-off in the odds of becoming richer than your parents is greatest in the middle class. That's what the green line shows. Finally, what we expect to see is massive instability and disruption. If you look across all of human experience and all of human history, there is only one society that has managed to unwind inequality as extreme and concentrated as the United States suffers today, without either succumbing to a domestic revolution or to defeat in war against a foreign enemy. That's the darkness that the resource curse casts on societies that befall it. If there's a ray of hope for US Americans, it's that that society was the United States in 1929. I have effectively used my time. I'm happy to have questions if there are some available, but if not, I will ring out.
Professor Markowitz, unfortunately, we're running almost 20 minutes behind schedule. So I would just take this opportunity to thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming. And it was lovely having you. Professor Markowitz, in fact, was one of my professors at Yale Summer School, and his lectures was one of those that absolutely blew my mind and shaped the way I think about inequality. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much for having me. Have a lovely, where you are, afternoon, yes?
It is evening right now, 5 p.m.
Evening. All right, well, have a lovely evening. See you again sometime. Take care.
Thank you very much, Professor. Attendees, apologies. We're running behind schedule, and so we will culminate now with a 20-minute instead session. This session is with the legendary Education World founder and CEO, Mr. Bhavin Shah. This is an instead session, an interlude from the relentless surge of ideas that is our TEDx event. This interview is taken by our own assistant director, Mrs. Pratima Gupta. A little bit about Mr. Shah before we start this clip. He heads India's largest education news and analysis magazine and is a pioneering thought leader in the field. He has tons of experience in launching brands. Gillette Mac 3, Duracell, Oral-B are where they are today because Mr. Shah worked on their branding. It is my great pleasure to bring this on, so let us begin this interview, and that would be the culmination of this wonderful day of ideas worth sharing.
Welcome to yet another episode of Instead, which is a segment of TEDxYouth SunbeamBhagwanpur. Well, in this segment of Instead, we talk to eminent personalities from diverse fields, and they share with us their views about their particular domain and about life in general. Let me inform the viewers, today I have with me someone very, very prolific in the world of education, Mr. Bhavin Shah, CEO, Education World. Well, every year at a certain point of time, collective heartbeats across schools go up and palpitations begin. And that is when the Education World rankings are shared with the schools. There are many thrills, spills, and chills at the grand ceremony that Education World puts up for all the schools to congregate and take a look back at their performances of the year gone back. And well, the person to look out for at these events is, of course, the CEO, Mr. Bhavin Shah. Bhavin, welcome to Instead with us. We're going to talk today about what makes education fascinating for you and what are the various aspects of this very challenging field that you personally identified yourself with. So welcome to Instead, Bhavin. And I will start by asking you a very simple question. Why of all the fields, education for Bhavin Shah?
Thank you very much, Pratima ma'am, and good evening to all the viewers. This is a wonderful platform. Obviously, Instead, a part of TEDx Bhagwanpur excites me more. And Varanasi, particularly where Bhagwanpur is a territory now. I mean, obviously, you come from a divine territory, and obviously, I can shortcut the answer and say because of the divinity, I'm in education. So, okay, no, but this is interesting. Okay, this is like a journey, and okay, on your platform, if I want to share, then this is also like my story. So, though I belong to an academic family, but the hardship that my father would have seen, so he was a professor at a college, and being a Gujarati, largely having a master's degree, people feel like, you could be doing much good business, but he decided to come in academics or education, and but he went through a lot of hardship. So typically, he never intended me and my brother to be coming to the academics, because typically during those days it was not that remunerative. And being in Mumbai, the family, if really you need to suffice all the need, it was becoming more and more challenging. So obviously we were in our fields for the business. And when I started my journey with primarily launching a lot of FMCG brands, there was always something which I look forward when you converse, when you think, when you strategize. Education was, when I say education, it was largely about the understanding of a subject. It was not about that you have learned your physics and you have learned your maths and you are so-called academic qualified. For unlike, as we say, the real education starts at the dinner table. And this is where I was feeling that the holistic education was lacking whenever you do anything in any spectrum of life. Okay, it could be your job, it could be your business, it could be something as low as or as any kind of job that would require preliminary skills. So this is where, while my corporate journey was starting in, and when I was trying to rediscover, saying, you know, what's lacking behind, only one common word which was coming in, which was the holistic education part. And lastly, during my journey of the corporate, I came across a product which was a German-based. We call it as toys, but they call it a teaching and learning aids. And this is where, when I brought that teaching learning aids to India, predominantly it was supposed to be going in the retail, where you need to, like, you know, sell the toys. And in Indian language, or the Indian understanding was saying, okay, these are like toys and it could be sold only in retail. This is where my so-called I had to innovate, where I needed to understand what Germans were thinking. And this is where it happened, saying I started contacting education institutes and I started telling the importance of the corporate, I came across years back, when this concept was being brought in, it was a big gap. That made that food circle coming back to education, and that's where education world happened to be a perfect fit for me. And post the so-called toys or the teaching learning aids while I was launching, I thought that I should now bridge back this gap of understanding first with educators themselves. Okay, so I went back to my school where I was there. I researched lot many aspects, and that's where the journey, I thought that it would be the best that if I come back to education, largely on the dissemination of information and knowledge, and no better instrument or no better vehicle than education world. This is what I am now a part of it, and no better satisfaction that the journey of this holistic knowledge which educators, parents, and students, I can bring them together and disseminate. This made me saying, this was like the calling card at that time, and I decided to be in this education media field.
Interesting, very interesting. I love it when you say, education begins at the dinner table. But when school heads sit down for dinner, at some time of the year, they are also discussing where their school ranks in the education world ranking scenario, right? So almost 12 to 14 years back, I believe education world came up with these India school rankings. Did you feel at that point of time that someone is opening a Pandora's box?
See, we never thought or we never envisioned that this would be very much important, frankly speaking, to the education institutes. Predominantly, the whole concept was made to empower and disseminate information to the 40 million middle class household, which were finding it struggle to choose the right school. Okay, we never felt that we will be towards the educators. We will be talked on the dinner table and the chills and frills that you were talking about, that it would be felt. Our whole focus was, because our founder Dilip Thakur, when he incepted in 1999, as we became the India's sole education news magazine, the objective was that no economy can grow if there is not adequate investment and not adequate policies for education are lucrative for the economy. I mean, irrespective of any GDP growth that you boast about, it cannot sustain if you don't have strong education policy. So that was the genesis where education world started. And that's where we felt that irrespective of so-called degree-oriented education, right? Largely we felt it was a misfit for like thousands and millions of youth, individual and young force, and we being the youngest nation in the world, there was this gap of understanding. And when we really researched it, we figured out that the parents themselves, when they have to take decision, they are not clear. So the whole thing started about saying, let's first understand how parents make decision to get their wards into school. So largely when we did the survey, it all happened saying a particular household or a parent perceived to be of a reasonable intellect, when they take a decision to send a child at a particular school, we have seen rest all join the queue. Okay. And typically, and this is what I think, so my parents felt, and probably your parents also would have felt, that when any decision had to be taken, school were never been interactive to explain about various parameters that really make a holistic education. It was just about that there is an option that there is a school in the neighborhood, or there was a school which was perceived to be good. You go there, the only thing that will say is, hey, look, this is the admission form, fill it up. If you're lucky, you get it. Otherwise, nothing. I mean, there was no interaction saying, hey, look, what are the facilities? What are the pedagogies? What is the curriculum? There was no trend about it. So that's where we scientifically designed this 14 parameters, which are very critical for parents to understand that why it is important not to look at one particular parameter to choose your wards to be getting into education institutes, but it's where each and every parameter you need to judge a school. And that's where the awareness to be created among parents was the predominant factor to have the so-called ranking or the parameter-wise score for each and every individual school in India.
Bhavin, you have been someone who has had a close look at different schooling systems, both within the country and abroad. I just want you to share your thoughts on, I'm not talking about comparisons, but what do you think will work for a country such as ours?
So let me tell you, see, the 2-3 things which we need to understand in India and as Indians. First and foremost, I think we need to really move out of this herd mentality that one is doing great and you need to follow the other. Number 2, the big paradigm shift that we need to bring in the stakeholders, particularly amongst the parent mindset, is get out of this grade system. I think these are the 2 major aspects that needs to be, it's high time, in fact, that needs to change. And one has to reflect through the Gurukul method that we had. Okay, though we have adopted the modern so-called the modern mindset, but we have not imbibed that modern mindset in our heart and brain. When I'm talking of modern mindset, in fact, modern mindset is more liberal, right? So we have we have a mask of modernism, but while you really want to look and introspect, we are still in that herd mentality that X is doing great and X what has really excelled in a particular subject. I also want my child to be doing that, and that's where educators also join the queue, right? There has not been a disruption that has happened on any kind of mindset changes. It is to the size of India that I'm talking about. There are fabulous institutes doing good work, but they are very minuscule. They can really, they're trying to impact the masses. We are publishing success story, but I feel lonely when I only do this, because I need 10,000 more education world to be coming and really changing that mindset shift. So frankly speaking, whenever anything come which is related to real change making, and when I was relating you with the Gurukul system that we had, correct, it was meant for every individual student to know their strengths. Okay, so if a rishi also needs to guide the shishyas, they would want to know that what that child particularly is good at, know their strengths, give a holistic background rather than giving a percentage background, give a benchmark to the each and every student that yes, it's not that you have to ignore certain skill set, you learn that, but you excel in what you are good at. Okay, and no sooner you cross that benchmark, everyone is equal. No one is number one and no one is number two and no one is number three. But no sooner everyone crosses that individual benchmark and you invest in your strength, you excel in that particular skill set. Okay, so if you're really good in architectural, but you need to learn some languages, you need to learn certain basic principles and the ethos of like your history of your city, state, and the nation, you need to learn that. But it's not necessary you need to get 10 on 10 on it. You can have a benchmark of a minimum knowledge, go forward, but if you're really good in architectural, the architectural knowledge needs to be 10 on 10. So I think so this is the method which I think so in India, which every educator, according to me, need to imbibe, need to come out of this great obsession. And though you mentioned saying do not relate with NEP, but I'll tell you, this is what NEP is also talking about, correct? So let's not accept that document only as a beautiful script, but if you really want to imbibe it and really want to act on it, it's high time that you need to liberalize our mindset, liberalize our mechanism of education also. Okay, create more and more opportunities. So unlike now, a lot of opportunities which are coming in, and that's where I was giving an example that I visited an agricultural university. I don't know, I mean, that was a revelation to me, but the kind of courses which are there in the agriculture university and the scope that you have it in the technical field, in the marketing field, in the administration field, I have not seen that students and parents and educators are aware about it. We being an agrarian economy, we are still obsessed with only computer engineering, whereas agriculture engineering is something that not only you make your life remuneration and business like fabulously well, but I'll tell you, this is what our land belongs to. So why deviate that? You understand that what we have as our strength, and we don't concentrate on our strength, and we are going into that herd mentality that if America is doing right, then we need to only join America, or for that matter, any kind of a state, city, or any kind of thought process. We have to introspect in ourselves and what are our strengths, what is the strength of the land, what is as a gift that we have got. So might as well the education should be meant for that. So if you are in agrarian economy, the more courses and awareness related to agriculture, at least a child should have an option for that.
My last question to you, Bhavin. Would Bhavin Shah ever want to start a school or a college which is a synthesis of all good schooling systems, all good education systems that he has perceived and which feeds the needs of the country?
Okay, so this is like a business secret question, but I would like to now then evail it out on your platform. So it's not Bhavin Shah who wants to establish or develop a school. Bhavin Shah wants to do a Uber model. Okay, so I want to empower thousands and thousands of schools. Rather than I starting a school, you already have a school. I would come to you. I would tell saying, hey, look, this is my thought. this is what I want to initiate. Give me a shelter. I've always believed in like win-win and win situation. So it should be win-win for you, and the third win is for the key stakeholder, which is students. So why to reinvent the wheel? Why should I spend? I mean, though we do not have that much money to establish or get a land and build an infrastructure, but if you have got it, and if there is something to be done, this is where what you spoke about earlier, the collaboration is important. So I am more of the collaboration approach, and for that, I'm nowhere that I want my name or education world name to be there on the top. Education world is a platform for all the stakeholders, and this is I want to create a platform for everyone, which becomes a collaborative platform, okay, and a competitive platform. So if it is you whom I can really empower, then more than happy to come at your place, empower you, really start something new, which unlike in a Sunbeam group, each and every Sunbeam school, or for that matter, each and every school in Varanasi, we can have something or the other as a USP which we can develop, which if Bhavin Shah and clones of Bhavin Shah can come and help each and every school to excel in that particular field, which can bring opportunities for everyone. It's not only students. I mean, if my wish goes, education institute should be 24 hours working. Okay, it should be a temple where each and every one can come at any given point of time, maybe a senior citizen, a parent, a student, or for that matter, any industry guy can come, because this is, I mean, it's like an education temple. You don't want a temple to be only for one particular person or developed by one particular person. Temple of education or temple for knowledge should be there for everyone. And this is what Bhavin Shah wants to bring it to each and every education institute.
Thank you so much for being with us today on Instead, Bhavin. It has been wonderful talking to you. I have delved deep not only into the psyche of your thought process, but also of why rankings, why competition, and the big shout out to all the people out there who believe in collaboration and not rivalry. We look forward to inputs from you at any and every forum, and wish you the best in all your endeavors. Thank you so much for being with us at Instead today.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful interacting. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody who watched us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Zoom webinars. 14 speakers from around the world spoke at TEDxYouth at SunbeamBhagwanpur today, and it is just day one. Day two is tomorrow. 1,500 people watched us on various platforms around the world. It is testament to the fact that even at the fag end of the event, there are 400 people watching us live on Zoom webinars itself. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is a day of excitement, of ideas that are worth sharing. Kalpit Veerwal, the JEE main topper for 2017, will speak about his journey, about his academic excellence. Sanjay Masoom, the screenwriter of such hit movies as Krish, as Kabil, as Ashiki 2, will speak today. Manraj Singh, the world-renowned stand-up comedian and poet, will speak today, will have an Instead performance. The time remains the same. It's 10 a.m. You can watch us on YouTube and on Facebook. If you want to catch us live on Zoom webinars for the full, authentic, interactive experience, click on the green shield symbol at the top left of your screen. If you click on it, all the information about the meeting will be displayed. Click on copy link, and you can copy the attendee link, which will be the same for today and for tomorrow. Otherwise, if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, go to bit.ly/TEDxSunbeamReg. bit.ly/registration. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back again tomorrow with a whole host of new ideas, with a whole host of TEDx talks and Instead performances.